Church at the invitation of Commissioner Hardiman, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by our Vice Chair. And Father, if I can, before you start, just ask you either to incorporate or at the end we'll have a moment of silence. We understand that 2 City of Miami police officers were shot this morning, and we want to have a moment of silence and prayer over them and their families.
And so may I kindly ask you to please bow your heads as we remember those 2 police officers. But as we continue to pray also for all the victims of gun violence and all those who have died of breast cancer. May the departed souls rest in peace. Heavenly Father, we praise your name and give you thanks for the gift of life, for the gift of service that is the source of joy. And so you have called us to serve and not to be served. You have appointed public servants to serve your people. And so as they have come together this morning for this very significant meeting, we ask that you fill each and every one of them with the gift of the Holy Spirit, the spirit of discernment, so that they can always discern your will in what they do and in the people that they are. Grant them the spirit of courage and character, so that they can always stand for what is just, what is noble, what is dignified. Bless them with greater spirit of unity so that they can reconcile the differences and live in the spirit of solidarity. We ask that you give them a heart to be merciful and compassionate to the people that they are called to serve, so that together they can build the great alliance of a more human humanity. And today, on this special awareness month of breast cancer, may you touch with the healing power of your hands those who continue to fight for their lives with faith, courage, and hope. We commend this meeting into your hands. Let your glory shine, not just today, but tomorrow and forever. And everybody says, amen.
Be seated. All right, Madam Attorney, can we and shall we move into reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard at this time?
Yes, that would be appropriate.
All right. Quiet, please. Find a seat. I'm going to go ahead and open reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. When I call your name, please state the item you're speaking on, your name and address, and you will have 1 minute to speak. I have several speakers, so I'm going to call the first 10 names. All right, and before I do that, I just want to recognize and welcome back our friend and colleague, Commissioner J.C. Bermudez. Thank you for being with us. All right, welcome back, Commissioner Bermudez. All right, I'm gonna call your name, please. The first 2 come up to each one of the wells, and the rest could line up on either side of the center. Richard Dunn, Claude Miller, Sherrod Laster, Terrence Johnson, Samantha Basile, Sinclair Manley, Ignacio Calderin, Lamont Nanton, Ignacio Calderin, oh, I guess that's twice, Theophilus Williams, Brandon Jones, and Albert Campbell. Please state the item you're speaking on, your name and address, and you have a minute to speak.
Yes, my name is Richard Dunn, 1895 Northwest 57th Street, Miami, Florida 33142. Item 3A9, sponsored by Commissioner Keon Hardeman. We're supporting this item. I represent the community youth against violence. And I wear several hats. My domicile is in Commissioner Hardeman's district. My religious and spiritual service is in Commissioner Bastien's district. And I heard you, Mr. Chairman, mention earlier about the purple. I got some fraternal ties to District 1 and District 9 with the purple and gold. Y'all might understand that later. But anyway, we're here to support this item from Commissioner Hardeman with the prayer and hopes that down the road, that if there's some availability of some loose funds by way of the discretionary money,
Thank you,
we
Mr.
would like to be considered.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I got Claude Miller, Sherrod Laster, Terrence Johnson, Samantha Basil. No? Sinclair Manley, Ignacio Calderin, Lamont Nanton, Theophilus Williams, Brandon Jones, and Albert Campbell. Not in the room, but they were all on 3A9. Shamika Pierce. Shamika Pierce, no? All right.
Good evening. Theophilus Williams, 1391 Northwest 95th Street. Often the time that we as taxpayers, when we're in need of money, we find the money for who we want to give it to. Like I said before in the budget meeting, taxpayers are suffering, senior citizens are suffering. When are y'all gonna stand up? See, it's too many friends and buddies giving money to each other. I live in District 2. I got some bad roads in our streets. Nobody see about it. CRA need to be looked into. And we can bring all the senior citizens out here to support y'all, but they don't support them people. See, this is just a game going on for who wants to be next in charge and who that. The governor of Florida need to come and see District 2 and our senior citizen, which y'all should have had them here today too. But you don't provide no ride for them. So that's what we're going to do. Ask the governor of Florida to sit down with us.
Thank you, sir. All right. We got Irie Diaz, Shamika Pierce, Tatiana Silva, Tim Gomez, Jason Liberty, Peter Campbell, George Rovirosa, James Williams, Bruce Breschison, Torin Regine, Samantha Barkin, David Friedman, and Risa Rubin. Go ahead.
Good morning. Mayri Diaz, President and CEO for the Advocacy Network on Disabilities. I'm speaking in support of the resolution asking the Army Corps to study beach erosion, but I want to urge you to also think about putting rolling mats on the beach that will help people with disabilities have better access and also will help with beach erosion. There's a lot of studies that show that. I also want to thank you all for supporting the CBO process. We were part of that advocacy collaborative, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Tatiana Silva. I live on 475 Harbor Drive, Key Biscayne. I'm speaking on behalf of the Miami-Dade Beacon Council for items 3B1, 3B2, and 6B2. Good morning, Chairman Rodriguez, Vice Chairman McGee, Mayor Levin Cava, Senator Garcia, Commissioner Higgins, this entire board and members of this community. On behalf of the Miami-Dade Beacon Council, I want to express our sincere gratitude for your leadership and vision in supporting strategic economic development. We are here today to support 3 different projects. First, I'll support for Project Janus, a proposed $60 million investment in the conversion of 30,000 square feet into clean room space for advanced manufacturing in Miami Lakes, creating 300 new high-paying quality jobs with wages above $67,000. Meaningful addition to our county's manufacturing ecosystem. Thank you, Senator Garcia, for your leadership and support.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Samantha Barking, and I'm the Chief Programs Officer at Miami Waterkeeper. I reside at 15040 Southwest 49th Lane, Unit F, Miami, Florida 33185. I'm speaking today in strong support of Agenda Item 11A11. Florida's coral reefs are a cornerstone of Miami-Dade County's coastal resilience, economy, and ecology. They protect our shorelines from storm surge and erosion, reduce flood risk, support our economic growth, a myriad of things overall. But yet, we've lost 90% of our live coral cover over the last several decades. That loss threatens not only marine life, but also local economies, coastal infrastructure, and the character of our region. This resolution recognizes that restoring our reef is both an environmental and economic imperative. By urging Congress and the Florida legislature to appropriate funding for coral restoration, Miami-Dade affirms that healthy reefs are natural infrastructure. This is essential for protecting property, sustaining livelihoods, and securing a resilient future for our community. On behalf of Miami Waterkeeper, I urge you to adopt this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Liberty, I see you got a squad behind you.
Squad, and we're back. We're back again here. Good morning, commissioners. I hope you're doing well. On behalf of the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association and my fellow colleagues that are here from the Carnival Corporation, MSC Cruises, Virgin Cruises, Norwegian Cruises, we want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your continued leadership on issues vital to the Miami-Dade County economy and maritime future. I'd like to make a few remarks on behalf of the industry and note that my colleagues here are available to answer any questions that you might have. As we know, the Port of Miami is the cruise capital of the world. It's Miami-Dade's economic heartbeat. Over the past decade, cruise passenger volumes have more than doubled, reaching a record 8.23 million passengers last year. That growth is the result of long-term public and private investment and modern terminals and infrastructure that keep Miami the world's premier home port. But the impact goes far beyond that. In 2024, visitors spent $22 billion across Miami-Dade, fueling a total tourism of $31.1 billion. Port of Miami combined cruise and cargo actively delivers $61.4 billion in Florida economic activity and sustains 340,000 Florida jobs, including more than 130,000 directly supported by the cruise industry. Those jobs generate over $2.2 billion annual in state and local tax revenue. Every ship we have ripples outwards. Guests stay in hotels, they use taxis, rideshare, dine in our restaurants, visit attractions, shops, local retailers, and support thousands of small businesses and families. 1 in 10 domestic overnight visitors and 7% of all international visitors that come to Miami-Dade are cruise passengers. But this success depends on one non-negotiable foundation: reliable fuel bunkering. The fueling facility at Fisher Island is the oxygen, not just for the port, but for the entire economy of the Miami-Dade County. The cruise industry works like a Swiss clock, and there can be no disruption to the precise economic engine supporting Miami-Dade County now or in the future. For decades, the Fisher Island Fuel Facility has been the backbone of the Port of Miami's fuel system, ensuring cruise and cargo vessels can safely sail on schedule. No major U.S. home port can remain competitive without guaranteed efficient fueling. In that capacity, we're disrupted or relocated without a clear, dependable alternative. The consequences could be immediate and far-reaching. The average large cruise ship home ported in Miami carries 200 to 250,000 cruise passengers annually. Each spends, on average, $360 to $400 locally. Losing just one ship could erase $80 to $100 million in direct spend and 150 to 200 million in total economic impact when indirect and induced effects are included. Competition is real. Other Florida ports, Port Canaveral and Port Everglades among them, are aggressively courting new deployments and provisioning contracts. Any uncertainty about fuel reliability strengthens their case to attract ships, jobs, spending, and tax revenue. This isn't just a cruise industry concern, it's a maritime economy concern, and so this request is simple and it's urgent. The most secure, cost-effective, and timely way to guarantee uninterrupted maritime fueling at Port of Miami for the Miami-Dade County is to acquire the Fisher Island fuel facility, ideally through a negotiated purchase with the property owner, but if there's an impasse, with readiness to use eminent domain. The time to authorize this is now. Any other path risks undermining the port's fueling reliability, cruise and cargo competitiveness, and billions of dollars of economic activity. Thank you again for your time, for your leadership on this critical issue. We stand ready to work with you to ensure Miami continues to be a thriving global maritime and cruise hub. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liberty. All right, I have Shamika Pierce as well, if she could come up, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Peter James Campbell with the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, 240 Southwest 15th Road, Miami, Florida. The Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce is strongly supportive of a swift resolution to the current situation involving the fuel terminal on Fisher Island. The port is a crucial economic engine for our region, supporting both cargo operations and cruise lines that rely on its smooth functioning. Ensuring the continued availability of a local fuel source is a priority, not just for the port, but for Miami's broader business community. We believe a quick and collaborative solution is essential to maintain Miami's status as a global economic hub, and we stand ready to support that effort. The Chamber will continue to monitor the situation as more information becomes available. Thank you.
Ma'am? State your name and address.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Shamika Pierce. My address is 5120 Northwest 24th Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33142. I want to thank you all for your time and listening, first and foremost. I stand here today as a proud employee of the Circular Brotherhood. I first want to start by saying that I am grateful to be a part of a community-based organization, and I stand with any organization that's community-based doing the vital work that we're doing in the community. I serve as a peacemaker and also the Sisterhood Wellness Circle coordinator, working directly with our young girls in foster care, many who carry an unimaginable amount of trauma. We provide a safe space for healing, youth development, and empowerment. And I am deeply passionate about teaching the girls integrity, character, and emotional intelligence. When you remove this funding, you're not just cutting salaries, you're cutting hope, trust, and vital support for our most vulnerable. I urge you to please reconsider our youth, our community, and our future are innocently being impacted by your decision. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pierce. Sir?
Good morning to everyone, Madam Mayor, Mr. Chair, the entire board of Miami-Dade County Commissioners. My name is Torrin Reagan. I'm a representative from the ILA International Longshoremen's Association South Atlantic and Gulf Coast District, which covers ports south of Virginia through the state of Texas. Previously, I served as president of Local 1416 here in Miami, which now is held by the position and the person of Mr. Eugene Dixon here to my left. From the perspective of the largest labor force at Port Miami, any interruption in cruise or cargo operations at Port Miami will have an extreme adverse effect on the men and women of the ILA, which are a huge part of the engine that keeps Port Miami efficient, effective, and a leader in the maritime industry. Along with our employers and Port Miami personnel, we are the individuals that use the port every single day. And while we have seen the port grow tremendously over the last 3 decades, that growth has come at a cost. Land. The port is located on a small island. We have restraints that other ports do not have, but we have managed to become the cruise capital of the world in spite of it. That has been through a joint effort from Port Miami's leadership, the cruise and cargo lines leadership, our stevedoring employers, the ILA workforce, and last but not least, our elected officials that supported and understood the importance of making Port Miami an economic success that it has become and will continue to be. For us, this is about keeping those jobs at Port Miami. I cannot strongly enough impress upon you how important this is. While we certainly understand the frustration some members of the board may have over how we got here, the fact remains that we are here. With that being said, the ILA and our partners are in full support of Port Miami, Miami-Dade County acquiring the fuel farm on Fisher Island. For us, it's the only viable solution. On one hand, it's a complicated issue. On the other hand, it's not. The complicated part is that for some members of the board, the ideal of government getting involved in a private business transaction between two private entities may be something that causes you concern and that you are uncomfortable with. On the other hand, it's not complicated because the solution is right in front of us and is outlined in Mayor Levine Calvert's report. The port needs to, several different options have been studied, explored, but ultimately the port needs to acquire Fisher Island Fuel Farm to ensure the economic prosperity of Port Miami, its workers, and the residents of Miami-Dade County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir?
Good morning. My name is Captain James Williams. I'm with the Biscayne Bay Pilots Association that serves Port Miami. Good morning, Chairperson, Commissioners, and members of the Miami-Dade Council. Thank you for this opportunity today. I'm here to speak on the matter of strategic importance to the operation, competitiveness, and economic sustainability of Port Miami and the role of Fisher Island Fuel Terminal and supporting bunker operations for both the port, cargo, and cruise lines. Biscayne Bay Pilots fully supports Port Miami and its port partners in keeping the fuel terminal at Fisher Island. There are a few things to consider. While it may seem like relocating tanker operations directly to Port Miami is a viable option, several significant challenges must be considered. I'm sure you're aware of the space and infrastructure constraints on the port to allow a new tank farm and terminal for the tankers. Reliable fuel supply is essential to maintaining a world-class port for cruise and cargo. If a new terminal was located on the port, the pilots would need to run simulations to assess the safety depending on the location. Dredging may be required, wind and current limitations on transits may apply, added delays, inefficiencies, and risk would be involved. Adding fuel storage and bunkering infrastructure would require major reconfiguration and displacement of other vital port functions. Introducing more tanker activity into an already congested port waters would likely disrupt vessel schedules and port throughput. Crane operations and work stoppages may happen. The Biscayne Bay Pilots urges the Council to recognize the strategic necessity of the Fisher Island Fuel Terminal to its functioning of Port Miami. Relocation may appear straightforward on paper, but in real-world consequences to our economy, to our port operations, and to our global competitiveness, it could be severe. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Jorge Rovirosa. I am president of Florida Stevedoring Ferrovi Shipping Corporation, and I'm the one of the last founders of the Port of Miami Terminal Operating Company. This year we celebrate 65 years in this port, providing services. An organization started by my father in 1961. We helped build this port. In fact, the first company that helped him was a cruise industry. Eastern Cruise Line, 2 vessels, Yarmouth and the Evangeline. And that was his first business here, and he helped develop that and cargo. I'm here today with members of the Southeast Florida Ports Employers Association. We're the stevedores and terminals in this port. And I think everybody knows what the problems here are. We have a lot of challenges. But one thing that I want to talk to you about tonight, or this morning, is that, and you remember the late Merritt Sterheim. He once said to a group of businessmen in this community that 3 out of 5 citizens derive their livelihood directly or indirectly from international trade and tourism. That's operations at the airport, at the seaport, and with the cruise lines. What's going on right now, it's really inexcusable. We have made compelling arguments why this depot, this fuel depot, is necessary. We cannot afford to lose this industry. it would be felt by every citizen, or 3 out of 5 citizens in this community, and it transcends every zip code. It's all about 3 things: jobs, jobs, jobs. Therefore, I compel you, I ask you, let's put this to bed, let's put it away. Let's vote today to buy this land at Fisher Island. After all, it was put there before any condos, before anything else, to serve the port. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir?
Good morning. David Friedman, offices at 2601 South Bayshore Drive in the city of Miami, speaking in favor of 2 items relating to the late, great Harvey Rubin, those being 5C and 11A18. I represent the Committee to Honor Harvey Rubin, chaired by Leonard Abbas and Manny Medina, a committee put together to honor the life and legacy of an extraordinary gentleman. I'd like to thank our colleagues and friends at CABA for a letter of support on these items, which I will now publish. Dear Honorable Commissioners, on behalf of the Cuban American Bar Association, I write to express our support for the proposal to name the North Dade Justice Center for Harvey Rubin and to designate the intersection of West Flagler Street and Southwest First Avenue as Harvey Rubin Way. Harvey Rubin's decades of public service left an indelible mark on Miami-Dade County. As a former county commissioner and long-serving clerk of the courts, Mr. Rubin exemplified integrity, innovation, and unwavering dedication to our community. His tireless efforts to modernize the court system, promote environmental stewardship, and ensure equitable access to justice have improved the lives of countless residents. And if I may, since I'm speaking on 2 items, on a personal note, I had the
That's not how it works, but that's not how it works, but I will allow it.
Thank you, sir. I recently met a fine young man named Keon Harvey Rubin. Keon Harvey Rubin is 2 years old, and he's Mr. Rubin's grandson. In a few years, he'll know how to read, and it's my great hope that his family will take him to the old courthouse and show him a sign, and he'll read the words Harvey Rubin Way. And when he asks why that name is on that sign, they can explain to him how his grandfather spent 50 years in that building working for all of us for a better community. Thank you for your support.
All right, thank you, sir. Ma'am? Sir?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bruce Breckeisen. I'm Executive Vice President with Seaboard Marine. I'm here to speak about item 6B2. Seaboard Marine has been proudly headquartered in Miami-Dade County for 42 years. We are the port's largest cargo line. Every year since the late 1990s, between 41 to 47% of the cargo that passes through the port goes on our ships. Like the cruise lines, we support and we share this great port. As you've heard, the cruise lines provide, and the cruise industry provides tremendous positive impact to many sectors. Cargo does too. In fact, studies show that cargo creates even more jobs and even more positive economic impact into the broader county. Jobs just not on the port, but also to warehouses, logistics centers, and other related support functions in Hialeah, Opelika, Medley, Doral, Miami Gardens, all throughout the county. And like the cruise ships, we have many home-ported ships at Port Miami, as Port Miami is the gateway to the Americas, and this means that many of our ships only call Port Miami in terms of a U.S. port.
Thank you, sir.
And we must have fuel. We cannot have disruptions, and quite simply, all major U.S. ports have fuel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am?
Hi, good morning. I am Risa Rubin, residing at 3801 Northeast 207th Street in Aventura. I'd like to ask some questions. What would our community look like with no land use master plan? How would our traffic be without the Metro Rail system? What would Biscayne Bay look like without our programs to clean it? How would our economy have been affected had we not undertaken to renourish and restore the beautiful beaches on Miami Beach? How many people would unnecessarily spend time standing in line at the clerk's office to get a copy of a document rather than simply being able to click their computer mouse. My husband's fingerprints are on all of these and on so many more things which we have taken for granted every day for the past over 50 years. Harvey was a loving husband and a father and was devoted to improving the quality of life in Miami-Dade County, a man for all people. Let's not forget him. And on behalf of my family, God bless you and thank you for your help.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm speaking on Keon 3A9, his Commissioner consent items approving allocations for the fiscal year 2024-2025 CBO discretionary funds.
Your name and address, please?
Samantha Bazil, 12540 Northwest 8th Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33168. My name is Samantha Bazil, a proud product of Miami-Dade County. I graduated from Alonzo and Tracy Morning Senior High School and am earning my bachelor's in psychology at FIU, graduating spring 2026. For the past 9 years, I've dedicated my time to mentoring and community work through Honeyshine, AmeriCorps, Branches, FUMSAGE, and most importantly, the Circle of Brotherhood. The Circle of Brotherhood has been more than a program. It's been a classroom, a support system, and a community of safety. Through their work, I've learned about community violence intervention, mental health first aid training, foster care and juvenile advocacy, and how generational trauma impacts our communities. Without their guidance, I wouldn't have had the tools to help break cycles of poverty, crime, and trauma. You each have discretionary funds to support organizations that reduce crime and build opportunity. So why not invest in one proven to heal and uplift our neighborhoods? Funding the Circle of Brotherhood is an investment in healing, education, and public safety for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello, my name is Albert Campbell, address 5120 Northwest 24th Avenue. I'm here to speak on item 389. And first I want to send thanks and prayers to everybody that essentially work in our community to help out make our communities a decent place to live. As I was riding this morning on my way here, I scratched my head and asked myself, why am I on furlough with all the great work that I've been doing in my community? And then I asked myself, has my training left me? And so I've come to a conclusion, in my opinion, that our political space in the area that we serve is like an inferno. And so we have a lot of us that's furloughed now that really do great work in our community. And I just wanted to share that with the public.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry to the chair.
You're recognized.
I mean, I'm listening intently, and they're all saying good things, but it doesn't appear to be something that's on an agenda item. And so if we're going to drive this big of an exception through the rule, then we can let anybody say any number.
Well, they have to stay on topic. They are referencing
They're
item
referencing
on the
it,
agenda.
but referencing it means talking about the things that are actually in that item.
Correct.
Not everything
Correct.
else. And so I'm okay with us doing that, and I say that because we have residents from my city here who would all love to speak on, and if they could just write down any item and say whatever they want to, then they would do that also.
100%. You guys have to stick to the item on the agenda.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. All right. Good morning, Adias. My name is Lamont Nanton, 5120 Northwest 24th Avenue. I'm here to speak on item 39A, where the Circle of Brotherhood was removed.
What item is it?
389, I'm sorry.
389.
389, I apologize, 389. Where Circle of Brotherhoods was removed from a very important contract that dealt with community violence intervention in the north and the south of this county. I do want to say this, that public safety and human transformation is a key component to stopping the gun violence in our community. We support every entity that provides public safety. But the Circle of Brotherhood is a very key component in the ecosystem of public safety. There are dozens of crimes.
Okay, sir, again, I'm not sure. I keep hearing Circle of Brotherhood, but I don't see that.
Mr. Chairman, it's because they're not following the rules. Some organizations believe they are beyond the rules. You've stated the rules. The item says what it says. You're confused because you're being bamboozled. And that's the situation we find ourselves in today. So as long as you continue to allow the speaking to occur, that is not on an item on the agenda or even remotely related to it, you're going to be confused. You're confused because you're thinking honestly, but you're being dealt dishonest words.
Correct. And I'd venture to say, and I don't like to assume that you all are wearing similar shirts. You all are here to talk about the same thing, and it's not on the agenda. So unless you're going to speak directly to the allocations in item 389, there's nothing to speak about because you have to stick to the agenda. So you're welcome to speak on 389 as a whole, but you all keep mentioning things that are not in the item.
Okay, so 389 is not in reference to that particular.
No, it's not. No.
Okay. All right, I may have the wrong item, and I do apologize for that. But I just wanted to put what I said on the record about our work. Thank you.
And please, let's stick, the rest of you guys, let's stick to the same thing. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Brandon Jones, address 5120 Northwest 24th Avenue. I, too, am an essential worker. And I just would like to stand and say to all the commissioners who, as it relates to item 3A9, in your ability to use any of your discretionary funds to support the work that we do, we're just asking that on your behalf. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Terrence Johnson, address 5120 Northwest 24th Avenue. I want to start by saying I support every COB being recommended for funding in every district today. At the last budget hearing, the board voted to remove the COB funding from the UMOC Fortune International contract, which supports the anti-violence entities to prevent gun violence in District 1, 2, 3, and 9.
Sir, please stick to the item on the agenda. I just literally went over this.
So that's not the item?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, your name?
Hi, Alicia Dillon. I'm
don't-
also here to represent item 3A9.
I don't have you signed up to speak.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. That time closed, it closed at 9:30.
Okay.
Thank you. All right,
Thanks for hearing from the public.
thank you. Claude Miller, Sherrod Laster, these all spoke. Tim Gomez? Did Tim Gomez speak? Tim?
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Tim Gomez with offices at 235 Catalonia Avenue, here on behalf of Pearl Media on discussion item 6B1, and for informational purposes, we'll be here with our land use and procurement attorney, Mitch Bierman, and co-founder of Pearl Media, Brian Cohen, and we'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them. That's why we're here. Thank you.
All right, that's the last speaker I have registered to speak. Is there anybody's name I did not call that signed up to speak? All right, that being said, regional opportunity is now closed. Madam Attorney, is it in order to set the agenda this time?
Yes, sir, and I do have some changes that are proposed.
Please go ahead and read them.
Yes, 3B1, the sponsor is requesting deferral of this item to the board's October 21st meeting. That's item 3B1. 8A4 and its supplement Commissioner Bermudez, Commissioner Steinberg, and Senator Garcia are adding this item to the poll list. 8A6, Commissioner Bermudez adds this item to the poll list. 8A7, Commissioner Bermudez adds this item to the poll list. 8N4, Senator Garcia is adding this item to the poll list. 11A4, Commissioner Bermudez and Senator Garcia add this item to the poll list. 11A8, Commissioner Steinberg adds this item to the poll list. 11A10, Commissioner Gonzalez adds this item to the poll list. 11A19 substitute, Commissioner Steinberg and Commissioner Higgins are adding this item to the poll list. And 14B1, Senator Garcia pulls this item. I have some additional requests for co-sponsorship. 1D1, Commissioner Milian Orbis wishes to be listed as a co-prime sponsor. That item was open for co-primes. 5C, Commissioner Bastien and Commissioner Gonzalez co-sponsor. 7B, Senator Garcia co-sponsor. 11A11, Commissioner Steinberg co-sponsor. 11A15, Senator Garcia and Commissioner Steinberg co-sponsors. 11A17, Senator Garcia. 11A18, Commissioner Steinberg and Commissioner Gonzalez, and 11A22, Senator Garcia, all as co-sponsors. The items to be considered at today's meeting will be those listed in the printed final agenda with the additions, deferrals, withdrawals, and scrivener's errors noted in the chair's memorandum and the items I just mentioned. The commission will approve all items by a single vote setting the agenda except item 2B1, the mayor's appointment of the medical examiner, ordinances for first reading, public hearings, the following discussion items. You have item 6B1, which is a discussion item on transit advertisements. Item 6B2, discussion item regarding updates on matters concerning Port Miami's fuel supply. Ordinances set for second reading. Items 8A1, 8A2, 8A3, and 8P4, commercial service airport contracts, which must be voted on separately and are not on your poll list, and the following poll list items. Item 8A4 and its supplement, 8A6, 8A7, 8N4, 11A4, 11A8, 11A10, 11A19 substitute, 14A1, and 14B1. A motion to set the agenda is in order.
It's been moved by Commissioner Regalado, seconded by Commissioner Bastien. Any unreadiness? Commissioner Hardeman.
Yeah, I wanted to pull 5F.
5F.
That's a public hearing. We can note that for bifurcation.
Okay. Commissioner Steinberg.
I only pulled 11A8 to be listed. Commissioner Higgins, if I could be a co-prime on the beach erosion, so then I can release that.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
That would be 11A8.
Show it released. Commissioners Gilbert.
I'd like to be shown as the co-sponsor on the renaming of the item for the courthouse and street for the clerk, Harvey Rubin.
So Commissioner Gilbert, Commissioner, the Vice Chair, the same thing?
Yeah. All the way around.
All the way around, I think is fair. Commissioner Bastien? For the courthouse naming.
Harvey Rubin, all the way around.
Okay,
Yes.
go prime.
And then also on 14A1, it's a sister city agreement. I would move that with the agenda if no one's going to pull it. It's a sister city agreement with
Good
Casablanca.
with that, if we can do that, Madam Attorney. All right, and then Commissioner Regalado, it was just on the courthouse?
No, I wanted to co-prime Higgins' beach erosion also. So thank you. It's a good item.
All right, are you all following this, Mr. and Madam Attorney? There's quite a few.
Can we move 14A2 also?
14A1 and 14A2, right? 14A1 is the... Okay, and then 14A2 is,
A2.
which is that? 14A2 is what? Ludlam, okay. Commissioner Bastien?
Mr. To the chair, I'd like to co-prime the beach erosion to Commissioner Hill.
All right, so Commissioner Bastien co-priming beach erosion. All right, with that, Senator Garcia?
Chairman, just release 11A13.
All right, show 11A13 released by Senator Garcia. All right, seeing no further unreadiness or co-sponsorships or all of that stuff, it is moved by Commissioner Regalado, seconded by Commissioner Bastien. All in favor of setting the agenda with said changes signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the agenda hereby set.
Mr. Chairman,
Would you like me to do the airport items?
I would. Go ahead.
I think 8A1, I
Been-
move that.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Regalado. Any unreadiness or questions? Seeing none. Do we need a roll call for that one? No. All in favor signify by saying aye.
I think the next one's 8A2, am I correct?
Yes.
All right, it's been
So
moved,
moved.
it's been seconded by Commissioner Regalado. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Then I have
Opposed, nay.
8P4.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded.
I pulled that item, so
P4.
just to
Oh, okay, okay.
make sure that they're paying attention over the,
8P4, okay,
Okay, so you want to hold that one for later?
all right.
is it 884 or 8P4?
8,
Oh, no, 8P4 is fine.
okay.
No,
So I'll move 8P4.
It's been moved, it's been seconded by the same two commissioners. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And then did I get them all, or did I miss one to the end?
8A3 is still outstanding.
Okay, I'll move 8A3.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. All against nay. Show all of those airport items moved. All right, Madam Attorney, I'd like to take a second and recognize Director Gomez. Is she in the chamber? Director Gomez, hustle down to read a statement into the record. I think this is just a statutory requirement. Statute requirement.
Good morning. Good morning. Section 376.80 of Florida statutes requires that notice of a public hearing on a resolution designating a brownfield area be announced at a scheduled meeting before the actual public hearing. This announcement serves as notice that public hearings on resolutions relating to the following proposed brownfield area designations are being planned for this board's October 21st, 2025 meeting. A proposal of Mount Sinai Medical Center of Florida, Inc. for property located at 8200 and 8250 Southwest 8th Street, Miami-Dade County, Florida. A proposal of Costco Wholesale Corporation for property located at, near, or in the vicinity of Northwest 21st Street and Northwest 119th Court, Sweetwater, Florida. A proposal of Miami Country Day School, Inc. for property located at 601 Northeast 107th Street, 567 and 690 Northeast 109th Street, and 10800, 10870, 10832, 10822, 10920, 10932, and 11005 and 11031 Northeast 6th Avenue, Miami-Dade County, Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. All right. Madam Attorney, I think I'd like to take up, actually, real quick, I'm going to recognize our Vice Chair for a quick motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's simply a motion to extend the closing date in the Homestead Town Center purchase and sale contract approved by Resolution R66523, R29824, by 180 days until March 27, 2026, and direct the county mayor to execute associated amendment.
It's been moved by the Vice Chair. It's been seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez. Is there any questions of the motion maker? It's extending a closing date again, in District 9. All right. Seeing no further unreadiness, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show that motion passed. All right. Madam Attorney, I think we're going to go ahead and take up item 6B2 and 14B1, which is Port Miami fuel supply. We have we have a discussion item, and then we have the mayor's report. Madam Mayor, I'll recognize you first, given that you issued a report a day or 2 days ago or so, so you can speak on it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the entire board for your careful attention to this issue. Obviously, this is of critical importance to all of us here and to our future. This is a critical economic driver for our community, and it's clear that we must have a long-term solution in which the port can own and control its own fuel supply to support our continued growth. So I also want to thank our port partners who came here today. The success of our port is in large part due to the trust and the goodwill that we have built over decades alongside these incredible partners. Thank you. Thank you very much. So our port's continued growth drives our economy forward. Every cruise ship that departs from Miami brings flights into MIA. It fills hotel rooms, taxis, and ride shares, and it means that visitors are eating at our local restaurants, and every cargo ship in and out of Miami supplies the goods that keep our community going and provides good paying jobs. I appreciate that the port is sitting in a unique position, given it's located on an island with a limited footprint, and we face enormous opportunities to grow and meet new demands at the port. So in a perfect world, the port would have an on-site fuel facility to provide greater control and service delivery for the industry. However, we don't live in a perfect world, and the port finds itself with a challenge. At the September 18th special meeting, the board directed this administration to take any and all appropriate actions to negotiate and acquire the Fisher Island fuel facility within 31 days for appraised value, and to report back at today's meeting if there was an impasse. And we are continuing to actively pursue a path for acquisition as directed by the board, while in parallel vigorously analyzing an on-port solution. So I want to take this opportunity to update you on some of our key actions since September 18th. Our team took a tour of the perimeter of the facility, and on September 24th met with HRP, the proposed buyer and now the purchaser of the Fisher Island fuel facility. At that meeting, both parties agreed to a subsequent mediation, during which documents and information could be shared in a confidential setting. That was delayed and is now confirmed for October 20th, which we hope can be accelerated. We want to thank HRP for the effort and continued collaboration, and we look forward to the conversation. And additionally, on October 1st, we received a new proposal from HRP, which entails the current owner and, well, the previous owner and proposed seller of the Fisher Island fuel facility, Transmontane, to build a new fuel facility on port at their expense, estimated to cost $200 million. And we appreciate that this was a significantly improved offer from prior proposals, which would have had the port leasing the Fisher Island fuel facility for either 30 or 40 years, and the port paying over $1 billion in that lease over the term, with no guarantees after the lease expired. So given the incredibly important decision that must be made by the board and my administration, I recommend that we exhaust a comprehensive review with detailed findings to this board and share those within 15 days of today's date regarding the opportunity and the challenges with building on port a fuel farm. We want to pursue that. We want to continue our efforts and bring you a more detailed report as to specific possible locations. We do know this. Building on the port does pose challenges such as lack of available acreage, lack of berth availability, and impacts to operations, that could limit future revenue and growth. And I do recognize that other major ports have fuel facilities on site. We're unique. We are not like those other ports, not just nationally, but internationally. We're an island port in the middle of downtown with a very limited footprint. It's about 1/3 the geographic size of our closest competitor. And so simultaneously, we will take the necessary steps to acquire the existing fuel site, as we know this site does offer the port the greatest stability and continuity of service for our partners, and would ensure the port is in better control of its future. So the two paths forward for acquisition are an agreed purchase from Transmontane, now from the new owner, and an agreed, or through an eminent domain process. So we want to do a deeper dive to ensure that this board has the full information needed to make an informed decision, and one where the port is able to continue to thrive and grow, meet our continued demands, and protect our future. So ahead of the October 21st meeting, we will provide key updates and information in hopes that a final resolution can be achieved by the November 4th meeting. So again, we will pursue more detailed findings as to specific possible sites on port, and we will continue to pursue discussions about acquisition. So thank you very much for your continued collaboration, and we look forward to the further discussion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, I have Oliver Gilbert, I have Raquel Regalado, and what's going on? All right, Commissioner Gilbert, followed by Regalado, and then we'll do a round. He's been waving me down, but if you wanna,
Well, I would yield to
Give your-
Commissioner Regalado,
yield
but I
your
know it's going
time.
to take a long time. So I'm just.
She won't.
But it'll be informative.
Oh, then she will.
Yeah,
Never
she
mind.
will. Yeah,
She will.
She will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the report. Just by way of setting the stage from where we were the last time. So I received a copy of the letter. I believe that all of us received a copy of the letter last night, essentially saying that the fuel farm, the property that it sits on, had been actually sold. The purchase is complete. And that's what I really didn't want to happen before we started eminent domain proceedings, because we know that sale will affect the price if we have to use eminent domain. My preference has never been to use eminent domain. My preference has been to actually make sure we had a solid and safe fuel source. And however we did that. Also in the letter, it said that, I think they asked for the number of days. I think it was 60 days. I think the mayor is saying 15 days now. The mayor is saying 15 days. They asked for 60 days. During that time, they've agreed not to further try to entitle the property. And so let me just talk briefly about the triggering points that I believe actually increases the value of the property that could affect us if we ultimately had to use eminent domain. The sale of the property was one triggering point. That has been moved aside now. So that's the threshold that we've crossed. We cannot go back now. So the price of the property went up if we have to eminent domain, if we have to. Further entitlements to the property will also trigger an increase in value of the property. And so as long as I'm comfortable with the 15 days, I can be comfortable with the 60 days, as long as we're clear that the last action of this board actually authorized eminent domain. They just had to come back today before this board. So we've actually already authorized, from my perspective, eminent domain. I think that was the motion that was added to Commissioner Steinberg's motion. So I think we actually already authorized it once an impasse actually occurred. So we've actually taken that step already. I'm just very weary that nothing else happens to increase the value of the property. Because at a certain point, and we have all of our leaders from the cruise ship and cargo side here and unions, and they're not saying this, but let me say explicitly, there's a certain tipping point where it costs too much and ships go someplace else. There's a tipping point where it costs too much and cargo goes someplace else. Now, I felt like at the last meeting, we're playing with fire. This meeting, we're playing with hell. We need to be very, very, very careful, because when people say that this doesn't affect taxpayers' dollars, that is in fact not true. By making things more expensive when they come into our port, it is affecting us. By making it more expensive to sail and cruise out of our port, it affects us. It affects our airport, it affects our hotels, it affects our retail, it affects everything about us. Previously, we had concerns about how it came before us at the last minute, and I think uniformly we all criticized the administration for not moving faster. I don't diminish that at all, but now we've all had time to review this. We understand how this operates and how this can detrimentally affect the county and our second largest economic engine. And so my expectation is that we maintain that path. I'm interested in determining whether we can have an on-site solution. But when I talk to Heidi and the folks from the port, the people who are actually experts at running a port, they don't think that we can. So the mayor and her administration, her team, they're going to look at this. But I think, and I've had conversations with both sides. I've had conversations with the people who just purchased the property. They think it's possible. The administration does not think it's possible. I think in short order, we need to determine whether it's possible as a board. So whatever we do, because as I listen to both sides, I think that there probably needs to be somebody from this board. So whatever we do today, I'm going to suggest that, no, I'm not going to suggest it's Commissioner Regalado though, but I'm going to suggest the chair. I'm going to suggest the chairman. I'm going to suggest the chairman or his designee actually sit in on those negotiations and that mediation, because we're going to need to move quickly. Do I think 60 days is, no, I think we need to get to the mediation, and then we need to reassess after we get to the mediation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I got Commissioner Regalado and then the Vice Chair. Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. First of all, I want to clarify a few points because we all got this memo from the administration, and I believe that it was severely lacking in information that would really help this board. The issues with the fuel facility at the port have been going on for decades. And I think one of the problems that we have is this urban myth that has been created by this back and forth. So I would have appreciated if the memo provided the board with some historical context. So I'll try to do that briefly. The first time that this board was made aware of this issue was actually in a lawsuit in 1989. It was Florida Fuels, Inc. versus Belcher Oil. And it was an issue regarding their desire to also service the port. And one of the findings of the court is really important because the court found that some of the evidence regarding the Port of Miami only shows that the plaintiff believes that there's no adequate site for fuel storage facilities in Miami. Only 2 potential sites were surveyed, Fisher Island and an old tank farm up the Miami River. For various legitimate reasons, neither is adequate or practical. The only evidence in support of the plaintiff's claim that there is no available site at Port Miami is the bold statement by the port. So I mention that because that was one of the court's findings, that there was in fact space for a port facility in Port Miami in 1989. There was then an item that was brought by then Commissioner Rebecca Sosa in 2013. Asking this board to have ACOM look for a potential site at Port Miami. There was a report that was then produced to this board on November 5th of 2013, looking at potential sites and mentioning that the port director at the time needed to continue working on this issue because of the importance of having fuel at Port Miami and the dependence on Fisher Island. There's also a report that I suggest you all consider from the risk assessment that was done at the port on July 24th and 25th of the year 2000, where the Coast Guard finds that the #1 risk at Port Miami is the Fisher Island fuel facility. And it goes into detail about the issues with that facility and the risk associated with having that off port. So I mention all this to say that I think that the analysis that was provided to us was limited. The information on what you want to purchase at Fisher is also limited. We do not have information as to the viability of the tanks there, how long we can fuel there, what it would cost to repair everything from the seawall to the tanks. We know that the facility was originally established in the 1930s and there have been some repairs, but we have none of that information. Now that we go to mediation, we will receive that information, but I would have appreciated it if in the memo, the administration would have clarified that they have no information on this fuel facility, because I think that's something that we need to consider. We don't know the state of that facility. We don't know if it has 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 40 years. We don't know. We don't know what it'll cost to fix it. So we're looking at a purchase price, but we're not looking at the entire picture. And we do not know the environmental issues associated with this facility. Furthermore, just as a point of common sense, Transmontane has a business, and their business is to sell fuel. And normally, if they could have 20, 30, or 40 years more, they wouldn't have sold this property. They sold this property because it was at the end of its life. That's why they sold this property. So I think that we should move with caution as we try to put all our eggs in the Fisher basket. So what I'm asking all of you to consider is once and for all debunking this myth from the port. I know that the easiest thing for Port Miami to say is that they can't pull a fuel facility there. Of course, that's the easiest thing. The easiest thing is to maintain the status quo. To say that the people who are there are the ones that deserve the space and that no one can be displaced. And by the way, the other thing that this memo doesn't say is that we're currently in renegotiations for 2 of those leases. So the tremendous, disaster that this would cause, we're negotiating it right now. It doesn't say that 2 cranes are down. It doesn't speak of the lack of infrastructure. It doesn't tell you that the cargo guys have been asking for $50 million to fix the cranes and that the county has been saying that they don't have that funding. It doesn't say that. It doesn't talk about the issues at the facility and the impact that that has on our economic engine. So when we talk about the economic engine that is the port, shouldn't we have a full description of what that looks like? It doesn't tell you about the berths that are not fully functioning. It doesn't give you the specifics on the navigation. It doesn't speak to the difference there would be if you were piping gas versus taking it around in barges, creating even more traffic and more security issues around Port Miami. So I agree with the mayor. We should continue on these two paths. We need to provide more information. And what I would ask the administration, because it appears that we have a decade-long issue with this, is I think that this board should ask the administration to tell us 3 sites where we could put this fuel facility on Port Miami. I think that will break this deadlock, because they're going to continue pointing us to Fisher until we tell them to give us a site on Port Miami. They can find a site on Port Miami. They don't want to find a site on Port Miami because it would be uncomfortable, but we should not make a decision without more information. So we're not saying that we're going to put it in those 3 sites, but there's plenty of evidence to show them where to put it. They can figure it out. We're all big boys and girls, and this is an existential crisis. And as such, we should consider all of our options, not just the option that we've been given year after year after year. I do not believe that the Fisher site is safe. I do not believe that it is a long-term solution. And this board should not kick the can and give the port a 5 to 10-year solution when we have the opportunity to do something that would truly be transformative. Port Miami deserves energy independence. Port Miami deserves certainty, and this is our opportunity to provide them with this certainty. So we can do what we've always done, which clearly led us to this point, and at some point we should have a conversation about accountability, because even when you search the public record, and let's say that you didn't get emails and that you weren't called, we'll find out if we litigate exactly what went down. But I just did a simple search when this all came up. And starting in February of 2025, I found more than 32 articles stating that this property was up for sale. And then the articles that came after about how this property was sold. So the port may, to Commissioner Gilbert's point, may be experts in running a port, but they dropped the ball. And now that becomes our problem. And as we move forward with a solution, and we talk about eviscerating the port's reserves, we should look at all of our options, and that includes Port Miami.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Vice Chair's next, but I'll just say, and I wish it would have been in the report, Madam Mayor. I think Commissioner Regalado spoke a lot of truth, but in my conversations, and I'll let the mayor speak to it if she wishes to in a bit, but in my conversations with the administration and with the port, they are actually exploring options on the port site, and they're looking at it. The memo doesn't say it, but in my comments, so I know that they're already going down that path. I don't know why they didn't bring it up. Maybe because it's just too premature and it's not necessarily completely outlined yet. But I know that that's the intent, that they're at least exploring.
I agree, but our port partners got up here and said something completely different, because when you read the one thing that the memo says is that this is not possible in Port Miami without it being uncomfortable. And no one said that it was going to be comfortable. This is not a comfortable situation. So my point is...
It was steered a different way on the memo.
100%.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure today we're not going to do that thing where we just start talking.
We're not. But I was answering.
After she jumped in, it was easy when.
Yeah, I see. I saw it. I thought about it, but it's a new day. We're past the budget now. We're not doing that thing though. No, we're not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, my remarks were very brief. I reviewed this memo also, and first of all, let me just say to the mayor and the staff, thank you so much. The memo did lay out what was needed for my comfort, but my position goes to, if there is going to be a representative from the board appointed to help facilitate this purchase and/or relocation, is that it is Commissioner Regalado, for the simple reason that what we just heard is her way of looking at this through a fair and balanced analysis. And I haven't heard anyone who can give us that push, that thoroughness, and that time and that energy on this particular issue. And let's be absolutely clear, as Commissioner Oliver Gilbert stated earlier, we were playing with fire before, right? And I haven't been to hell yet, but I'm sure it's somewhere close. Yeah, because we normally go to hell and back before we, yeah. We go to hell and back to get things done around here nowadays, right? But what I can say is that this is serious. Like, this is to the point where it can really cripple an entire industry, affecting millions of people, and also crippling the economy of this great area. So if you're going to make an appointment, my recommendation would be Commissioner Regalado. If not, then I'll follow the will of the board. Thank you.
I have Commissioner Bermudez. No, I have Bermudez. Then I have Steinberg, and then I have Garcia.
I'm gonna, first of all, thank you all for your thoughts and prayers, as my colleagues, the mayor's office, the Miami-Dade family, and all those who are Miami-Dade County residents. I was watching a bit of this discussion, and then made the wise decision to watch SportsCenter because it was really redundant and a waste of time, in my opinion. But I'm going to tell you what my thoughts are, and and then I have a question for the county attorneys. Look, I agree with energy independence, obviously. There's no doubt about that. But I also want to think about the fact that we need the impact, as the vice chair mentioned, to this county would be extreme when one of our entities that employs, an area that employs so many, could be impacted by lines moving to other ports. And this is a question of maintaining our competitiveness. I think that in essence, and the word eminent domain has been bandied about, and I'll get into what I think about that in a second. I think that we must do everything possible to maintain competitiveness. I think the administration has made the effort to give us as much information as they can. Could they give us more? And that's the case. Everybody knew, and by the way, this is not a bash on this administration, because over all these years, and we went back to 1989 and even before, everybody knew that this was an issue. So prior administrations should have been more diligent. This kind of reminds me of when we were talking about the hotel at the airport, and we didn't know what was under our airport, but the private industry did. So somehow, and I hope, this is why I keep on harping on metrics, on information, because we need to know when something's coming up, what we need to do. And prior administrations should have dealt with this also. I believe that for us to be competitive, then we have to do what we have to do. And obviously, if we put this on the port site, we may take a site that may impact not only the cruise industry, but also possibly, international trade on the commercial side. So what I don't understand is why we didn't go forth with eminent domain, which, by the way, doesn't mean that if you start with the eminent domain process, you can't resolve it between parties that are involved. Commissioner Gilbert is exactly right that the longer we take and the more we give to the owner of that property, or apparently now is a new owner, the worse it's going to be, from the perspective of eminent domain. I think our role should be to protect the competitive ability from Miami-Dade County. And I think we need to, in order to do that, I'm willing to vote for anything that'll do that, including beginning the eminent domain process, which I'll get to the question in a second. As far as naming somebody, Mr. Vice Chair, I don't like that. I'm going to tell you why. If it is going to be, it could be the chair or you as the vice chair. And I'm going to tell you why. And it's nothing against Commissioner Regalado. This habit of having one of us negotiate for the 13 of us is a bad habit. It's really a bad habit, because none of us were elected here to concede to everybody else's position when they want to, how they want to, etc. I don't, if I'm not sitting at the table, I think any of us should be sitting at the table, truthfully, if we desire to be there. Or we should let our administration do their job. We should let our lawyers do their job and hold them accountable, because accountability is what we're here for. But truthfully, I think it's a bad habit. I think it's a bad habit to appoint quote unquote negotiators on behalf of the full board. This is not a city, where there's a mayor and even if it was a city, there's still going to be lawyers involved, et cetera. And I disagree with them a lot, but I respect their professional opinion. And, I just think that it's a bad habit. I'm going to support anything that will help us stay competitive. And this is the question I have for you, for the county attorney's office. Because Commissioner Gilbert said we, in fact, already started the process of eminent domain. Did we start the process of eminent domain or not? Or eminent domain or not? Because if we didn't, I don't see anything that's problematic about starting a process where we could still reach a settlement. The longer we extend this, and the longer we extend making a decision, whether I'm on the winning side or losing side, the longer this is going to be a problem for us. So my question is, did we take a vote that said, yes, we're going to go ahead and start the eminent domain process? I was watching SportsCenter at the time, so you can clarify whatever.
Commissioner, we've taken some of the steps via board action that are necessary in connection with the eminent domain process, like, for example, getting the authority to hire appraisers and environmental consultants and that is underway. However, under Florida law, in order to actually commence the eminent domain proceedings themselves, the board has to adopt an authorizing resolution finding that there is necessity for the taking, and actually, including, for example, legal description of the property that's to be taken, and that would be subject to a board. That authorizing resolution has not been adopted. The prior action of the board contemplated that if there was an impasse, that item would come back to the board for its consideration.
Okay, so technically or legally, we have not started the eminent domain process. We've started the equivalent of the due diligence process for whatever was going to happen with this property. Look, the way that I look at it, even if there is an eminent domain process, you can still settle and reach a resolution. The eminent domain process does not mean that the parties involved, which in this case may be 2 or 3, could reach a settlement. I believe that if we end up building this, if in fact our staff is correct, and we build this on property or on the port site, my understanding is if we do that, we may either impact international trade, which is the commercial side, or we're going to impact the cruise industry. We're already competing. Forget about our good friends to the north. And some of the things that I saw there, I'm not going to rely on Broward County. Half of our employees are living in Broward County. We should do something about getting them back. So it's truthfully, they're competing with us. Every time we talk about, this is a tri-party, 3 regions, then Palm Beach and Broward doesn't keep their end of the bargain. We do, but, So I'm going to be supportive of anything that, and I believe that starting the eminent domain process would be a great negotiating tool, truthfully. I don't think it hurts us, and now that I can't flip off the channel and watch SportsCenter, I just, let's make a decision one way or the other. Commissioner Gilbert he's correct. He's been a mayor. He understands what a delay can cause a entity if they start the eminent domain process. Because yes, he is totally right. If we go through this and then we're in December, and then in December they filed for X, Y, and Z, the price is going to keep on going up. And that's where I stand. And again, to the vice chair, If in the end it's the will of the body to go ahead and have somebody have those meetings, I'm fine. I prefer to be the chair or the vice chair for simple reasons. And I prefer, by the way, I'm going to remind both of you that I'm not going to take whatever you say as just, a gospel from it. Thank you for the religious intonation gospel that's the case. If we're going to assign people to do these things, then let's get them to get information. I don't think that habit's a good one. I think it's a bad one. I think we should trust our staff. We should trust these lawyers. We all have the right to ask them questions. And as far as the administration, they're, in this case, I think there have been other administrations. As a matter of fact, we went back to 1989. We went back to 2013. If I would have been on this dais, I would have been asking those administrations, why have we not eminent domain that site yet? It was a 90-year lease. And the port grew. There was no cruise industry 40 years ago. It started here. That's why they're here. Some of them, like Royal, have dallied a little bit by going a little bit further north. And I would too. Because if you price me out of Miami-Dade County, I'm going to do what I got to do. We heard representatives from the unions. Those people just moved to Broward. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. And Mr. Chair, if you can give me a TV, I can go to watch Sports Center sometimes. I'll be happy.
Thank you, Commissioner, and welcome back. Coming in hot on sports and on the gospel.
I had a lot of time to think during this period.
Yeah. All right, Commissioner. And by the way, for the record, guys, I had no idea that Commissioner Gilbert was going to volunteer me to do this, and I don't expect, to your point, Commissioner Bermudez, if that's the will of the board, I have no intention of going in there to negotiate. Yeah. I mean, I'll sit in as the chair, I'll sit in as a member of this body, but just to be in the room, but I have no intent to do the job of the administration and/or our attorneys. With that, I have Commissioner Steinberg next.
All right, so does that mean you will be the liaison then?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do it now that I've been volunteered to do it, and/or my designee, so either my vice chair or maybe the port chair. But yes, there will be presence on behalf of this board there to report back to the board.
I will say welcome back, JC. It's good to see you. And all those sports references just reminds me again of our Dolphins, and they're not doing well. All right, so moving on, I do think that ultimately, last meeting, we did put a lot of the framework and a lot of the pieces in place. Should we reach an impasse so that they know we mean business, and they've started the appraisals and they've started taking real steps, which actually, I believe, caused the needle to move and actually get us some of these negotiating tools that we're dealing with now. So we're at the table, we're negotiating. There's going to be a meeting coming up. When is it? Okay, on the 20th, Mayor. So there's going to be a meeting, and you're going to be having mediation, an actual mediation. Can you explain that?
Through the chair, I'd like
recognized.
I'd like our Chief Operating Officer, Jimmy Morales, to address the process of what would happen in the mediation session. But again, I just point out, we originally had planned to do this last week, and unfortunately, we were told that they were not ready to do so, and now the date of the 20th was selected. Obviously, we would prefer to meet earlier. If you could restate the question.
For the record, Jimmy Morales, Chief Operating Officer. Commissioner, I think you were asking what's going to happen in the mediation process. Was that the question?
I want a clarification that that is happening.
Right.
And what we can expect, because I think at the end of the day, should we reach an impasse, I want to be clear. I think we all are unanimous in wanting to see that the port is successful, that we have accessible gas, and that, fuel rather, and that we are, willing to, basically all options are on the table. We haven't removed a single option yet, provided we know exactly where we're at and we have the full breadth of where we're at in the full picture.
And through the chair, Commissioner, one of the challenges when obviously the private sector is dealing with government is the sunshine and public record laws. And so we had met with them really within days, a couple days of the last meeting in September 18th. And the challenge was that they had a bunch of closing documents, prepared, appraisals, environmental analyses, a purchase contract, all information that could have informed our potential offer to them and our conversations. Unfortunately, those were confidential documents. By giving them to us, they become public records. So working with the attorneys, our county attorneys, the context of, sort of working with a mediator, because ultimately eminent domain is litigation, right? So in anticipation of potential eminent domain litigation, we would engage in mediation where we could have frank and protected conversations where they could share the information, closing costs, information about the facility that they know, environmental liabilities they're aware of, et cetera, et cetera. We immediately identified a couple of mediators. We had been hoping to meet that following week, but then they retained local counsel and then travel schedules, the holidays, and so now we're unfortunately pushed back to May 20th. We would have liked to have done it sooner. May 20th, October 20th. And that's the earliest we're going to be able to do it. And we hope there to perhaps gain some of that information. We have, by the way, we did look, for example, at public records like the SEC filings by Transmontane. We have a pretty good sense, we believe, of what they were paid as they reported to the SEC. We have, through Durham, an extensive amount of environmental information about the property, including, by the way, a report that was submitted to us by HRP about their assessment of the Fisher Island site, tank by tank, which indicated that there was probably $4 to $6 million of work to be done. So we've done some due diligence, but I think what we hope comes out of there is that we get a lot more information that could inform us making a kind of smart and informed offer that maybe we're not quite there yet. That would have been the hope to have done it, and so that's what we're hoping to do in that.
Okay. Chairman, are you bringing this back on the next meeting to get that update and see where we're at?
Yeah, this will continue to be updated as we have progress, for sure. I mean, I think it's that important. You still have the floor now. All right, wait, hold on a second, Commissioner. I have Senator Garcia, I have Cohen Higgins, and then back, and then I have Raquel first, and then, all right. Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I think we all recognize if this would have happened in the private sector, someone would have been fired. It's just the number one industry, the number one cruise industry of the world is in Miami-Dade County, and yet we find ourselves in a situation where we may not be able to provide fuel for the industry that we so say we care about and we cherish. It's really unfortunate that we find ourselves in this predicament. And then, yes, I do agree that it's always easy for government to say, if we don't have the money, let's raise taxes. If we don't have the property, let's eminent domain that quickly. No. Let's look at all the options. I think when we see the port, first of all, I want to tell our partners in the cruise line industry and our partners on cargo as well, we will resolve this issue. I think your issue is to make sure that we have accessible fuel source for Port Miami. I know that we will, but where we put it is the challenge that we have, and the processes that we use is the challenge that we have. I am not for eminent domain, no. That could be the last option that we have, and that's the last option we can use. But the reality is that we really haven't explored where in Port Miami, if there's different places that we can put this fuel facility in the actual port. We know there's other facilities, there's other areas around the port. I'd rather see it in the port, to be honest with you. I really do think the port is the best place to do it, and I think there's ways and options that we can go about it. But the reality is that the port does have a couple of issues, and I'm glad that you did bring up the issue with the cranes. We have cranes that are not working. We have cranes that still have Chinese technology. We've been having these conversations, and now all of a sudden we're shifting that to the crisis that we have with fuel. We do have that mediation on the 20th. I think we wait till that mediation happen, come back for a report to this county commission, and then we could explore the thoughts. But again, I am not necessarily in favor, not necessarily against it, but we should just not, that should not be the first option. I think for our cruise line industry, I think the best option for you all is to make sure that that fuel facility is in close proximity and actually on the actual port. So I think we explore the different options in the port and figure out where we go from there. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm listening closely to my colleagues, and I appreciate all of the executives from the cruise industry, all of our labor, all of our cargo executives for being here. It's clear by your presence how important this issue is to you and to your business, and obviously to our residents and to our visitors here in Miami-Dade County. To our mayor, I do appreciate your report. I'm confused a little bit by the discussion earlier regarding a failure to mention Port Miami as an alternative. The report not only mentions Port Miami as an alternative, it's number one in the listed alternatives in the report. It says alternatives to existing Port Miami fuel operation. These include, number one, constructing an on-port fuel facility. And then on page 5, it says constructing a new fuel facility on port, and says you need to identify between 6 to 10 acres. And it goes on for pages and pages. The report continues for pages talking about the possibility of constructing a fuel farm on Port Miami facilities. And then bold and underline, it says there is no parcel of non-contractually obligated land with a contiguous 6 to 10 acres at Port Miami. So I'm confused because it's in black and white. It goes on for pages where you all have explored that, you've outlined it, it's placed in a memo before us, and we all had access to it. And so I bring that up because I think in a situation like this, and I was party to those conversations at our last hearing, criticism is easy and it's warranted here. And I think the mayor recognizes that. I think she said that. I think she has acknowledged that. I am not going to be a party to that criticism at this point because I just don't think it helps to move the needle. And so the question becomes, what are we going to do as a board to help remedy the situation and actually move this issue and advance it forward? So I have questions that are factually based, and again, thank you to our mayor for the memo that is very detailed and outlines a number of alternatives. And I believe that there will be subsequent and additional information that is forthcoming, all of which we need in order to make an important decision. But I do have some questions for anyone who is here on behalf of the new owners of this property. And I believe that there are representatives here. If they are, I would appreciate them approaching. I think they're here, they may not be, but if there is a representative from the newly acquired parcel, which I believe is HRP, and we do have someone approaching. Thank you, Mr. May, for being here this morning. I have a few questions because the answer to the questions will directly affect how I vote on what I believe today may be a motion or a similarly situated motion about a potential eminent domain possibility, which would directly affect your client because you just closed on this property. So is it accurate, because we got a letter last night, that you closed on this property? HRP now acquires this almost 10 acres of land on Fisher Island, yes?
Yes. Yes.
What was the purchase price?
I'm not authorized to disclose that.
Not authorized to disclose that.
I don't
Okay.
know. I haven't seen the contract.
Okay. The reason I ask that is because there's still a lot of unknowns. And so even if you acquired the property, you meaning your client, even if you acquired the property for the $180 million, let's say that, because that's what has been reported in the news and in different publications. Let's say, I don't know whether or not that $180 million was an arm's length transaction between private entities where you all agreed upon a price, and that's just the price that you all agreed upon, or whether that's the actual appraised value of the land. I mean, is it possible that the appraised value of the land is substantially higher than that, or did you rely on appraisals in order to arrive at the number that you did upon closing?
Commissioner, I think these are some of the things that actually would be able to be disclosed in the pre-litigation mediation process that we've all agreed to, being my client HRP and the county. So these are the kind of things that would be disclosed. I will say that, so everybody's aware, The property was purchased as a result of a very public marketing of the property. So it was competitively bid. It was an arm's length transaction, I'm sure based on appraisals. I would be shocked if it wasn't. And certainly based upon, what was, I think, reported, there were starting bids that were a price that was put on the table by the seller, Transmontane, early on. That was published in the media. The Real Deal reported on that. So I think that's as much as I could say at this point. But these are the kind of things that would come forth in, October 20th is what the currently scheduled date is for the verse mediation session. So these are the things that would come forth and be available to the county.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that. And it's certainly you and your client's intention to attend and participate in a meaningful and good faith way with the county at that mediation, whether it's on October 20th or any time earlier or thereafter.
Absolutely.
Okay, and the proposal that you submitted, I think it was shortly prior to closing or really close to closing or after closing, that proposal is still the goal and the intention of HRP to work with the county to do some sort of negotiated deal where fuel for our incredibly vital port and cargo and cruise community can continue at the site?
100%.
Okay, so that's important for me to get on the record because, again, I think the board was very clear at our last hearing, and I was probably one of the most vocal voices of, I don't understand how it is possible that we got here considering the import of this property. But here we are, okay? And now your client did everything they were supposed to do. They're a private entity. They bid on the property. We had the opportunity to do that 2 years ago when it came online. We didn't. So now you have the property and you're representing to this board that you're making a good faith effort to work with us so that we are not going to be crippled at Port Miami. I think we should take that at face value before triggering any kind of eminent domain. And should those negotiations fall short, should there be an impasse and you all are not able to reach some sort of a meaningful deal with this county, it is at that point, and for me, at that point alone, that I would consider eminent domain proceedings. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Matt,
Thank-
one thing to put on the
Yes,
record.
yes, you may.
Sir,
Through the vice chair, if it's
Thank-
okay, I didn't
go
realize
ahead.
that he had something else.
Just one thing that I did want to, put on the record is that we did, as a part of our letter yesterday, we did provide answers to questions from the port, and certainly contained in those answers is the willingness to give the port more time, okay, if necessary, in the event that we were to construct a new facility on the port. So I want everybody to understand it is not the intention of my client in any way, shape, or form to disrupt the flow of fuel to Port Miami and to the cruise industry. They understand how important it is to the economy. They fully are aware of that, and that is why they've come forth in good faith in order to work with the county to find and work with the port to find an amenable solution for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much for saying that. And as I close, Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair, to the administration, because I am so, and again, I'm not going to get critical, so I don't think it helps in any way, but because I've already expressed my discontent with us being here and being placed in a situation and us dealing with a somewhat similar situation at Miami International Airport, to our mayor, I look forward to working with you on doing a truly countywide comprehensive analysis of any potential situation that is even remotely resembling of the situation that we find ourselves in, where there is critical infrastructure or land that we need in order to operate as a county, and whether or not we need to look into the acquisition of those properties or parcels prior to an emergency situation. Which is what we're in sort of right now. Thank you. Mr.
Through the chair, may I make a point of clarification?
You may, Madam Mayor, you recognize.
Thank you so much. You know, it was said that these are uncomfortable choices. I actually have to be clear that we do know that if we are to build on the port, it will affect cargo. And that is an extreme, it's more than uncomfortable. It's a choice. So I just think we want to be clear. We'll come back with more detail about that, but essentially to have the acreage that would be needed to do this, it will have an outside. And I would like Chief Operating Officer to clarify.
Let's clarify in a second, Chief. Because obviously it's a choice. Everything the mayor, I understand, but
Well,
we'll clarify in a second. Because I recognize the mayor. I didn't realize she was going to pass.
Well,
it
yeah,
on to you.
because he was the second part of my clarification.
I know, but I didn't realize you were going to pass it on to him.
No, it's a very, very short clarification, Mr. Chair, if you would allow.
I'll come back to you. But I have still commissioners that have not spoken, but I will come back to you before the second round, which is Raquel's the next round. But Commissioner Higgins, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I hate to tell you, I told you so, but I told you so at the last meeting. In my comments, I said if we did not include the option of eminent domain at the beginning, as my colleagues, Commissioner Gilbert and Commissioner Bermudez has discussed, that by the time we sat here today, that'd be off the table because we would be negotiating with the buyer because they would rush to close. And boy, howdy, did they do that. And it is not missed on me that they canceled the mediation meeting. They didn't have time to enter mediation because they didn't have all their facts. But boy, howdy, they had time to close on the property. So we are no longer negotiating with the seller. So here we are. I'm extremely disappointed. We're all hooting and hollering that the port made a mistake. Yes, they did, and they should not. They were asleep at the wheel and should have dealt with this when the property was put up for sale. But the decision we made last time puts this county's economy at risk. The cruise and cargo industry at Port Miami drive our economy. They employ thousands of people in and around the port, from at our airport. Let's be very clear what we've done. We have now just raised the price of absolutely everything and wasted county money unnecessarily. We are here. I certainly did not vote for us to be in this situation, negotiating with the worst possible scenario versus the best possible scenario. I want to thank you, Commissioner Gilbert, for trying to put us in a better position last time, and I'm sorry we did not have the votes for that. And Commissioner Bermudez, I'm glad you're back. Stop watching sports and keep us on the right track with projects like this. The future of this county is at stake. We cannot and do not need luxury buildings to ruin the economic vitality of Port Miami. Thank you very much.
All right, Chief Morales.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of points of clarification. The impact with the facility on the port is not just limited to the 6 or 7 or 6 to 10 acres that a facility like this might impact, which, by the way, only 1% of the land on the port is actually technically available under our ownership. 85% is in the hands of cruise, cargo, all under contracts and leases, and 14% is roads to get around. So that gives you a sense of it. It's also the berth, because one of the things of the operation of the facility at Fisher Island is a huge tanker with about 34, 36 feet of depth comes from Port Everglades, 4 to 6 times a month, and for a day is their fueling. In order to come to the port, the only area with deep enough draft is in the cargo area. And to install the infrastructure for that ship could well require the removal of 1 to 2 potential cranes. So it could have a long-term impact. Again, we're just starting to study this, we're starting to look at it, but it's not just the acreage, it's the impact on the berths, where, if you remember, we spent a lot of time and energy dredging that area so that these super post-Banamex ships could come in, and we're one of only 3 ports, I think, on the East Coast that have that capacity. Now we could lose some of that capacity with a tanker. So those are the things that we talked about in the memo. Are they preclusive? We're not sure, but it is a decision that it would be made of taking back cargo land potentially and impacting berths in order to put this facility. That's one of the potential challenges we're looking at. And getting to an answer on this is not easy, because even in 20 or 30 days, we're not going to say, oh, we know exactly where it's going to go, how it's going to look. That's going to take a significant amount of time, environmental assessment. So that is part of the issue is the timing of all this. So.
And the timing of when we learned.
The other issue, Mr. Chairman, I want to address. It is true that I guess back in February there was probably some public information about the acquisition. And at that point, whether that was late or not, staff did engage we began to have meetings, I know Heidi and her team, with HRP and some of the partners. In April, we received an offer from them as part of these negotiations that they would agree to lease the facility to us for 30 years for $25 million a year with a 3% escalator, or 3.5% escalator. That amounted to over $1 billion worth of payments over 30 years, at the end of which we didn't own anything. So that didn't seem to make sense to us. We rejected that offer. They then came back, I think it was in August of this year, with a 40-year availability flow of fuel at $15 million a year with a 3.5% escalator. Again, it gave us an extra 10 years, but still for over $1 billion and nothing to show. I remind you now, it was September 18th when we came before you, because we've realized now we were not getting the kind of a serious offer, and now we needed to act quickly. And in the middle of all the budget stuff going on, we knew it wasn't the right time, but we thought we didn't have any more time, and that is why we did it. We apologize we didn't start that process earlier, but and I can't apologize for prior administrations, but once we realized we really had no more negotiating to do with them, that's when we brought our motions on September 18th. And I think, as someone said, one of the commissioners, but for that, perhaps we're not at the table today, because they did respond at that point with a lot more reasonable situation. So,
Commissioner Regalado, and followed by Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a few points. If you go back to the cruise, to the port master plan, you're going to see a breakdown, and I know that there's been changes to that, Jimmy. The master plan that was done by Bill Johnson in 2011 has a breakdown of the acreage at the port, and it has a breakdown specific by cargo, cruise, support, and apron. I think it would have been useful to give us an update on that, because as you and I have discussed, and the memo mentions, there are, 2.5 to 3 acres that are unencumbered. There's also land that is unencumbered and not usable for this purpose, but could be usable for other purposes. So, for example, there's the tennis courts, there's the fire station that potentially, could be used. There's the parking lot next to that. I mean, obviously, we talk about the prime real estate around the berths, but that is not to say that there could not be movement, with the open area that is unencumbered. So that's the first clarification, because the memo states that everything is encumbered. Granted, all prime real estate is encumbered, right? But there is unencumbered land on the port, correct?
About 1%.
And there's a map.
Right, but there is. And you are currently in negotiations, in renegotiations for the lease for cargo, correct?
We are, yes. There
Yes,
leases
you are.
that
That's
coming up.
happening in real time. Okay. And there are cranes that are not in service.
The cranes, as
Hold on, Madam Mayor, give me 1 second, through the chair. So you want to have an ever-flowing conversation with them, Commissioner
Yes, yeah.
Regalado?
Ask me questions,
Go
yes.
ahead.
By the way, Commissioner, we do have a map of the port currently with all the encumbered and unencumbered lands that we could put up there. It's ready to go if folks want to see it visually.
Would be useful.
Yeah, we do have some cranes that are not functioning, and the challenge has not been money. The challenge has been, and I think somebody mentioned the Chinese technology. The challenge is that there are no American companies that make cranes. We can't buy Chinese, and we don't want to buy Chinese cranes. And so there's a real limit. So we are now about to go out for an RFP. Hopefully, some European, there's an Argentinian company now. But the challenge has not been money. It's been the inability to find cranes.
And so how
We wanna
long
correct
is
that.
that going to take? Because
Yeah.
there's the area, there's areas that are not being used.
I do not have that expertise, but I would defer. I know Fred Wong is here, who knows those operations, could answer that question of how long it'll take. But that is the intention, is to replace those cranes and make them function, not to just leave them that way. But the challenge has been, buy America when there is no American manufacturer is challenging. So,
Also, has Fire provided you with plans about potentially changing their locations because their station is 30 years old and they would like to have different placement on the port?
again, Chief Jadala's here. I had a conversation with Chief Jadala maybe a day or two ago, and I think what they're looking to do, and I don't want to put words in his mouth so he can come up, and I'll let him indicate of what their desire is on the port.
Does that work for you, Commissioner Regalado?
Yes, it does.
Chief, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Through the chair, This came up to us 2 days ago in regards to the discussion. We're not, familiar with the plans. I know that we've had our strategic plan discussion with the port about maybe 12, 18 months ago. So the intentions are, there are 3 components to our strategic plan that's looked at every year. Our intentions are to actually expand the current station. It is centrally located where we need it for response times.
Where are your guys sleeping on the port?
So we just added the fireboat quarters. Currently, they're sitting in a trailer that's attached to the station.
Okay. Jimmy, back to you. When we talk about cargo, I think you need to provide us with more information on the issues that they're having with infrastructure. I know you've also been in discussions for an inland port and the possibility of moving the cargo containers off the port. How much acreage do the cargo container storage take up in Port Miami?
I don't know the exact acreage, but you are correct. As you know, many of you are familiar, the port has been very aggressive in soliciting federal funding to the electrification of the port so we can move containers off more quickly. We have been looking at different potential sites for inland ports, and for those who aren't familiar, it's the ability offshore, off port, and then trucks would pick up from there and not necessarily from the port. That could also address traffic issues, which are, in most people's opinion, the 2 biggest challenges our port faces are traffic and parking. And that's where we need some of that extra land.
So
but we are looking at it. I will defer to Fred or Heidi on how much acreage.
So 2 questions, because I know you've been looking at an inland port. And also, can you confirm for the board that Port Miami has in fact signed an MOU with the airport for an inland port, and there was already discussion of using Opa-locka West?
Director Webb.
Well, Heidi, do you want to address
Through the chair, Heidi Webb, Director of Port of Miami. A couple of questions you asked about. So the cranes, or the acreage for the yards, we have 3 cargo yards at the port. In total, it's about over 200 acres. We have Seaboard, which is 87 acres. We have Palmtock, which is 72 acres, and South Florida Container Terminal is 59 acres, all under contract.
Right, but in terms of the storage, so how much of it is operations and how much of it is storage of empty cargo containers? Because obviously when we talk about an inland port, one of the things that we're looking at is moving the empty containers off the port, right? Right now you're playing a giant Jenga game over there, and the idea is to get them off. So have you analyzed how much acreage you could potentially open up if you were to use the rail line differently and create an incentive for the cargo industry to move it by rail off Port Miami?
So we agree with you that the rail is extremely important for a future inland port. To your point about the port is crowded, it's dense, we do need to move these containers off the port as quickly as possible. We don't want them sitting on the port, taking up space. In order to take cargo land back, we do need to open up our contracts and invest in densifying within our yards. So there's a cost to doing that.
You're currently negotiating those contracts right now, those
We've
leaseholds?
been negotiating them for a while.
Right. So you're not opening them up. You're currently in negotiation for those leaseholds right now.
Correct, but we haven't closed on them.
Right. No, I think that's important for the board to know, because when you read the memo, that's not what it says. It doesn't say we're currently in the process of negotiating these leaseholds. It doesn't speak of the inland port. It doesn't speak of the possibility of moving it to Opa-locka West. It doesn't speak of the MOU with the airport. It doesn't speak of the other options that the administration has been given, specifically by FEC. So those are the concerns. That could open up acreage, right? So to just boldly say that we would have to breach contracts in order to find acreage, I do not think is an assessment of the current situation. I think there's current things that are happening, and there's things that we could do, that would allow us to open up acreage, not necessarily harming anyone. So have you considered an incentive to having the cargo users, move the boxes? Have you guys considered that?
Yes,
Because
we have.
the rail's there.
Yeah, we're working with FEC to come up with an incentive to try to get those boxes off the port as quickly as possible. But I do want to be clear. I think the memo is clear that in order to do this, we need to open up the contract. So we're not hiding anything here. We're being completely transparent. If there's more information, we're taking good notes on what you would like to go forward with, and we'll supply that. But yeah.
Regarding the berths, what I have been told is that we wouldn't necessarily be losing the berths in perpetuity, that the tanker would be coming every 2 weeks for 12 hours. Jimmy, where do you get the other number?
So I could,
Yeah, for Heidi.
so what we understand from the limited information that we have, the berth is used last year, about 65 times a year.
At Fisher. Where are you, at
Yes,
Fisher?
At Fisher.
So-
At
so
Fisher. So if
you're-
we took that volume, which is going to increase, we anticipate a minimum of 65 days a year. It's also our understanding from the tour that we took out there that there's infrastructure along the dock, particularly an item called manifolds, and those take up space on the dock. They are permanent, and it limits our ability to use a crane in that area, whether it's an STX crane or whether it's a stick crane. It limits our ability to use that dock. We do need to understand that, and that is part of the next phase in figuring out what this modern facility would look like.
Jimmy, some of the information that you're going to receive at mediation is trade secret or is somewhat classified. Has the administration spoken to our attorneys about how you could potentially release the information to this board? Are you considering a shade meeting or some other meeting where you could give us that proprietary information so that we would be informed by the time we got to the update on the 23rd? Because my understanding is there's a lot of information about the Fisher facility that cannot be released.
Yeah, through the chair. Commissioner, we have been working very closely. Miguel and Andrea and the team have been at almost, I think, every meeting we've been at on how to approach this delicately, obviously, very delicately. We haven't necessarily talked yet about a shade, how we were going to present it to you all. You know, a shade session, I know a lot of other jurisdictions use. I'm not sure we do that here a lot at the county. Like, I know when I was at the city, we use that a lot. But we would have to have that conversation. So we haven't gotten to that point. But we're just looking forward to hearing what that information is. We may not, right now it's more to inform, I think, our ability to make an offer. Ultimately, we would need, whether it's eminent domain or forgetting, just the process of bringing any purchase to you all would require appraisals and whatnot. It's just that the information in the interim is faster to get than it takes time to get appraisals done and that. So we're trying to sort of speed up our information. So, but we'll talk about how we would present that to you. Hopefully by that point, we would have non-confidential information like our own appraisals that could support it.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you. Colleagues, last thing. I fear that without direction from this board, that the administration find locations on Port Miami, we are going to be having this same conversation in 60 days. Because as you keep hearing, they keep telling us about the impediments. They're currently negotiating these leases. They could move forward with the inland port and free up space. They could look at the areas that are unencumbered and shift people to those areas. All of that could happen. But all of that takes effort and a desire to find a solution at Port Miami. And I have yet to find that initiative. It's much easier to look to Fisher. If we are going to continue on the two paths, I think that this board needs to provide specific direction to come back at a time certain with sites on Port Miami and let us decide if it is in fact too disruptive. I think that's a decision that we should make. We should not be offered one option and one option only. So that would be my motion at the appropriate time, that we direct the administration to come back with a minimum of 3 sites so that we could look at this holistically. And the only way that we're going to get a true price on building a fuel facility at Port Miami is if we have a site and there's some due diligence done on that site. So I think we'll just find ourselves having the same conversation in 60 days if we're not very specific about that point.
Mr. Chair, just one quick clarification. I think it's important, if I could. And that is, we do not, the port, unilaterally have the power to tell people to ship their containers on trains out of the port. That's a cost factor. So the companies who are bringing in those containers, critical to their competitiveness is how to compete with the other ports in terms of the cost. Putting it on a train adds cost and whatnot. So either we have to provide incentives, which means we're spending money, or there has to be some other way. So we don't I just want to make it clear, we can't just unilaterally tell these freight companies, you have to put on a train. That's all.
Both you and Commissioner Regalado are getting into details that we will be discussing in mediation. We will be figuring this out in the process. If we all want to figure this out here today, let's do it. Let's talk about it. Let's see who's visited the port. let's pull it up on a map and let's start moving containers off the port right now. But if not, you all are speaking just to get your voice out, and I don't know what's going on. Like, let's get to the point here, because we either discuss it today or we discuss it during mediation. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, then I have Gilbert, and then Bermudez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am, again, listening very closely, and again, we have very powerful executives that are sitting here and paying very close attention to the direction of the conversation, but my sentiment is similar to what our chairman just expressed, and I do really want clarity, because I want to know how it is that we can be helpful to you. I'm not sure what the options are that these opposing viewpoints want us to consider. I believe that the cruise industry and the cargo industry wants a vote today to trigger eminent domain, and I believe that the administration's perspective is give us 2 more weeks or a few more days, and we're going to bring this back to you after mediation. To our administration, is that a pretty good summary of the alternatives that we are facing as a board? Because currently there's no motions. It is a discussion item. We've spent considerable time on this, which we should, but I just want to frame what is before the board currently. Are those the 2 options that you all understand that we are traveling on?
Through the chair, Commissioner, as I stated at the beginning, we have not had the meeting with the owners. We want to have that as soon as possible. We want to have access to their information. We've done our due diligence within the information we could access to be able to say that that is still a viable option from our perspective, thus at this point. And simultaneously, we are diligently looking at where on the port this could go. All of it is a matter of time and money, and not just money for the building, but money for anything that would impact future growth and operations at the port. And yes, we are planning to bring back further information exactly on that point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I know you've been the designated essential spokesperson for the industry. So yes, you're recognized because I asked you a question.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to be back. I think just to provide clarity here, ultimately our goal is to have available and affordable fuel available at the port.
Consistently and with certainty.
And with certainty. The issue that we have, I hope, I mean, if there is another place to put the facility, that's wonderful. If it's on the port, wherever it may be. The issue, I think, for us at hand is the certainty element. Even if we identified land, the amount of time it will take for the permitting, the building, et cetera, is not 24 months. I don't know if that's, I hope that can be done in 5 years or a decade. That's the issue here, is it's the short to medium term versus the long term. And from my point of view, you know what a long-term solution could be on Fisher, which could be the tower. But in the short and medium term, without that fuel farm, it's pretty tough to solidify certainty that that fuel is going to be available to us. And if it is on the port, again, great, or some other location, but that is not going to happen overnight. That is not going to happen in 2 years. It's going to take a long period of time to do that and get all the approvals and environmental studies, et cetera, to do that. Hopefully you don't need a dredge. And if you need a dredge, well, that's a whole nother can of worms. So I think the reason why we're pushing for this is because we're trying to create certainty in the path. Maybe you don't need to use eminent domain at the end of the day, and there's a negotiated settlement that comes out of that. But we want, as an industry, not just cruise, but just broader maritime with cargo, we want great certainty, because we make deployment decisions 18 to 24 months out, and we need to make sure that that's not going to be disrupted at that point in time. And that's why we're pushing here, is for that. But we are open to all ideas to ensure that we have available and affordable and great certainty in that.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that, and I appreciate the openness to different options with a very clear stated intention and purpose, i.e. allow us to continue doing our business without disruption, which I understand fully. And I think you raise a good point regarding the actual length of time that it will take should we opt to move a fuel farm onto the very narrow amount of space that we have at Port Miami. That is a 10-year endeavor. That's talking about hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. So I'm not against that plan, but it doesn't solve our current situation. that we're in. And to our attorneys, there's something that I would like to clarify because I think we went over this at the last hearing, and I want to make sure that everyone is on the same page regarding eminent domain and the way that it actually plays out, because I don't want the impression to be left that because we didn't vote for eminent domain at the last hearing, they closed. I mean, had we voted for eminent domain at the last hearing, would they still have had the ability to close?
Commissioner, yes.
Okay, so I think that's important. Eminent domain is not an immediate trigger action like an emergency injunction saying stop everything you're doing right now, everybody stop in their tracks. That's not the way that it works. It's simply a legal process that takes, like moving a fuel farm, I mean, not similar, but it's something that takes time. And so these private entities and their right to close was going to happen whether or not we pulled that trigger at the last hearing. And I think that's important to note. And so I don't know, to our cruise industry, to our cargo industry, to our labor partners that are here, I don't know that there's going to be a meaningful disposition of this issue today. I think that the reasonable path forward is to allow you all to do what you need to do, have your heavy hitters in the room, the mayor, the lawyers, our chief operating officer, our chairman, negotiate the best terms on behalf of the county, which will provide us the immediate answers for the immediate future while we plan long term, which I'm absolutely open to. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gilbert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Gilbert,
Chairman.
I still have Bermudas after you, but I would like to start bringing this in for landing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't intend to make a motion for to institute eminent domain today. I think I probably will at the end of this, and I'm going to tell you why. It's because Commissioner Regalado convinced me. She absolutely convinced me. She convinced me when she said that she wanted to have a shade session. We could have a shade session if we actually institute a lawsuit. We could actually sit and actually have these conversations that we've been having ad nauseum for the past like 45 minutes, essentially telling people what we think before we go to a negotiation, which seemed to be exhaustively dumb. I have no idea what we are doing on this dais right now. I just don't understand what we're doing. We know that before the last meeting, the offer was like $1.1 or $1.2 billion. After we started talking about eminent domain, they offered to build a support for free. We can actually track a fuel farm for free. We can track the actual effectiveness of using eminent domain. I don't like eminent domain either, but it built 995, and all of you got here on 995. It built the interstate roadway. When you drive across it built all of that stuff. We don't use it lightly. We don't do it a lot. We do it with things that are very important. And so we're here, we're playing port director here. We're playing port director, we're playing dredging expert, we're playing environmentalist, we're playing cruise president, we're playing cargo president. We're playing at that game when there are real consequences. My desire is not to have to eminent domain this property. My desire was for us to not allow the property to become more expensive in case we did have to eminent domain it. We already let that go. So now there is a purchase price that will affect appraisals. That's going to happen now. So the question isn't if the number is 180, it's 180. The question is not whether if we have to eminent domain, are we going to pay that? We're going to pay that definitely, at least that. That plus a premium. That's what eminent domain is going to do for us now. The question is, how much more are we willing to pay? I met with the representatives from HRT. I met with the cruise line folks. I met with the administration. The reason I want the chairman there is because I realize that I suggested they all be in the same room before this meeting, but they couldn't make that happen. Because in the real world, I hear the administration and they talk in terms of impossibilities. They don't think it's possible. HRT talks in terms of we think it's very possible, it's just they don't want to do it. The cruise lines, they won't use this word, but they're just scared because they need the predictability of ready fuel. And so I'm hearing all parties, yeah, you all need to sit around at the same table. No, we don't need 60 days to do it. They're going to mediation. I'm assuming everybody's agreed on a mediator, right? Okay, so you've agreed on a mediator. The mediator can declare an impasse. When the mediator declares an impasse, we institute eminent domain. That's not 60 days. That's not 60 days. We are overcomplicating this right now. We don't need to take the property. Commissioner Regalado, I don't want to take their property. I don't want to, if they can build their condos and there can be a reasonable solution for fuel on the port, I'm comfortable with that. But we're talking about the contract out there lasts until, like, was it 2027? And right now it's 2025. And to build the facility is probably going to take, if we build it on a port, maybe between 5 and 10 years. What are we talking about, Heidi? How long is it going to take to actually do this? We still need to deal with the interim. So when I talked to their representatives and they said, hey, we're not going to cut off the fuel no matter what, I am encouraged by that, because now I know, at least while we're figuring this out, we're actually going to be able to have a sustainable fuel source right there. It's the consistency. But we can't keep doing this. Like, the reason why I want a natural trigger, like if they declare a mediator, an impasse, it automatically, we pass the item for eminent domain. It's because every time it comes back to this dais, it's the possibility to interject more politics into something that is not political. This is economics. We know what the cruise industry does. We know what the cargo industry does. We know what fuel costs. We know we need to have the boats fueled. We know what we have right now. When they talk about, when they get in mediation, they tell them the condition of the property, and we make the determination if HRT is right and it's going to cost an extra $200 million to remediate this property, okay. We'll have that information after mediation. We don't need to exhaust this thing anymore. We needed to do it the last meeting, Commissioner Higgins. That's what we need. That's what we said on this side of the dais. We were about doing it last meeting. We said that they're going to close before the next meeting. And they closed the day before the next meeting. They closed the day before the next meeting. So we just cost ourselves millions of dollars. Okay. And no, so when you say it's not true, one thing we do know, we don't think that the sale would have actually, or declaring eminent domain would have actually stopped them from selling. They could have still closed, but they would have closed with notice that this property was subject to eminent domain. What we said last time was no. So now they closed and it wasn't subject to eminent domain. No, I don't think they do have notice. I don't think they have the exact thing, because the motion for eminent domain failed. So we actually said no to eminent domain last time.
Yep.
If your item has a second, then you're right. Then we don't need to vote again. The attorney says we do.
Are you going to make a motion, or?
I move for eminent domain.
Okay, well, that's,
Point of clarification from the attorneys.
yeah, hold on a second. Yes. Go ahead and ask your point of clarification.
Thank you. The motion that passed, my motion that passed last time had 2 tracks. Can you please inform the inform the board as to the second track regarding preparation for eminent domain and the preliminary agreement to mediation?
Yes, Commissioner Regalado. The directive was to direct the county attorney to prepare a resolution authorizing and directing the county mayor or county mayor's designee, if negotiations under the negotiation section of the resolution are unsuccessful, to initiate eminent domain court proceedings with respect to the fuel facility property, including a declaration of taking as necessary for and on behalf of Miami-Dade County. If the parties have reached an impasse before October 9th, 2025, then such resolution for the initiation of eminent domain proceedings shall be placed on the board's October 9th agenda.
Mr. Chairman, actually, I still have the floor.
Commissioner, you do ish. You made a motion.
Well, unless there's since I was speaking, I don't do ish unless I surrender the floor.
Well,
it's not.
Well,
I
you
have
did.
the floor.
You did. You made a
I
motion,
didn't submit
and
the
there
floor.
was a second on the motion.
I asked for.
But and she had a yes. But hold on. Let me re-listen for a second, and I'll get back to you, and I'll get back to you, Commissioner. A motion to just do eminent domain
Begin the process of eminent domain.
right now is, so let's back up for a second. And I get that you got passion about Commissioner Regalado's statement, but we received, I think you brought it up, we received this letter late last night from HRP where they're saying, or they're proposing and agreeing to, and we can call them up and we can ask our attorneys if this is binding. There's a letter that we all received. This is important that we all have this and read this letter, where it says that, amongst other things, it states that for a period of 60 days, i.e. during negotiations and mediation, there will be no new development applications or entitlements. What does that mean? The way I interpret that, and the attorneys can clarify that, what that means is that they will take no action on the property as the new owners to drive the cost of the property up. So it'll stay at the status quo. Therefore, with this, I feel there is no rush because we're no longer pressured to do eminent domain today because we have the 60 days. With guarantees that the property value will not increase. That is what I understand from this letter. Now, how binding this letter is, how can we hold them to that? That's a question for the attorneys. But I would support an eminent domain. I would. Just not starting today when, in good faith, they're saying, we will take no further action on the property that will drive your cost up in good faith for us to negotiate. If there's an impasse, like you stated, Commissioner Gilbert, then in said impasse, I would 100% support eminent domain. I would support it then. That said, I have a question for the attorneys, our county attorneys, is I imagine a letter is not sufficient, but what can hold them to this letter and their offer in this letter of not doing any entitlements or submitting any applications to develop this property or anything at all that will increase the property value of said almost 10 acres on Fisher Island?
Mr. Chairman, I think that would have to be memorialized in a contract that would be subject to this board's approval.
Okay, and we don't have that today. The representative from HRP, I guess, is Brian May, who's came up earlier. If Brian May or someone else from HRP wants to come up and propose, I see all the hands from the peripheral. I see them.
Can we clarify one thing? Because we didn't finish clarifying.
Okay, yes, but give me 1 second. We're going to clarify everything.
I'm next in line.
We're not going to rush.
I just want to be clear.
You are next.
I waited. I behaved.
You have. You're on my list.
I do not cede my time to her.
You have. You have waited. And thank you for that on your first day back. Yes, thank you for that. Mr. May.
Yes, sir.
A letter alone is not binding, and I think you're a lawyer, I believe, by trade. You understand that to be true. Do you propose anything, or what can we do here to feel that the letter that I received, and apparently all my colleagues last night, is binding and that HRP will hold true to it? Other than, I give you my word.
The chairman and CEO of the company has signed it. If you'd like us to notarize it or witness it, I guess we could do that. But we've given you 60 days, right? We don't want this to drag on any more than you do, with all due respect. So if you want 60 days, if you want 15 days, if you want 20 days, it probably makes a lot of sense, though, to have a mediation discussion on October 20th without eminent domain. I have no idea what my client will do, and I'm not sure they know what they will do if the board says we're just going straight to eminent domain. I don't know the answer to that, but I think you know what I'm saying. That's not like a friendly gesture. We've done nothing but come forth in good faith to put alternative proposals on the table, and much to discount what people are suggesting on the dais, we closed in accordance with the schedule to close on the property. We had obligations to close on the property, and that's what we did. So that's no fault of ours that we closed on the property, and it's no fault that we've come forth in good faith to try to put all kinds of proposals that we can on the table, albeit the ones that were over the summer. You did not find them attractive. You had a discussion on September 18th. We responded accordingly in good faith, and by October 1st, we had a proposal on your desk that's a real proposal with serious commitments to build a facility either on the port or at an alternative site at our cost. I don't know how much more good faith we could put on the table with all due respect. We have done everything we possibly can. We would definitely, I think my client would find an eminent domain vote by the board today as sort of a hostile move, and I would strongly suggest that you not do that. But the prerogative of the board is the prerogative of the board.
Thank you, Mr. May, and yes, it will be the prerogative of the board, but we're trying to find the best solution for all the residents of Miami-Dade County, not just for your client and not just for the will of one individual commissioner, but obviously for the entire county. I understand.
I don't know if, like, we're going to draft a contract. You think we could draft a contract, go back and forth with lawyers in 15 days?
Well,
I don't know.
We certainly can't do it today.
We're just dragging on something. We put something in writing.
All right.
I mean, come
Mr.
on.
May, just stand by. You could take a seat or stay there, but stand by in case there's more questions for you. But Commissioner Bermudez.
Chairman, I still had the floor when I got interrupted by Commissioner Regalado.
But I recognized her to
No, but then it still comes back to me.
Okay,
It's still
okay,
the
okay,
floor.
okay.
It was a
It'll
point
be
of
round three.
clarification.
If you still have the floor after your
You're going
motion.
to a completely another person.
Okay, if you still have the floor as your motion and you want to clarify your motion.
I want to talk on my motion.
Okay,
and-
clarify your motion and then Bermudez is next online.
Because, Mr. Chairman, I think that something ought to be clear. When Commissioner Regalado asked the attorneys to read what her item was the last time,
Quiet in the back, please.
What they failed to say is we would still have to actually pass a whole nother item. We did not authorize eminent domain the last time. Those are words on a piece of paper. To authorize eminent domain, we have to pass an entirely different item. So I am absolutely correct when I say that we did not do it. I read the letter that Mr. May sent. I don't disagree with that proposal. I'm okay with negotiating with that, but if we're going to do this, where we have commissioners give all the opposing views about why we should be, if we're going to do that on a dais, we can just go ahead and have the eminent domain vote now. I disagree with us sitting up here giving them reasons, making our negotiating position weaker. The strongest negotiating position we have is through eminent domain. They don't want us to do it, and so that won't motivate them.
Commissioner,
And so,
can I ask you a question for you to clarify in your motion?
yes,
Are you suggesting? Yeah. Are you suggesting that we approve eminent domain today via reso without it having to come back to the board, subject to and only if there's an impasse by the mediator?
that is what I'm suggesting.
Okay,
That is what I'm suggesting. I'm not suggesting that we say, hey, you know what? Let's go to eminent domain, and we're going to do eminent domain right now. We're going to institute what I'm saying. We passed the reso now. And the mediation, starting on the 20th, I don't think this mediation is going to end on the 20th. I think this mediation will actually last longer.
So here's my only concern with that. My only thought with that is, and I agree with that in theory. In concept, I do agree with, and I could potentially get behind that. My only concern is that what is considered an impasse, as far as obviously the mediator will determine that, but what the administration may not agree to in said mediation might be something that this board want to agree to. So to just make it automatic after that mediation without coming back to the board is the only thing that I have it's like in limbo for me.
Mr. Chairman, that's why I said you should sit on the board. Because having listened to all of them, I don't disagree with Commissioner Regalado. I think that the administration is well-intentioned, but I think that they look at this from literally through a lens of impossibility. And I think that HRT looks at this through a lens of, oh, it can definitely happen. You're just looking at it like it's impossible. And I think the cruise industry and the cargo industry are just terrified. I mean, so I see that. That's why I'm not, and I would never cede our decision-making ability, but we need somebody there to say, hey, you know what, I get what you're saying, but it's not really impossible how much, we need somebody who is not any of them at the table. So if you were the vice chair, could do it. I think Commissioner Regalado knows a lot about this, but she has a perspective. I know a lot about it. I have a perspective. That's why I didn't recommend myself. Because I think that the chairman, the vice chairman, or your designee is probably the appropriate person to sit there and say, hey, you know what, this is really an impasse. With the media, sit there and do that. But we shouldn't be coming back and discussing this again. I think we pass it. we let the mediation go on as long as it can. I suspect that we will need all 60 of those days to actually mediate. I suspect that's what's going to happen because this isn't simple. But it will tell us the condition of the property. It'll tell us how much stuff costs. We will get the information we need. That we can be briefed individually as commissioners, not collectively, because we will not create public records. And then we can actually get past this. We can provide certainty. So at the appropriate time, that is my motion.
All right, I've got Commissioner Bermudez patiently waiting, and then I'll come back for second bites.
Yeah, listen, this is, somebody's going to put something out there, take all our pictures and say, beating a dead horse. You know, one of those memes. Because truthfully, at some point it becomes, but, you know, I don't like eminent domain either. A good number of us wouldn't be here on this commission if Cuba would have had an eminent domain process in 1959, before any of us were born. Yes, and that includes me. So you know, nobody likes eminent domain. I don't like taking away people's rights. I don't think the county likes eminent domain because we may actually be doing the equivalent of eminent domain by taking away somebody's rights at the port if we choose to build it on the port. As far as Commissioner Higgins said, we approved, we reiterated a red flag ordinance in 2024. These are the type of things that this is meant for. This is coming up. Let us know, the commission, that this is coming up, and this is where we're at. I don't know, and that's an example, and we've been doing this with the Government Efficiency Committee, you know, why pass so many ordinances if, in fact, we're not going to apply them? So, truthfully, and I'm not going to beat up this administration because it's not their fault. This, again, somewhere along the line, going back to 1925, somebody should have figured out, hey, either we build something here or we need to buy this thing. Instead of spending, you know, it's a 90-year lease, something coming up. So, you know, for me, now, I have a question probably of Mr. Morales, because, you know, everybody's talking about some mediation October 20th. Well, Commissioner Gilbert's correct. And by the way, you know, Mr. May is I consider him one of the most diligent business people in this community because he cares about the community. He's been here as the right hand of a former mayor, and now is in the private sector. Incredibly smart guy. And by the way, one of my nominees or appointees to one of the committees. So I don't blame him for doing his job for his partner or his client. That's his job. But I want to ask Mr. Morales something. The mediation October 20th, you can't have an impasse on October 9th because there was no meeting on October 9th. So the mediation October 20th may not conclude. They may say, okay, we'll come back and we'll mediate December 9th. We're not available. Our lawyers aren't available. The lawyer says, you know, I can't make it, you know, Mr. Mediator or Mrs. Mediator because I've got extra thing, I'm taking a trip, etc. And then we're just going to be talking about this. And by that time, and that Commissioner Gilbert's right about this, by that time, it's going to be even worse. So when there's a statement, and maybe Madam Mayor, you're the one that would answer this, is when there's a statement made that we can give you all your options by your next meeting, I don't want to be sitting here again and hearing, oh, you know, there's the fire department, there's another room, and then hearing from you, it's traffic, etc. I want to know, black and white, what are our options? That's it. Obviously, some of them we can't get them today. And you are correct. Just like we can't make Mr. May and his partners or his client do whatever we want, because that's not his job. His job is not to worry about us. His job is to worry about himself. We can't force some of these companies to actually go to an inland port. They may say no, because then the price of bananas goes up, and then it's going to be more, and then I'm not going to get people using on me. So there's a lot of things at play here. But if we are going to stop beating a dead horse, then we've got to make a decision. I don't like eminent domain either. I'm not an eminent domain lawyer. I don't like eminent domain. I hated it when somebody argues, hey, because really their value goes up. The problem in this case is the viability of our port from the perspective not only of the cruise industry, but also the commercial aspect. And that really is what I am looking at as an elected official. If in the end the decision is, no go, great. Then it is what it is. Mr. May has done his job. That's the way the ball bounces. But if nothing precludes us from negotiating, even if we file eminent domain. And we haven't filed eminent domain. So on October 20th, Mr. Morales sits there, and I still want to come back to the question, Jimmy. I don't want you to dodge me. If October 20th, Mr. Morales sits there, they're going to say, that commission, they have no interest in ever holding our feet to the fire. Nothing precludes us from settling. And I understand what Mr. May says. Yes, of course it would be. He's doing what he's supposed to do. Absolutely, he's doing what he's supposed to do. And maybe he's right. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do our job. Jimmy, can you guarantee us that on October 20th, there will or will not be an impasse? Can you guarantee us on a second mediation date? I think I know the answer to that question, but I want to hear from you. Because I've been in hundreds, if not thousands of mediations. By the way, I'm not going to litigate anymore. I'm going to get out of that game after this whole process. I'm going to tell you something. There's no way, and you know it and I know it, that the lawyers that represent the owner of this property can't say, it's Christmas, it's Thanksgiving, I'm going to Europe, I'm going to Timbuktu, But do you expect an impasse to be issued on October 20th, or do you expect a second, third, fourth mediation?
Jimmy, thank you, Commissioner Bermudez. Are there any other questions you want to add into that one?
No, that's just the question. That's the only question I have.
So, Jimmy, his questions are just straightforward to the point as it relates to impasse, as it relates to speculation about future dates and possibilities of other excuses coming in, thereby getting around the issues that we're facing with today.
Mr. Vice Chair, I have one other question, but that's to the city attorney. And that's just very simple. I believe we can't have an in-the-shade meeting unless we have litigation. I'd like an answer from them if that's the case or not. That's it.
County Attorney, answer that question first. That gives Jimmy an opportunity to craft his answers, because I believe it's going to hinge on what the County Attorney has to say. Thank you.
Commissioner, that's correct.
Okay. That's what I understood.
That works for you, Commissioner Bermudez?
We have to have litigation to have it in the shade.
All right. So, Jimmy, directly to his questions, 3 questions on the table.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, good to have you back. I've been involved in lots of mediations on behalf of government. Is it likely or unlikely? Probably not likely that we will in one mediation. There's no guarantee I can give, or any attorney or manager or any could give, that in 1, 2, or 3 sessions. I've been involved in long mediations. I've been involved in short mediations. At some point, either you resolve it or you do get to an impasse, and the mediator often is helpful in doing that. So I can't guarantee that in 20 days, 30 days, 40 days, I can't do that. But I will guarantee you that we will go into those mediations in good faith. We have not precluded any option. We will kick all the tires on potential options on the port as well. They're challenging. And I think all we were really trying to say in our memo is there is no easy choice here. There is no perfect solution where everyone sings Kumbaya at the end. And that's what we were, I think, trying to highlight. But we will we'll do our best in mediation, but I can't guarantee you when and if we'll get to a,
right.
Mr.
Vice Chair, I just want to point out that the eminent domain process in that Commissioner Cohen Higgins is correct. The eminent domain process will certainly take. It's not like seeking an injunction. She's totally right. It will take a long process. But I remind you again, and I think Mr. Morales was involved when I was Mayor Doral in a very controversial potential road that's finally being opened. you either, when you begin an eminent domain process, then people come to the table. So, but the process itself, eminent domain, it's not a 30, 40-day process. I'm not an eminent domain lawyer, but I've been involved in it from the government perspective. It's going to take a long time anyways. And by the way, the only thing I can say to Mr. May is, if in fact this, which I may or may not, but if in fact Commissioner Gilbert's motion carries, I would argue that there is no ill intent except to try to get to a decision. You've done your job, and you've done it eloquently, and I think that, and again, I remind people, Mr. May is probably, I consider him one of the best citizens in Miami-Dade County because he really cares about this county. So this is a difficult decision. It was a difficult decision for the 12 of you just, a month ago. And by the way, it's going to be a difficult decision for all of us. We have Commissioner Higgins here for, I think, one more meeting, if I'm not mistaken. 2 more? Okay. You're a glutton for punishment. You should learn to love sports because you're a glutton for punishment. 2 more meetings when I said 1. All right. Well, the bottom line is that, let's make a decision. We're just beating a dead horse.
Commissioner Bermudez, that was it? Anything else? Listen, we got to bring this thing in for a landing, and I think we're going to do it now. Commissioner Regalado, I know you had your hand up just for something we haven't discussed because there is a motion on the floor.
Yes. The reason that my motion that we made last meeting did not move to eminent domain when there was an impasse and it came back to the board was because first it was a request by Commissioner Steinberg. We talked about that we wanted to have a conversation before we had the conversation of eminent domain. And second, because when we spoke to our attorneys, it was brought up that because it had been agended as a discussion item, if we were going to bring eminent domain, the best path forward, and I'm one of the 7 attorneys up here, was to have a published and noticed agenda. 8, a published and noticed agenda item on the issue so all the parties could have proper notice, right? So that's what's one of the second reasons that we said we would come back. I understand Commissioner Gilbert's desire to have more leverage, but as was stated by the administration, from our last meeting, we received another option, an option that was not on the table. And now do we have an agreed preliminary, pre-litigation mediation? And I think we should walk through that process before taking further action. I will say this, I understand that we're tired of talking about this, but it is an existential crisis for the port, and it is of importance. And I don't think that there's one solution. I think the memo delineates that. And I think that whatever solutions the administration will have will require this board's action. So if we have to modify leases, if we have to approve an inland port, all those things are going to require board action. So I think if we send the administration and say, find a solution and don't come back to the board, we're going to get much of the same. The only way that we are going to get real options is if we allow the administration to consider Port Miami. If Dodge Island isn't on there, then we're just having the same conversation again. And the only way that Dodge Island can be a true consideration is if it comes back to the board and we consider modification to leases, an inland port, an incentive. Jimmy, I always said incentive. You have to incentivize them, right? So all those are things that are our disposal, and that's what I would like to come back to the board. If we don't want to have the entire BCC suffer it, we could do it at committee. I'm happy to do it at mine. We could do it at the port committee. We could do it at committee. But I do think that we need to fully vet this because it is a decision that could potentially solve a 50-year problem. And I think that we need to solve it short-term and long-term. And we have the ability to do that, but we need to fully engage and vet all those options, not just say, it's too much. So I understand the frustration, but I also think that this is a moment where we need to give this a little bit of time to flush it out, but we do need real options. And I feel like we're not really getting real options, and those options will require board action.
Thank you, Commissioner Regalado. Commissioner Corn-Higgins, can I just, again, just ask that we bring this thing in for landing? The reality of it is we still have many items that haven't been heard. Our agenda is huge, and this is dominating when it should be simple, right? It's so, Commissioner Corn-Higgins, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I appreciate. I hope we'll bring this in for a landing in short order. I do, Commissioner Gilbert, understand your motion, and I think it's extraordinarily reasonable and commonsensical, with one small exception. I think it's important for us to keep in mind not only the facts that brought us here, because I think that they're very important, but I don't think that we should go into a negotiation crippling the negotiation before it even commences. We walk into that mediation basically saying, take it or else. We're shoving this down your throat and take it or else. That's not negotiating in good faith. It's actually the polar opposite. And we have a situation factually where we talk about how did we get here. This property was listed on CBRE in May of 2024 for $200 million. May of 2024. It is October 2025. So factually, we as a body are going to say to our business community, and we are constantly on the world stage, that in Miami-Dade County, if we sit on our heels and do nothing for over a year, let private interest do what private interest does best, we're going to swoop in at the very last minute and exert ourselves in the most bullying and intimidating and threatening way. I'm not comfortable with that messaging to our business community at all. And moreover, they know, the business community knows, everybody knows that we as a government have the power of eminent domain. It exists. We have it. It doesn't go away if we don't vote on it today. The only thing that we do today is allow the negotiations to take place in good faith, which they have articulated on the record before us here today, that they want to engage in good faith negotiation. I'll tell you, if we vote for eminent domain today, I guarantee an impasse. You're essentially guaranteeing an impasse because you're not allowing them to actually negotiate in good faith. And they did nothing wrong. They bought the property. It was on the market for a year and a half. They closed. They've done nothing wrong. They should have the opportunity, and they could thumb their nose at us and say, go fly a kite, come sue us, go do a quick taking, we'll see you in court. They're not saying that. They're coming to the podium and saying, be reasonable. We want to negotiate with you. We want to work out a deal. I don't understand the heavy-handed nature that we are even considering at this juncture, considering our own actions that brought us here to begin with. It's patently unfair. I urge this commission to take greater caution when making decisions like this because the business community is watching and the business community are our partners more often than not. So allow a good faith negotiation to take place on October 20th. I believe that good faith negotiations will take place. If there is not a deal to be struck, we vote on eminent domain shortly thereafter. If you file entitlements between now and that 60-day period in contravention of your written letter, eminent domain is going to take place because you're sending us the message that you're not actually operating in good faith. And these are all public filed documents. We will see when you file for an entitlement on a 10-acre parcel of property on Fisher Island. It's all publicly available. It's not going to be in the dark. If we see that, you know what's going to happen here. But allow a good faith negotiation between good business partners to our community to take place. If this conversation were happening in May of 2024, my position would be completely different. My position would be completely different, but it is not. And we cannot cut our nose to spite our face with our business community partners that we rely upon more often than not. I don't think that that is the practice that we should engage in as a board. So, to Commissioner Gilbert, I agree with you on its face. I think the implications are far more greater and far more reaching that give me great discomfort. So I cannot support your motion today. I cannot support your motion today. On October 21st, however, depending on the outcome of a good faith negotiation, I am far, far more inclined.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Senator Garcia, and to the county attorney, can you prepare to speak to the motion, not speak to it, but recap the motion from Commissioner Gilbert following Senator Garcia?
Yeah, it's very brief. I couldn't agree with you more, and I appreciate you articulating it the way that you did, and I just can't go along with this motion right now. I think there is a process already in place. I think the issues with public records, you bring up a very valid point. We know what the negotiations are going to look like. We know how to hold these people's feet to the fire. I think we allow this process to continue to move forward, and then we come back to this board, and then we do have the option of eminent domain moving forward. But I think we have to allow this process to move forward, so I could not support the motion as it is right now.
All right, so we have a question though from the Vice Chair to the attorneys to clarify the okay, so do you want to clarify the motion then? All right, go ahead, Commissioner Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And by the way, Commissioner Regalado, I'm willing to incorporate. I don't disagree with you that even if putting it on the port, Dodge Island, is problematic, the administration needs to be forced to actually say where they would put it and what the problems would be. And I think that that should actually be a part of the mediation. So within my motion, I'm very comfortable with incorporating, they have to do that. Say that this is where we put it. This is who we try to negotiate with. I mean, say those things. I'm comfortable with doing that. The motion initially, so I'll amend the motion to incorporate that. The motion initially was to use the mediator's determination of an impasse as an automatic trigger so that we did not have to actually address it again. Because ultimately, I can tell you what happened. And look, I'm not psychic. But in the last meeting, I told you, oh, we're here doing this. In the next meeting, if we don't authorize it now, what will happen is they will come back and say, we're impassed. And they will come back and say, we're not. That's what's going to happen at the next meeting. That's just how that works. When we talk about the business community, by the way, the business community is sitting on the front row, and they want us to use eminent domain. Like the people who, they want us to use eminent domain. I understand our reticence, but I think an automatic trigger, and I don't think it has to be just the 18th. I do believe that we ought to allow these negotiations to play out. I don't think they can come to a decision on the 20th. I don't think they can come to a decision on the 20th. I think they're going to have to actually have multiple meetings. But when the mediator that they've already agreed to says they're impassed, we should automatically eminent domain the property. And that's not us taking it today. That's not, bad faith negotiations. Look, in the real world, the only negotiating tool we have is eminent domain. Us pressing that issue puts us in a stronger position. None of us want to eminent domain, but also none of us want the adverse effects that endangering the fuel supply to the cruise and cargo side would actually have or possibly have for Miami-Dade County. And so that's the challenge. But that is my motion, Mr. Chairman.
So, Commissioner, thank you for clarifying that. I guess I still have, and I really am going to try not to complicate this more than it needs to be, but just to clarify your motion, because I do want to support it, but I want to be, I understand what's in front of us as far as the letter and what the new owners have proffered, is shall October 20th not be, is that the date of the mediation, October 20th? Shall that not be the final mediation date, meaning there's a continuance, not an impasse that day, there was an impasse for that day. I guess the mediator could say that if there wasn't an agreement, but it's just a continuance of conversation. Where does it stop? Obviously, and it can't go on forever, but at the same time, I don't want to also declare eminent domain on the 21st if it's not a matter that there's an impasse, it's just a matter of there wasn't enough hours in the day to, can you clarify that?
That's a great question. I'm not suggesting on the 21st we declare an impasse. What I'm suggesting is that we have the entire period of the 60 days that's offered by HRT to actually work through it. So they can continue the proceedings on the 20th.
Okay.
They can continue the proceedings on the 20th without there actually being an impasse. They don't have to solve it. I don't believe they can solve it on the 20th.
But if there's the possibility they may.
They may, yeah. So if they sit down in the room on the 20th and say, we're going to build no matter what, and they say, hey, that's not, the mediator may declare an impasse. I don't think that's what's going to happen. But there are other things like if we decide to move it on port, we understand that moving it on port is at least 5 years, probably closer to 10. to build out, or whatever it is. We know that we're going to need a fuel supply on that property until then. Until we, so those are things that all they need to work out. That's not going to be set on the 20th. They need to bring in the people who have all those other births that it might impact. Those things are not going to be resolved on the 20th. But they've given us 60 days. The process starts on the 20th. What I would suggest is they amend their letter to be, and I guess it's just one day, but, well, it's not just one day. I would suggest that they do 60 days from the 20th, giving them the maximum amount of time to actually come to an agreement. If they don't, we've already, if they can't come back to the board and say, this is our framework, then we've already authorized it. But I'm not trying to do this on the 21st.
I see what you're saying. Okay, and then, yes, quick question just for, I don't know if it's a question, but whatever the right form is, since I'm now been voluntold to sit into these meetings, if any commissioner has things that they want to see in this that are non-negotiables for them individually, how can they get that to me through sunshine rules or whatnot? Can they send that to the administration? Can they send it to me? Can they just email it? Because I want to make sure that I encompass just not what I think should be in there, but what this body ultimately would want, especially that it's not necessarily coming back to us before an eminent domain vote.
Mr. Chairman, for other commissioners to have communications with you, it would have to be done in a sunshine meeting. They could also file a notice with the clerk and have that information circulated.
Or they could communicate with the administration. Yeah. They could communicate with you all, with the administration, and you all will know that that's one of their asks. All right, with that, Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. Commissioner Gilbert, I appreciate what you're trying to do, and this is what I would proffer. I think that we definitely should have a motion today to name the chairman to participate in this process, and that as part of this process, the administration has to proffer sites on the port. Because, like I said, I don't think that we have a true conversation on what's on the table without that. However, I don't want to, I mean, and we're litigators, you and I don't want to further complicate litigation by having a motion for eminent domain on the floor without notice. So if you want to draft a motion for the 23rd at that point, because this is a discussion item, I think it would be cleaner to do it that way. And that way we would have an update on the 23rd from the administration. There would be an agended item on the 23rd that the chair would have to agree to put on, and then everyone would have notice. Because I don't want to compound the taking, right, with a notice issue. I understand they have representatives here, but as we've said before, I don't think anybody woke up this morning and thought this was going to happen. And I think that, to Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' point, allows us to move into mediation without a knife over their head, right? Because I don't think that's in good faith. So I think we can agree that would give you the leverage that you want to bring to this conversation and the sense of urgency. But I think that would also allow us to go into the mediation without violence. The other thing that I would mention is, I think in terms of the timing, there should be a second conversation about this. In terms of how long it would take, and that has come up a few times, there's a lot of things that we can do. We are the regulator, so we could provide concierge service. We could embed somebody at RER only to work on this project. We can embed somebody at the port only to work on this project. We can have weekly meetings on the permitting process of this. We can have monthly reports on the process. There could be accountability that would make this process faster. So I don't think that we are without tools, but those are all things that the administration and the board would have to agree to in a project that is very unique and where time is of the urgency. I don't think it needs to take 10 years. They're saying that they can build it, from 12 to 24. The issue is the permitting. And I think we as the regulator and with our lobbyists can also work on all of that. But we need to know the sites. We need to have due diligence. And we have a lot of the documents that they're going to need in terms of the utilities and what's available at Dodge Island in order to make those recommendations. But that's going to take time. So in the same way that we're asking for them to bring to mediation information on Fisher and what that site looks like, I think we should bring to mediation the 3 sites and the utilities information associated with those 3 sites and the encumbrances that this board would then have to change in order to make those a reality, so that we can get a price point and a timeline on that, and this board can have real options. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
All right, I have Bermudez, and then you're gonna accept that? Okay, so.
If I don't know, first of all, who has the hold on the item. I'm pretty sure somebody has a hold on the item.
If you accept that, you understand that it's changing your motion.
So that's what I need to clarify. All right. So if I don't have the hold on the item, likely.
I don't think anybody.
So there's no hold. Then, if what you all are saying is you want to vote on a clean eminent domain decision on the 23rd, that's actually giving them less time than the 60 days that I proffered in my motion.
That's not what Commissioner Regalado said. Commissioner Regalado said that her motion.
Commissioner Bermudez, I know you've been gone.
But clarify it, because it's not.
I know.
You got to clarify it, because she gives her 20-minute
I know.
soliloquies.
You'll have
while the rest of
25.
us can't speak.
You'll have 25 if you like. Don't say that. I recognize everybody. But while you've been gone, there's been a lot of issues here about people just jumping in. So we've kind of like, so I just don't want. I'm sure he was listening. Well, half of it he listened to. But before we vote, I promise you'll be recognized. Before we take a vote. Hold on. Did you finish your?
So if maybe you should clarify what your amendment would be then.
Yeah. So
You're recognized, Commissioner Regalado, to clarify.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And since I was the one I'm happy to clarify my own thoughts. You said that you wanted to do this today, so I said at our next meeting. If you want to do that later, I think that's fantastic. I'm just saying, I don't think we should vote on that today because there's not an agenda item and there's not proper notice. This was a discussion item. And when I brought my item, last discussion item, I was specifically told by our attorneys to be very careful with this because there was no agenda item on eminent domain. Right, which is why my item moved in the direction that it moved. So I'm bringing that up as a notice point. I'm not saying it needs to go on the 23rd, but I think it should be an agenda item. I'm saying I think naming the chair and telling them to bring the items on, 3 sites on the port is something that should be included in the mediation. I think that we should give direct direction as to what we want included in the mediation, and I recognize your concern. So I'm offering that as an alternative because I don't think that this board wants to walk into the mediation on the 20th having voted on eminent domain.
I see, and just to clarify, I see our next BCC as the 21st, but that's just a clarification. All right, Commissioner Bermudez.
First of all, I appreciate Commissioner Regalado's efforts. I am now going to channel my inner Art Teal so Brian May can feel comfortable. So, okay, when you don't have the votes, you just keep on talking, okay? That's a modus operandi. The minute that we instruct this administration to walk into mediation, telling them that they have to find 3 sites on the port site, this totally emasculates them. They're gone. They have no they have no power. The first thing I would say, if I was a representative of the entity, would be, what are you talking about? Your commission said you got to find 3 sites on the port, whether you like it or not, whether it's right, not right, etc. So that to me is not Commissioner Gilbert's motion. Commissioner Gilbert's motion is when there is an impasse as declared by a judge, then we begin the process of eminent domain. That's a totally different motion. I love the fact that Commissioner Regalado threw that Art Tealish type of move there, but no. They don't mean the same things at all. They mean 2 totally different things. So what I want is clarity. You can't have a motion that says 2 totally different things. We're not being clear here. Either we do X or we do Y. Simple as that. As I understand it, he can correct me because it's his motion, not mine. Commissioner Gilbert's motion on the table, which I would love to call a vote on, is when there is an impasse declared by the mediator, then we begin the process of eminent domain. That's what I understood him to say. If I am wrong, then I would love to be corrected. But I definitely understood the motion made by Commissioner Regalado, which I will not support because it'll tie this administration. They'll have nothing to negotiate on the 20th because they've already been told you got to find 3 sites on the port. We totally eliminated, if I was Brian and if I was Mr. May or anybody connected to the landowner, I'd say, come on, man, they already took a vote. They've tied your hands. You got nothing that you can negotiate with. So no, I will vote no on that. I don't think it makes any sense whatsoever from a public policy perspective. Certainly doesn't make any sense from a legal perspective because you're tying the hands of those entities. But I will be supportive. I don't have a problem if there is an impasse. At that point, then we move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner Gilbert, for a final clarification of your final motion or acceptance of a new one or amendments, and we can then call a vote, hopefully.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll do this as quickly as possible. Commissioner Bermudez, the initial motion was if a mediator declares impasse, that would trigger an automatic filing of a resolution declaring all of the requisite legal stuff that has to happen for eminent domain that we could pass today. I'm trying to compromise to get as many of our colleagues on board. When I say that the administration has to identify 3 sites, I'm not telling them that they have to actually say that these are their preferred sites. In mediation, my expectation is going to be that when they have those conversations regarding those 3 sites, and I guess maybe we should have asked this, Mr. Chairman, no one actually said whether the cruise folks were going to be at mediation. They said the sellers or the buyers and the administration.
I think they just want to make sure that there's safe, reliable, affordable fuel. They don't care if we put it in Timbuktu or, they care about the things that Mr. Liberty outlines.
So they're not going to be at mediation with you all?
No.
Okay. So what I'm comfortable with them saying, hey, these are the sites, but this is why it's not practical. But they can work that out because when they say that, then HRT can say, this is why we think it is practical. And the mediator can say, you know what? I think that you can work this out this way because they both agreed on an expert mediator. Or any alternative, you all are too far apart and it's an impasse. That's why I'm okay with actually including that in there. The most important part is the automatic trigger. It's the automatic trigger because the automatic trigger at that point is motivation. And we get to get a mediator's report. So if the mediator comes back and says the administration really wasn't negotiating good faith, we'll get to hear that. We can always pull back a lawsuit. We can do that if we decide to. But having this conversation again where I believe that we will say a lot of the same things, I don't think it's practical. And so that is my motion clarified, that we send them to the mediator. They take mediation. They can use all of the 60 days that's guaranteed in the letter that they said they wouldn't try to increase the value. They wouldn't do any further entitlements on the property. So we know we have a status quo on the property. They can identify the best sites they can. They can talk about how they can identify them. They do not have to agree to them. They do not have to agree to them.
Right, but the minute they identify them, they're saying these are possibilities.
You were recognized, Commissioner Bermudez.
So, no, I appreciate the comment. The minute they identify them, what they're saying is, yes, we can put this right here, but we'd have to move this cargo person. It would cost us this much. This is why we can't do it.
Okay. They can still say, we did not identify anything.
Yeah, so that's why, but from the perspective of us having finality on there being a time where this is going to end, this is the cleanest way to end this.
All right, Commissioner Regalado, for one amendment.
Quick. Despite Commissioner Bermudez's comments, I will say this is a financial decision, and I'm happy to support your motion as long as the administration provides information on the 3 locations, including utilities and access to the sites so that they could give an estimate on the cost. And we don't have a guesstimate, because this is about finding a viable fuel location, right? So I just want to make sure that we're considering everything on the table and that they're going to proffer their documents that have been requested. I want to make sure that we proffer our documents and sufficient time for them to do that analysis so that there could be a real conversation about alternatives.
Thank you for
Happy
the
to
thoroughness.
support.
All right, so
we will
got
do
it,
that.
And it's not prioritizing the 3 sites, it's just outlining a potential 3 sites. With that, I have a motion, I have a second. We've had plenty of discussion. Mr. Attorney, you can clarify the motion at hand with all of its
Yes.
changes.
I think there are 2 separate motions. One motion, I'm not sure if that's still on.
I don't know that it's 2 different motions. We're not doing this. Stay with me here.
My understanding, Commissioner, was that there was going to be a commission representative on.
That's all part of the same motion.
Perfect, okay.
Can I get a clarification on the motion, Mr. Chair?
Yeah. That's what he's doing.
The motion says, if I understand it, they will look at 3 sites, but they still have the flexibility, if in fact they think none of those sites apply, to put it in their, whatever they're going to report to us. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
Yes. Yes.
And by the way, after that, I'm going to do a motion on soliloquies. Because
You're recognized to clarify the motion.
Commissioner, one thing I do need to clarify is that although there is not a notice requirement for an eminent domain authorizing resolution, there is a requirement that it be in writing because it has to include certain findings, it has to include the legal description and that kind of thing. We have that ready to go. We could bring it back later this meeting. So that resolution would direct the county attorney to prepare a resolution authorizing the county mayor designee to initiate eminent domain court proceedings, including a declaration of taking as necessary for and on behalf of Miami-Dade County, and it's subject to the conditions. First, that there be a declaration of impasse by the mediator after 60 days of mediation from October 20th. And second, that the county mayor, county state mayor's designee evaluate at least 3 on-port sites and determine that the sites are not feasible and report to the board its determination of non-feasibility, and that the port also consider utilities and access to the site. And then finally, that the chairman or the chairman's designee be identified as authorized participant in negotiations.
All right. No, chairman or designee. No, leave it that way. I expect I'm going to be there personally, but let's leave it with chairman and or its designee. There was a question, and now you threw me off for me. All right, so we clarified the motion. We need to, if we vote on this motion, it's the motion, and then later throughout this BCC meeting, you would bring a reso that we need to do as well today.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg on a question.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay, awesome.
So wait, so since it has to be so it has to be in writing, so it has to still come back to us to approve formally at today's meeting or the subsequent meeting?
In the form of a resolution.
Yes, in the form of a resolution, yes.
Okay, so nothing, okay.
So basically, you got to pass the motion and the resolution.
I'm very wary in recognizing you right now, Commissioner, because he has now accepted all of your amendments. I'm going to call a vote.
Oh, it's
I'm
fine.
gonna call a vote.
It's fine.
All right. And it's a motion, so a voice vote should suffice. All in favor of said motion signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show the motion passed, but let's take their nays. I'm sure they want to be recorded. Do you have the right nays, Madam Clerk? Or their staff could walk over and, you have 3?
I have 3 names.
Okay, so the ayes have it. 4? 3 or 4?
Not me.
3. We have 3 nays. All right, sounds good.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to move the report 14B1 that was sort of part of all of this?
Yep, please do.
Okay, so moved.
All right, the report has been moved. It's been seconded by the Vice Chair. All in favor of adopting the report signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show the report adopted. All right, Madam Attorney, or Mr. Attorney. Let me get oriented here. We are going into first reading items. All right, first reading, we don't have too many, so guys, please exit quietly. To our esteemed CEOs and port-related folks, thank you for being here. Madam Attorney, go ahead and please read our first reading items.
Yeah.
And then anyone that wish to bifurcate is welcome to do so. Please, quiet as you exit the chamber. We still have a meeting that we're running here.
4A substitutes an ordinance relating to the Miami-Dade County Asian American Advisory Board, the Domestic Violence Oversight Board, Elder Affairs Advisory Board, Hispanic Affairs Advisory Board, and Miami-Dade County Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Intersex, Asexual Plus Advisory Board, amending sections 2-1088, 892, 2382, 532, and 2402 of the code to revise attendance requirements and provide for removal of absentee members, providing severability inclusion in the code and an effective date. 4B is an ordinance relating to the Dr. Antonio George Social and Economic Development Council, creating section 2-1446 of the code, amending section 2-1446 through 2-1460 of the code, establishing a social and economic development council trust fund, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. 4C is an ordinance relating to Miami-Dade County Comprehensive Development Master Plan, providing disposition of application number CDMP 2025-3, located between Southwest 220th Street and Southwest 226th Street and west of Southwest 132 Court, plus or minus 360 feet east of Southwest 134th Avenue, filed by Lennar Homes LLC in the January 2025 cycle to amend the county's comprehensive development master plan, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. 4D is an ordinance relating to zoning in the unincorporated area, amending section 33-284-62 of the code, revising downtown Kendall Urban Center zoning district regulations pertaining to amenity stores and penthouse floor plate area for properties with buildings that front certain streets, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. Those are your first reading items.
All right, are there any bifurcations?
I'm not aware of any. I don't know if anyone.
Any of my colleagues wish to bifurcate any of the first reading items?
Would you?
Yeah. I heard yeah. Okay. You are like, you're something special there, Commissioner Steinberg. You're something real special. Commissioner Higgins, did you wish to bifurcate a first reading item? Seeing none, Commissioner Orbis moves all first reading items. It's seconded by Commissioner Steinberg. Wait. I mean, you don't have to. Yes, she seconds it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bastian. Commissioner Bermudez. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert. Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado. Commissioner Steinberg. Vice Chairman McGee. Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. I am going to, in the interest of people having to leave and things, I'm going to jump ahead to second reading. And we don't have too many. I think we only have 3. Yes, we only have 3.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and move into second readings, and we'll go back to public hearings in a bit.
Would you like for me to read all of them or one at a time?
Please go ahead. I mean, there's only 3.
Yes.
So sure, read them all, and then if someone needs to bifurcate, they can bifurcate.
Okay. 7A is an ordinance relating to water and sewer regulation, amending section 32-4 of the code, creating section 32-56 of the code, establishing minimum standards for municipal public utilities operating outside of the boundaries of such municipality, providing for enforcement of such minimum standards, amending section 8CC 10 of the code, providing for civil penalties, requiring county mayor or designee to provide report concerning repeat violators, and providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. 7B is an ordinance relating to zoning and environmental protection, amending sections 33-1, 36.1, 279, 24-5, 24-18, 24-43.1, 15-1, 1517, 1517.1, and 1518 of the code, creating section 24-47.1 of the code, providing for administrative zoning approval process for certain composting uses in the AU zoning district under certain circumstances and subject to certain conditions and requirements, revising definitions, revising provisions related to zoning administrative adjustments to include certain setbacks relating to composting in the AU zoning district, revising requirements related to uses that shall be served by public water and public sanitary sewers, and creating exception for composting facilities that have an approved environmental control plan, creating provisions related to composting facilities and environmental control plans, revising provisions related to operating permits, and creating provisions related to community composting facilities, providing for preliminary operating permit approval pursuant to Chapter 25 under certain circumstances for composting facilities, creating Department of Solid Waste Management hauler permit for composting haulers, and providing for requirements for such composting haulers, requiring report and recommendations related to solid waste hauler permits, requiring expedited review under certain circumstances, requiring composting solutions to be negotiated and if possible included in future solid waste procurements to the extent consistent with applicable law, making technical changes, providing severability inclusion in the code, and an effective date. 7C is an ordinance relating to security at Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department, amending sections 32-172 and 32-171 and 32-172 of the code, adding definitions, extending time period for identification cards, amending information provided with application, authorizing Security Division to obtain fingerprints for submission to federal and local law enforcement agencies for background checks on employees, contractors, and vendors requiring access to restricted areas of the Miami-Dade Water and Sewer Department, approving the plan of issuance, and providing severability, inclusion in, and exclusion from the code, and an effective date. Those are your second reading items. I do have a request to bifurcate 7A from Commissioner Bastian.
All right, so show 7A bifurcated. Any other bifurcations from the other two items? Seeing none,
No,
did you
Mr.
move?
Chair, I'll move 7B and 7C if you would like me to.
All right,
Second.
show them moved, seconded by Commissioner Regalado. No discussion on them. So clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bermudez. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. Senator Garcia.
What?
Commissioner Gilbert.
Commissioner Higgins has left the building. I'm just kidding, she's here.
Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Hardeman. Commissioner Higgins.
Okay, now it's me. Now it's me, and yes.
Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg. Commissioner Bastien.
Yes.
Vice Chairman McGee. Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, so we passed our second reading items with the exception of 7A. Commissioner Bastien, you have the floor on your bifurcation of 7A.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. For over 30 years, I served as the director of Family Action Network Movement, which provides wraparound services to families across Miami-Dade County. We provide wraparound services around issues of importance, such as crisis counseling, domestic violence intervention. We provide services to U.S. citizens who wish to assist their members adjust their status. We have a very strong civic education component. We also have a full immigration clinic, as you know. As we speak, my office has its headquarters in Miami Gardens. I know what some of our residents are going through, not only about the cost of water, but I also know what they are going through about the cost of housing. I know what our elderlies are going through when they finish paying their homes and then they are having a hard time paying the taxes, and some of them do lose their homes because they do not know, they cannot do so. So I know, without a doubt, some of the concerns that Commissioner Gilbert is raising with this ordinance. As a District 2 Commissioner, I represent several areas in the county, including the city of North Miami Beach. And it is not a secret for anyone that for a long time now, the city of North Miami Beach has been embroiled in a water dispute with the city of Miami Gardens. I want to be clear. I want to be clear. I think the cities should take this opportunity, any opportunity, to negotiate for a deal that works for everyone. Likewise here, rather than encouraging two municipalities to resolve their disputes themselves, or providing a comprehensive solution for all municipalities in the county, the item is written, this item, Commissioner Gilbert, is, as written, would create a benefit for ratepayers in a single municipalities, while leading other ratepayers to pay more. I have a few questions that I'd like to Water and Sewer Department to answer.
Water and Sewer Director is
Call
welcome
someone
to
from Water and
approach.
Sewer.
And our Chief Coley. And you're recognized for an ebb and flow in Q&A.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you tell us how much unincorporated residents are paying on average for their water?
On average, I apologize, I don't have the rate in front of me. The unincorporated within Miami-Dade County is the retail county number. The unincorporated rate for services that are supplied from another entity would be subject to that other entity's rate policy.
So you don't have that information as we speak?
If you
Can
would
you
give
get
me a
it?
moment, I will certainly attempt to get that for you.
Commissioner, through the chair, what I can tell you is Miami-Dade County's rate to all of its customers is the exact same. The average residential customer in Miami-Dade County for both water and sewer is about $66 for the average user.
Okay. Can the Water and Sewer Department provide a list of cities that provide water outside of the boundaries?
Yes, that's correct.
You have a list of cities?
Yes,
Okay.
we do have a list of cities. I think there's 5 cities that supply water outside their boundaries.
And then they are?
Do you have any of the list? So I know you have Homestead, and I know that you have Hialeah, you have North Miami Beach. Where's the rest of it? While he's looking for the list, I know there's 5 or 6 cities, ma'am. While he's looking for that list, I can continue on any other questions you have.
Yeah. While you're looking for it, do you have information about how many of these municipalities have interlocal agreement with each other to provide water?
So here's the list that, he showed me the list that actually serve outside their city limits. Hialeah, North Miami Beach, Opelika, Florida City, North Miami Beach.
Repeat again, sir.
It's Hialeah, Homestead, North Miami Beach, Opelika, Florida City.
Okay. And then the next question was, do you know how many of these municipalities have interlocal agreements with each other to provide water? And then if they do, what are they?
We don't know what they may have with each other. Miami-Dade County has agreements with almost all as a mutual aid style agreement, to where if they have an emergency need for additional water supply, we supply to them, and the reverse, if we have a need from them, they supply to us. We have that agreement, but what they have with each other, we have no privy to.
Okay, so you don't know.
No.
Okay. I've seen that other municipalities have provided water outside their boundaries. And then would they also be subject, and they wouldn't be subject to this ordinance, would they?
Well, as I understand what's proposed before you, Commissioner Bastian, is anyone that serves outside their boundaries has an obligation to have an agreement if they charge more outside their boundaries, or if there is an assertion or a certification that all monies in the surcharge is spent on the infrastructure, then that would relieve them of the obligation.
That's not the question that I asked.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's not the question that was asked. Do you have the list, or you don't have it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, ma'am?
I said, I've pulled the list and I saw that there are other municipalities that provide water outside the boundaries. And I asked you whether or not they would also be subject to this ordinance.
Would they be subject to this ordinance? Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much.
Chief, can we get clarification on that last answer? I understood that they were not subject to this ordinance.
I have a question, too.
Commissioner Gilbert has and Commissioner Bastien still has the floor, but I just want clarification because I read the ordinance a little bit different.
No, the ordinance applies countywide. The ordinance applies countywide to anybody who's operating under 180.19 and 191. It does not single out anyone. We only have one water provider that's complaining about it because all of the other water providers don't engage in this practice. And so the practice of taking all of the water surcharge fees and taking it into the general fund is it's one of the trigger amounts for what triggers the ordinance. What triggers the ordinance is they're actually taking all of the water funds from the surcharge and actually taking it into the general fund and not actually using it for maintenance. You have other water providers throughout the county. We've spoken to them all. They aren't here protesting because they don't have a problem with it. But it applies to everybody equally. It just does not have an adverse effect on them because they're following the law as is.
I had misunderstood that, so thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Bastien, you still have the floor.
Thank you so much. So I understand that you do not know and then whether they have any agreement, right? Interlocal agreements, but did your department reach out to find out if they do?
We reached out to every department in the county and researched to ask their practices. Some did not respond and some did respond. As with, do they charge more for outside their city limits? What do they do with that? Some people simply just didn't respond to us.
Okay, so when did you do that, sir? How long ago?
That was probably a month ago.
It's still in progress.
Or still in progress. We're still trying to get answers.
So you do not have this information, but you've tried to get it, and then you have not received it yet.
We've asked it. There's actually 14 other suppliers of utilities in the county. We've asked them all. A portion of them immediately responded. A portion never have. We've asked again and again, and the information that we have now is not complete. But we do understand the ordinance that's directing the Water and Sewer Department to apply it to everybody the same.
Thank you, sir. So I was saying that I do understand, Commissioner Gilbert, where you are coming from. But let me put it this way. I received a few mailers last month. It's 2 mailers last month about this item. 2 mailers. I'm the commissioner representing District 2, and the city of North Miami Beach is in District 2. So I'm asking you, how would you feel as the commissioner to receive 2 mailers about an issue that should be discussed between the 2 cities? And I received it from the sitting commissioner. These are the 2. And then this here is another, this sort of mailing, but all over social media. I received this, I saw this, posted by Councilwoman Linda Julien, asking our residents to come, and I'm very happy that you come to make your voices heard. City of Miami, of Miami Gardens, I'm very, very happy that you are here. And I agree with you, this water, it is high, and I understand, like I said, I have my office right there in the city of Miami Gardens. I understand how difficult it is for some of you, and then I agree with you, and I agree with the commissioner that this is an issue that should be negotiated. I agree with you, and I thank you for coming. Now, I also know, Commissioner Gilbert, that at the end of this month, Mayor Michael Joseph, who's the mayor of the city of North Miami Beach, went in front of the commission, the City of Miami Gardens Council, and attempted to provide relief for the residents of Miami-Dade County. He did clearly indicate to the mayor of the city of Miami Gardens that he was willing and ready to negotiate. You, Commissioner Gilbert, you arrived there after Mayor Michael Joseph has left. As the video indicated, for those of you who watched it, when you came, he had already left. And then you advised the commission.
Point of information through the
excuse me,
chair.
I have the floor.
Point of information through the chair, that's actually not true. He was there when I got there. Thank you.
I have the floor. I have the floor. I have the floor. You advised them not to negotiate, and then it is public notice, and then everybody can see it. And I know that this is an issue that has been going on over and over again. And I'd like to say that before you legislate, you must negotiate. Before you legislate, you must negotiate. I know without a shadow of a doubt, for those of you who are here, you would not dare doing this in any other district, but you're doing it in the district, in a city where Commissioner Steinberg and I are the county commissioners. You would not dare doing that. You would not dare doing that. So I'm asking to my colleagues to vote no on this item, and then to allow the city of North Miami Beach and the city of Miami Gardens to negotiate. I think it is fair. And I'd like to conclude by asking my colleague to defer, either vote no or defer this item. Allow them to negotiate. Commissioner, this campaign should be done to get people together to negotiate. I don't know what this is about, but I can see clearly, and anybody with good sense can see clearly what it is about. Everybody can see clearly what it is about. So I'm asking my colleague to support this, because I believe that before you legislate, you must negotiate. And I don't have any qualm with the city of Miami Gardens. I don't have any issues with them. And I agree with you. You're paying too much. I agree with you. But allow them to negotiate. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. All right. We got, I'm sure Steinberg will say some words, but do you want to go first, Commissioner Gilbert?
No, let me go first, and then if Commissioner Steinberg says something I need to address, I'll address that also, Mr. Chairman.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You got
Through
the
the chair. Commissioner Bastien, since you took the liberty of addressing me directly, I'll take the liberty of addressing you directly.
And then let me just, time out. And then Commissioner Bastien,
Mr.
you'll, after he does that, you'll have the opportunity to.
Yeah, but it was previously the practice of this
Yes.
board. Oh, excuse me, I actually have the floor. Remember you just said that? No, I have the floor.
He does have the floor.
I have the floor, Commissioner Bastien.
She's just going to ask me a question. Commissioner Gilbert, she's just going to ask me a question.
I had to sit through that torturously long.
Commissioner Bastien.
Calm down.
Commissioner Bastien.
Since you took the liberty of addressing me directly, I'll take the liberty of addressing you directly. You asked me a question. How would I feel? How would I feel if someone sent that to my district? I feel like they were doing my job. Look, Florida statute right now, and I appreciate everything you said, and I think that you're well-intentioned, but you've been misinformed. First, this applies to everybody providing water outside of their boundaries in this county. Second, it's authorized by our charter. Third, all it does is require them to comply with the law, Florida law as it stands right now. This does not, and to my residents who are here, and I see State Representative Robertson is here, Mayor Harris is here, Councilman Leon is here, Councilwoman Katrina Wilson, Vice Mayor Stevens are here. Listen, this doesn't stop the surcharge. This makes them comply with the law. The ordinance says that Florida statute 180.19 says anybody wanting to provide water beyond their boundaries, they can do that if they have an agreement with the city. This ordinance forces them to have the agreement with the city. It's so interesting that when you talk about Mayor Joseph, who I see standing up in the back, he was actually at the city of Miami Gardens when I arrived there. I was waiting to speak right after him, and he left right after he spoke. What I said then, I'll say right now. You offering the possibility of maybe a discount if you're a homeowner, if you're a veteran, if you're a senior citizen, that's great. Up to $100 a year, possibly $150 a year. This is thousands of dollars. They're taking $4 million out of Miami Gardens. They're taking a total of $10 million out of your district and of her district. It's going to their general fund. It ought to be offensive. It ought to be offensive that we have to sit here and we're negotiating whether they will follow the law as it stands right now. This isn't a new obligation. This obligation has been in place for 20 years. The reason why the obligation exists is because it's the only measure of accountability. I listened to my colleagues. I listened to you when you said, hey, my residents can't afford another $7 for garbage. But these residents can afford hundreds of dollars more for water? I listened to Senator Garcia, Commissioner Gonzalez, when they say there has to be a transparency and accountability. The transparency and accountability built into the statute is 180.19. What it says is, because they don't get a chance to vote in the people who are actually controlling the water, they have to have an agreement between the cities. That's what the statute says right now. When you say that we should negotiate before we legislate, there's been a decade full of negotiations. I look in the audience and I see he was a representative then a senator, and now he's in private life, Oscar Brannan. He tried to negotiate. I tried to negotiate. Robinson tried to negotiate. Harris tried to negotiate. There have been negotiations.
Hold on, Commissioner. For those of you in the audience, please, if you have an agreement with what you're hearing, feel free to do these things. But as it relates to, can I get back to this, bro? Yeah, but as it relates to voicing your opinion, your position from there, please reserve those for me if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yeah, no, but I won't stop there. City Manager Cameron Benson out there, he's tried to negotiate. Vernita Nelson's out there, she's tried to negotiate. These aren't just Miami Gardens residents. Some of these residents are in Biscayne Gardens. They're in your district. We mailed it to the people who were responsive. When you say, would I dare do it in another district, let me be clear to my colleagues. Absolutely. I dare do a lot of things. Right now, we are the only group of people who can actually bring transparency and accountability for the residents of Miami-Dade County. They don't have a choice of who they get water from. They have to get water from North Miami Beach. They have to get water from North Miami Beach. They're going to be subject to that surcharge because that is what's included in the statute. The statute allows for the surcharge. It also requires an agreement. This ordinance implements that. I appreciate the mayor and his proposal to possibly give rebates to maybe, if you qualify, it could be up to $100, $150. But that's all coming out of the water fund. This water surcharge is going into the general fund. I had the ability to actually look at their utility board, the board that actually governs the water system. I looked at their meeting. Do we have that clip available? If somebody in media could play the clip, because what I saw was interesting. I saw the chair of their utility board make a motion to at least bring some of the money back into the water system because they have all of these needs and all of the money is going into the general fund. You know what happens under this ordinance if all of the money goes into the water system? They're all good. They're all good. If they use this money to actually fix the water system, what it was intended to do, they're all good. This wasn't intended to pay for their trips to Japan or their parties. If they want to make those decisions, and there are valid reasons to make those decisions, but do it with your taxpayer dollars, not the water surcharge from residents in other cities. You represent people in Biscayne Gardens unincorporated. They don't have a choice. They do not have a choice. They are forced. We forced them. We decided what the service areas were. Way back when the county decided. They don't have a choice. We're the only people who can actually guarantee some measure of accountability. And so when you say defer for how long? It's $40 million a year. They've been negotiating for almost 2 decades. This has been an ongoing point of contention. This might have been the first bill that Oscar Brannon filed when he became a state representative in 2008. It's been so pervasive that every state representative who's represented the area, every state senator that's represented the area has filed the same bill. This past year, it was passed by State Representative Robinson and by Senator Chevron Jones. Senator Chevron Jones represents North Miami Beach also. But this was so unfair. Look, that legislation, which was vetoed by the governor because he said we needed to decide it locally. Well, you know what? We started to research it, and what we have the ability to do is decide it locally right here. It's the county. It's actually our authority. We let them provide water. I read our charter. We let them provide water. We get an opportunity to regulate them providing water. That is what we're doing right now. We're not saying don't charge the surcharge. We're saying talk to your neighbors. And when you say we should negotiate, we should let them work it out, you don't think that they've tried? I tried as mayor, through the chair. Mayor Harris, have you tried? City manager, through the vice chair. Cameron Benson, have you tried? State Representative Robinson, have you tried? Every time we come close to a conclusion, they say, no, let's negotiate. It's a dilatory tactic. They are delaying so they can keep cashing the checks. This is about money. And it's not about money in their water system. It's about money in their general fund. When you look at their water system ran at a deficit. They had to take money out of their reserves. They had to take money out of their reserves in their water system to cover operations this year, but they're still taking surcharge money and putting it all in the general fund? That ought to be offensive. No, I don't want to defer the item. This item is already 20 years too late.
And as far as surcharge is going to be part of our presentation, our collected surcharge, we're expecting roughly about 10.2 million worth of surcharge outside city and of North Miami Beach, about 8 million from the water surcharge and 2.2 million from sewer, but it's not enterprise, and as you mentioned, it's general fund. We're just processing the billing for that.
Mr. Chair.
Director, as you're aware, the 25% surcharge, that does not hit the water plant. That goes into the general fund, correct?
Currently, the surcharge is collected on general fund, yes, sir.
Right. I'd like to make a motion up here that some of that money be allocated to the water plant. You know, that can help make up these gaps that you're having in revenue and expenses. I mean, the money's collected for the use of our water that we sell. We're the water plant is the generator of it. I think, you know, we should have.
I think you guys are the advisory board for city commission, but we'll support that. But at the end of the day, it's the city commission decision.
Yeah, I know. But I want to make the motion here that we're recommending that if my colleagues feel the same,
20 seconds. They can stop
that we
now.
should be getting some of that surcharge money for the water plant to be use of the water plant to make up these gaps that you're talking about.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, what you just saw was a video of their utility board, the board that actually governs their water system. What he's actually saying is, hey, you know, we have a shortfall in our water system. Maybe if we got some of the surcharge dollars that they take all to the general fund, we wouldn't be running in a deficit. Can we please ask the city commission to give us some of the money that they use for water? That's what he's saying. That's not a Miami Gardens board. We don't have representation on that board. That's not a Biscayne Gardens board. That's not an unincorporated Miami-Dade County. That's not Bal Harbor. That's not Aventura. That is a North Miami Beach board. That's their residents. That's their people who are appointed to govern the utility board saying, hey, you know what? We have all these repairs that we need to do. We have all of this stuff that needs to happen, and there's a shortfall. Can we please have some of the surcharge money back? That's a North Miami Beach board. So when we say this only applies to North Miami Beach, no, it applies to everybody, but everybody else appears to be doing the right thing. They're taking the water surcharge money and they're investing it in their water system. If they take the water surcharge money and they invest it in their water system, they won't have a problem under the ordinance. They're here arguing. They're giving you what appears to be misleading information if they're saying it just applies to them, because what they're saying is they don't want to have to come to an agreement with the city of Miami Gardens or the city of Aventura or Sunny Isles or anyone else that they actually provide water to beyond North Miami Beach. That is what they're saying, because the only thing the ordinance does is make them have an agreement. You said they should talk. This ordinance actually makes them talk.
Thank you. Commissioner Steinberg.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a lengthy discussion at committee on this. We litigated this. We discussed our personal views on this, our philosophies on this. Ultimately, now that it's here at commission, you know, I still maintain that I believe that I can't support this due to the fact that I do believe we are overreaching, and I think there may be a better way to get there. So with that, I will not be supporting, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bermudez.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions, mainly of Commissioner Gilbert. You know, when it comes to municipal issues, the three of us who have been presidents of the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, Commissioner Gilbert included, the illustrious gentleman to my left over here, Commissioner Hardiman and I, you know, we've been there, so we understand what we need to do to protect cities. But if in fact this really is mirroring what is not a bad idea, that somebody should have an agreement, and I just want to get it from you for the attorneys, and not that I don't trust what Commissioner Gilbert has said. I just want to make sure that it still we're not imposing anything on any municipality. We're basically just reiterating that there has to be an agreement. Is that the case?
You're recognized.
The state statute says that when a municipal public works or utility provides services outside of their boundaries, it has to be done upon the terms and conditions agreed upon by the people receiving service or such municipalities. So that is a requirement in state law. The ordinance effectively requires that they provide proof of that by showing copies of the written agreement unless one of the other conditions is met.
Okay, and that's what basically this ordinance is doing, right? This ordinance is not any negotiation. By the way, I appreciate Mayor Joseph sending me a text late yesterday. Surprised Mayor Harris didn't harass me, but that's okay. He's my friend. So the question is, in fact, Commissioner Gilbert stated this basically what it does is just codifies what is the state statute anyways. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, look, this is a difficult one because, I think municipalities, and I'm a little bit disappointed that after all these years there hasn't been agreement, but I think there should be something in writing between two municipalities if they agree on something. It makes no sense. Okay, so Commissioner Gilbert, what he said was on point. I don't care about the disputes between the two cities. Let me rephrase that. That's between the two cities. That's not up to us to legislate. That's between some of the people here in Miami Gardens. I think Mayor Joseph is here also, and their manager. That's between them to determine. And North Miami Beach still has the ability, Commissioner Gilbert, if I'm not mistaken, North Miami Beach still has the ability to put X amount of surcharge. It just has to be in writing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and you've just told me that the state statute requires that there be
An agreement.
some sort of an agreement, which between two cities should be a written agreement. It shouldn't be a verbal handshake. Okay, I got it.
Thank you. Question, Senator Garcia. But before Senator Garcia, to the county attorney, in the event that there's an impasse as it relates to an agreement, what happens next? What happens after that? And
I can answer it. Of course you can.
Yeah, it's
No, Mr. Attorney.
There's enforcement provisions within the ordinance. The tricky thing about this is that the state statute suggests that that agreement should have been entered into at the time that there was an agreement to extend the service out. And therefore, it's hard to say that the compliance with state law now, having provided the service in the absence of an agreement now, there's an impasse because there really should have been an agreement at the time that the service was extended.
Thank you. Senator Garcia?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what does that mean?
It'll be up to the relevant individuals to come to an agreement. Failure to come up with the agreement and triggers the enforcement provisions within the ordinance, but there ought to have been an agreement prior to.
What's the enforcement?
The enforcement provisions in the ordinance there are fines that are subject to $500 civil penalties.
$500 what? A day, a month, a year?
That's for failure to comply. There are repeat offender provisions within the ordinance, so it could be levied multiple times for repeat violations, and also provides within the ordinance that if there are sufficient repeat violations, it gets brought to this board's attention because under the charter, failure to meet minimum standards by a municipality can trigger the board's ability to take over the service should it wish to. It's not required, but it provides the board with that opportunity.
Wow. So you're saying, okay, see, this thing states, so you're telling me now that failure to enter into negotiation could push this board to take over an independent water system?
No.
It makes the board aware of the repeat violations for further action by this board, including but not requiring that action. That's an option for this board under the ordinance.
I understand that we're trying to mirror state law, and Commissioner Gilbert, I understand what you're trying to do here, I get it, but to start proceedings to take over a independent water system, to me, makes me a little uncomfortable. I'm not saying we're gonna do that, but that's what he just said. I do have a question of the director. You said earlier today that we charge the same amount of water across the board? do we charge any surcharge to the independent water systems?
Senator Garcia,
Both, when I say that, I mean water and sewer, whatever case it is, what do we charge the independent water systems?
we actually charge the independent water system that we call our wholesale customer much less than we charge our retail customer. So we have two different rate structures. A retail customer for Miami-Dade County gets the same rate for water and sewer, whether you're in a city limits, out of a city limits. If you're a Miami-Dade County customer, you get one rate. The independent utilities that purchase water and sewer service for Miami-Dade County are governed by a wholesale agreement that says they pay for costs, where a third-party bond engineering agency determines what the cost is, and that's what they pay, which is much less than what we're charging our retail customers.
That's both on water and sewer.
Yes, sir, same, exact same for both.
Do you have the different costs for the different departments?
We don't charge different costs. We charge the same to everybody.
So what is being charged right now to the independent water systems? Do you have that at hand?
You talking about per gallon for water and for wastewater?
Sir?
Yeah, he pulled me the number of wholesale customer costs. It's
To see what's happening?
It's in the rate of $2 and something a thousand for water, but he can pull that exact rate up for me. And just to give you an example, our average water customer that gets water and sewer from Miami-Dade County is roughly $62 to $66 a month. If you look at what those that are customers of North Miami Beach outside their city limits, these Miami Gardens folks, that same amount of water and sewer is $145 is what they've reported to
Every
us.
month.
On a monthly basis?
That's a monthly basis.
Yeah.
So Commissioner Gilbert, so what we're trying to do here is mirror state law?
We're actually trying to enact, through the chair, we're trying to enact state law. And implement state law. What happens is the Florida legislature passed a statutory scheme. The statutory scheme operated in two forms. In 180.19, it allowed, it said municipalities that wanted to, they could allow people outside of their city to connect to their system. If you do that, you have to have an agreement with those folks. That's what 1.9 says. 191 says, then if you do that, you can charge a 25% surcharge. Essentially, North Miami Beach skipped 1.9 and went to 191. That's what happened. So we're just implementing 1.9. There are punishments available to that. My goal is not for us to actually take over the water system, though.
And I appreciate it, and that's the concern that I have when I hear trying to take over an independent water system. That to me is a little disturbing. Let me ask you a question then, as it relates to the city of North Miami Beach clearly has made an investment in this water system and in their infrastructure. How do we balance that out then in the rates? Would that be, we talk about a surcharge in reference to these rates. Would any type of surcharge will be agreeable by the city of Miami Gardens?
Well, under our ordinance, so when you all say that the city...
When I say surcharge, just because obviously there may be a higher cost for Miami Gardens, just to, would that be acceptable? That's the whole thing.
That's a great question.
Because our thing is trying to lower their costs, correct?
No, that's a great question. So the city of North Miami Beach actually did not extend services to Miami Gardens. The water plant, the city of North Miami Beach's water plant, their only water plant, is inside the city of Miami Gardens.
I understand.
So it wasn't, they extended service from the area that is now Miami Gardens to the residents of North Miami Beach.
That was before it was incorporated.
Yeah, but the statute was meant for extension to someplace. So essentially you have residents of Miami Gardens paying more for water that's right underneath their homes. So that's why it's an interesting question. Is there an absolute rate? Well, in this ordinance, Senator, what we say is if you actually, because we're not eliminating the surcharge, this does not eliminate the surcharge. If they want to use the entire surcharge in the water system to maintain the water system, they can. They fall outside the ambit of this ordinance if they do. They can do that. They've chosen not to do that. Other cities have chosen to use the water surcharge to maintain the water system. They're using the water surcharge to provide services to their residents, which is fundamentally unfair. So I don't know what the cities will come up with, but what we've said is if you use all the money in the water system, you're good. We're not going to regulate past that point. On the issue of taking them over, I don't think the county should be in the business of taking somebody over unless in extraordinary circumstances, and I don't think this rises to that. What I do think, though, we have the ability to do within that is issue a consent decree. Like, we can say, hey, you know what? You don't have this agreement. We can come in and actually, you have to spend this money in the water system. Right now, they have a water system that's under-attained. That's in their system based on their board, and they're taking the money outside of the water system and putting it in their general fund, which isn't just bad policy.
I appreciate your answer, but you have to be careful because I know based on my conversations with the city of Hialeah and the county, that there has been some interest by the Dade County to take over Hialeah water system.
But not through this ordinance.
I know it's not through this ordinance, but the fact that could be a takeover, that's where now that conversation was just had, and that scares the bejesus out of me.
Yeah, no, this ordinance is not the mechanism. I believe those conversations between Hialeah and Miami-Dade County are regarding something else. This ordinance relates specifically to the provisions of Florida Statute 180.19. That's what this ordinance does. Any other conversations about taking over a municipal water system is going to be for some reasons that's not based on this.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions, Senator Garcia?
I have your answer.
Hold on. Senator Garcia, any other questions? Yeah. Do you need to respond to what you've heard, or?
He had asked a price of water and sewer service, and I verified the price.
Thank you, Director. You get it later? You're fine? Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
And I've been listening very closely, as I always do, and I'm confused because I don't understand the difficulty that is before us here. And to Commissioner Bastian, I listened very closely to your remarks, and I understand the offense taken by the mailers in your district. But I don't mean to, it's not like a Q&A, but I really want to understand what your bottom line objection is to this, because it's always difficult for us as commissioners to feel like we are in any way between two of our colleagues and our friends. So to Commissioner Bastian, can you just articulate, other than don't legislate before you negotiate, what the bottom line objection is to item 7A?
Yeah, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, of course. Sorry. I listened very closely to your remarks, and I mentioned that I understand the offense taken to the mailers being sent in your district, which I can completely sympathize with. But I'm trying to understand your objection to item 7A. Is it the argument that you previously stated that you don't think that we should legislate until we negotiate? Is that the bottom line objection?
Actually, thank you for the question, Commissioner. That and I also have a different opinion about the law that my colleague is raised to do this, to propose this, right? Because I believe that it is in the interpretation. It says here that the Florida statute permits any other municipality and the owners of association of owners of lots of land outside of its corporate limits or within the limits of any other municipality to connect with the use of utilities mentioned in this chapter upon such terms and conditions as may be agreed upon by the municipalities. I believe that if it was a clear directive of what to do, right? It's, that which should be an affirmative obligation. It would not say may. It would say shall. It says may. So I disagree with my colleague's interpretation of it. That is why I'm asking and then for a deferral, and then call a sunshine meeting between the city of Miami Gardens and the city of North Miami Beach to find common ground. I disagree with my colleague's interpretation of the law.
And thank you for explaining that, Commissioner. And to our attorneys, when there is a dispute between two commissioners on legal interpretation, I'm obviously going to ask you, as our legal counsel, to help provide some clarification and some guidance. So I have 18019 before me. Commissioner Bastian obviously read those provisions and the relevant portions thereof accurately. Is there a meaningful dispute between the interpretation of 18019? Does it require municipalities to have agreements between themselves, obviously when there are charges outside of their municipal limits for public utilities?
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, our best read of the statute is that while there is permissive language with the use of the word may, what that suggests and what is permissive is whether or not to extend the service itself. That is what the municipality or the utility has the option of choosing to do or not choosing to do. Once it has elected to extend the service, then such extension has to be, quote, upon such terms and conditions as may be agreed upon between the entities. So what's required is if you've decided to extend, then it has to be upon terms and conditions agreed to between the entities, but you can always choose not to extend at all. That's what you have a permissive option to do or not.
Understood, and thank you for explaining the permissive option. Factually before, did the municipality elect to extend services? This is to the attorneys. Did they elect to extend services?
The services are being provided and have been extended beyond their municipal boundaries.
That's exactly what I thought. Okay, so it is not actually permissive language because there have already been very active and proactive steps taken beyond that permissive language. And so, and again, I went over this in committee, 7A is not a particularly complicated ordinance. It says, any municipal public utility operating outside of the boundaries of such municipality that constructs any works as authorized by Chapter 180 Florida statutes shall be required to provide the Miami-Dade County Water and Sewer Department with a copy of the standard terms and conditions, et cetera, as consistent with the requirements of Section 180.19 Florida statutes. It's reiterating what's already established in 180.19. And so when I asked the mayor of the municipality, I said, this is not particularly complicated. You're required to have an agreement with the outside area. Do you have an agreement? And I didn't receive a particularly clear answer, which I think suggests that they don't have an agreement. And if somebody from North Miami Beach wants to approach and correct me, I'm happy to entertain that conversation because it's been quite some time since I asked the question previously. I welcome the opportunity. Yes, to the mayor, I welcome you. Thank you so much for being here. Do you have said agreement as required by 18019 Florida statutes?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Please approach. Give your name and title, city.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. My name is Michael Joseph. Sorry. My name is Michael Joseph. I'm the mayor of the city of North Miami Beach, and we do have agreements. To clarify, we have agreements with at least 4 municipalities. That's inclusive of Opa-locka, North Miami. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. North Miami, and we also have an interconnected agreement with Hollandale Beach. We're a regional provider. Those agreements have been done because the way that this is, we've interpreted for 30 years and so on is that that aspect of that clause or that provision in chapter 181.1, that particular provision takes into consideration that we're selling water to a municipality that can do the administering of delivering that water to their particular residents. The reason why we don't have agreements with, let's say, Aventura or Bell Harbor or swaths of Biscayne Gardens, or in the case of Miami Gardens, they don't have an infrastructure to do that. So that's why we have agreements to that capacity. We've had it for years. They've had to pass ordinances in the city of Miami Gardens to accept certain benefits from that surcharge or from that benefit, just like city of Aventura has been receiving certain revenue from that particular utility, as well as Sunny Isles and what have you. So basically, we have agreements with other cities, but to the standard of what's been done time and time again, where they can administer the water and then, from a wholesale standpoint, do the customer service and distribute it. So those are the type of agreements that we do have. And outside of that, we have the bills tied to the residents that, because of the fact that because of the fact that a municipality doesn't, the way we've been doing it has never been the gateway to the client, to the end user. The bills that go out list out the terms and conditions, and we also collect water. We also collect sewer surcharge based on an agreement with the county that's going back since 2001, and we collect and bill on behalf of the county. So those relationships with not just these municipalities, but as well as the county in and of itself.
Thank you for explaining that. And so I want to be clear, you don't have agreements with Miami Gardens or Aventura?
No. What I'm saying is because, just to clarify through the vice chair.
You're recognized.
Because they can't administer the water. That we have agreements with other municipalities that can. North Miami,
I got it.
Opelika, Bell Harbor, because these agreements are available, and as well as with the county, we have one.
I got it. But I think that's the crux of the issue, right? Because we have representatives and residents from Miami Gardens who are being charged double their water bill, right? Which, we just passed a budget here, sir. You watched for over a month where we literally quibbled over dollars to make sure that we were saving our residents money, right? So when we are presented with issues like this that we know are very meaningful to our district commissioners and their residents, where we have residents paying $145 where their neighbors are paying $62, and you're articulating that there is no agreement that Florida statute mandates that you have, it's difficult for me to understand your perspective and your point of view. And I understand that you're going to make an effort to explain that they don't have the capacity to enter into those agreements.
That's not what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor. Just allow her to finish. And once she finishes, then we will defer
I'm sorry,
over to you.
Vice
Thank you.
Chair, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Through the vice chair. The way that our water bills are set up is we collect both water and sewer. Most of our city in North Miami Beach is strictly water. And you guys can look up the rates that you guys recently passed. I think it's 19% increase for your sewer. So that's an injunction with that. So when I guess the rector was presenting the number, I don't know if he bifurcated our water part of it as well as, because we don't get anything from the sewer. We don't get anything from the sewer. This is just a pass-through that we collect in behalf of the county. But I don't think they're combining that, because from a water standpoint, we only supply just with water, and that's it. But the way that it was described, it's a combination. That's why it doesn't make any sense where he says 145. I guess if you add the water portion of it, because of the recent 19% increase, you can come to that number. But we've done our initial water analysis, and it doesn't equate to that. I don't know how he's coming up with that number, but I just wanted to clarify that we only deal with water, not sewer.
Yes, I understand that, and thank you for providing that clarification. I have the utmost respect for our chief, and if he read numbers into the record, I'm going to take those numbers as being accurate, and we have residents here that are nodding their head that those are their rates. And so again, for me, I'm trying to understand the crux of the issue, because 7A, all it's doing is requiring you to comply with state law. And I don't understand when you are charging a 25% surcharge to residents outside of your geographic boundaries, why you would be in any way hesitant of entering into an agreement with the leaders of those municipalities. At the end of the day, this is taxation without representation. That's what this is. And
please.
I do not understand why there would ever be pushback by elected leaders in our community to advocate for bottom line taxation without representation. So for me, enter into the agreement with our colleagues and our friends and our partners. Enter into an agreement with the city of Miami Gardens and Aventura so that you can be complicit with Florida statute. That's all I see this doing, and I don't understand the pushback against that. Commissioner Gilbert is not saying remove your 25% surcharge. That's not what he's saying at all. He's saying allow the residents to have a voice when they're being marked up, when they're being surcharged, when they're paying more than other residents in Miami-Dade County, allow their voices to have an opportunity to be heard on the issue. And so for that, Mr. Chair, and to Commissioner Gilbert, I'm happy to support the item. And frankly, I'm sad that it has gotten to this level of being such a contentious issue where I see it as only an item requiring compliance with state law. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Director Coley, can you come to the podium really quickly? I just need this issue cleared up. A representation was made by the mayor asking the question of whether or not the the issue here was bifurcated as relates to the price.
Oh,
Explain that. Was there a bifurcation or no, or like, where are we as it relates to the representation that he made?
The representation that I made is the total bill that a Miami Gardens resident would get, or any out of city limits of North Miami Beach resident. Now, the uniqueness relationship that Miami-Dade County does have with North Miami Beach is North Miami Beach does serve as a water provider to areas that we provide the sewer. And in those cases, such as some of the areas of Sunny Isles Beach, North Miami Beach sells the water, bills them, use those same billings, and collects the wastewater bill on behalf of Miami-Dade County and gives that to Miami-Dade County. So I'm not talking about those cases. And in all of the cases where they're a retail supplier, if they're not producing their own water, we're charging them $2.46 a thousand. And in any case where we provide them wholesale wastewater services, it's $4.53 a thousand gallons. But what was referenced is what they would charge a retail customer, not a wholesale customer.
Well, Mr. Director, you can understand exactly where we're coming from, because the numbers I heard, I was alarmed. It threw me for a loop, that the number. And for clarity purposes, the mayor is saying that the number that was referenced is not adequate and accurate as relates to per billing cycle per resident in Miami Gardens and those in North Miami Beach. So the question I'm asking you is, help me understand that representation that he made. Is it water and sewer combined?
Yes.
So the number you gave is water and sewer combined?
Yes.
All right, so it just wasn't water to water. It wasn't apple to apple.
Oh, yeah, it was apples to apples. The $62 Miami-Dade County charges you is for water and sewer for the average customer that uses about 5,200 gallons of water a month. Then what we did was we asked each of the utilities that sells water and sewer that's not Miami-Dade Water and Sewer, what would it cost for that same gallonage? And that's the report we've got from North Miami Beach. Almost every city is substantially more expensive than Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County is a very large regional supplier, so our prices are substantially cheaper than almost anybody.
Commissioner Gilbert?
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I think that there probably needs to be some clarification also, because the agreement that's contemplated by 180.19 is not an interconnector agreement. So Commissioner Cohen-Higgins asked about the agreement that was contemplated by 180.19, and the mayor most ably said that they have agreements. They have interconnector agreements, but those aren't the agreements that are contemplated by 180.19. And so what they're saying is they have interlocals with cities and the county such that if something happens with water, we can provide the water for them, or they can provide it for us. It's almost like a interlocal or a mutual aid agreement that outlines between water providers. But that's not what 180.19 is talking about. He is yet to say that they actually have the agreements contemplated in 180.19. And so we know that we could ask the mayor of Miami Gardens, does Miami Gardens have an agreement with them? No. We actually put public records requests in for those agreements with the city of North Miami Beach. We put them in 2 years ago, and they haven't responded. We put them in, I guess, a week ago. They still haven't responded. So they do have agreements pursuant to 180.19, and they have not provided the agreements. Then that would be the subject of a whole different point of contention. Because as I understand the public records laws of the state of Florida, they're required to. We did that due diligence before we sponsored the ordinance. We didn't just go willy-nilly say, hey, we're going to mess with people. We actually asked for the records, because if the agreements exist, they exist. And if he is correct, and those interconnector agreements work, and he says they have agreements, then the ordinance wouldn't apply to them anyway. Because the ordinance says if you have the agreements contemplated by 180.19, then it doesn't apply to you. You don't fall in the harm's way of the ordinance if you actually have the agreements. And so it's very challenging to have a conversation, the predicate of which is they shouldn't have to comply with the statute as is. That's a very challenging thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Commissioner Hardiman.
Yes. Question to our attorneys or the administration, whomever can answer the question. Does this name a rate that Miami Gardens residents need to be charged? Does this ordinance name that rate?
It does not.
And so the rate that they're being charged right now, could they potentially continue to be charged that rate, for instance, after this measure passes in 10 days and it's come into law?
Yes.
If they were negotiating an agreement with North Miami, could they, in that agreement, name a cheaper rate?
That would be between them to negotiate.
So in fact, this doesn't name a rate. It doesn't force them to do something that they're not required to do by law. It doesn't, like the state one, I believe the state law that was vetoed, I think it actually said that there was a restriction to what North Miami could charge, for instance, Miami Garden. Is that correct? And so this does not have that, and Oliver Gilbert says that is correct. So this does not have that same effect. It doesn't have a restriction on North Miami as to how much they could charge. Is that correct?
This ordinance in no way regulates the rate setting that a water utility would do.
So I don't see why we're still talking about this matter. I feel like this is a matter that we should close the door on. You know, so.
I just had a quick question. In terms of the agreement, I mean, and this is to Commissioner Hardiman's point, is it an agreement that's based on the meeting of the minds, or is it just like a ministerial disclosure? Like, what happens if they don't come to an agreement, right? Like, does that come back to us? What?
I believe that they don't come to an agreement. I think it comes back to us. It can come back to us. This is the challenge. If they're providing water and they don't have an agreement pursuant to Florida Statute 180.19 to provide the water, they would fall in the ambit of the statute. I'm not particularly interested in the $500 a day, the fee. I'm not particularly interested in the fine. What I'm interested in is this body issuing essentially what would be a decree. If North Miami Beach says that they need this money for their water system, then we can say use the money in the water system. But there's no circumstance where we should be saying use the money in your general fund. Think about what the county used to do when they would take money out of enterprise systems and put it in the general fund. We determined that practice to be illegal.
Agree 100%. My point is, like, how long do they have to reach an agreement, or can they just like stall and not reach an agreement? That's my point. My point is there's no clarity on that.
Well, I don't know what's it say on implement. We're going to implement the statute as soon as if the mayor signs the ordinance, presuming she signs the ordinance and she uses all of her days, it becomes effective immediately. My expectation is they will actually bring forth their agreements. Now, if they don't bring forth the agreements, the items come back to us, the board. So we don't have to actually act to punish them right away. We can be lenient in time. I don't think that they can come up with an agreement instantly, but I do think there's going to have to be an agreement. And just by way of explaining this further, North Miami Beach consistently says they want to negotiate. This will require them to actually negotiate in good faith.
All right, and thank you for that question. I had the same question to the attorneys, just clarifying the question. Is that in fact, and I'm not, but does it come back to us right away? Is there like, because I'd rather not it come back. Like, I don't want to hear this again. Like what does the ordinance actually say? And like, Commissioner Gilbert may want to relitigate this. I don't want to relitigate this. So, what happens in an impasse essentially which is Commissioner Regalado's point, and we got the answer, but is there a way for it not to come back? Like, what's the?
So, the ordinance requires the municipality to, within 30 days of the effective date of the ordinance, to provide copies to water and sewer of the agreements. Alternatively, if there are no agreements or if no agreements can be reached, they can comply with the ordinance by providing the financial records indicating that they utilize all of their funds to fund the water system. So that's another way in which they can demonstrate compliance absent providing actual written agreements if such written agreements can't be entered into. If there's repeat violations, then the mayor is to provide a report to this board for potential further action.
Okay, all right, got it. All right, any further on readiness? Commissioner Bastian.
Mayor Joseph, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Can you tell us, you did indicate that you do have, the city of North Miami Beach does have agreements with other cities, right?
Yes, we do.
What are they?
We have agreements with Opelika, North Miami, Bell Harbor, and Hallandale Beach.
And how much are you charging? Are you charging more?
We do wholesale, but we do also, to the base, requirement. We do have all the, because we do submit bills to each resident that gets this, utilize our utility. We have all those agreements available on a flash drive. We can provide, but the issue that I want to make clear is that the way that the ordinance is written right now, it's vague on two parts, if you can allow me to elaborate. One, it says for you to fall within that exception, and I'm looking at the ordinance right here, it says, and it's on page 5, it says, and I'll read the full thing, so I want to make sure that I'm not misspeaking. I don't want to misspeak. It says enforcement. The county mayor or the county mayor's designee shall be responsible for ensuring the enforcement of the compliance with the minimum standards and requirements to provide a copy of the written agreements, conditions as set forth in paragraph A in accordance with the procedures set forth in chapter ACC of the Code of Miami-Dade County. However, any municipality that does not charge a surcharge to customers in its servicing outside of its municipality, or charges a surcharge to customers outside its municipality pursuant to Chapter 180 Florida statute, but provides written evidence on an annual basis to the county mayor such financial records that demonstrate the municipality is using all surcharge money collected from such customers outside its municipal boundaries to operate and improve. Operate and improve. That's the vagueness aspect, because what measures what's the objective measure that we can say that we're meeting those requirements? It's not stated there. It's up to interpretation to what staffer that might be reviewing it or not. That's number one. And I also go back to the fact that this has been there for going on 30 years. It does say May. We do have bills with each one of our water customers. We have close to 41,000 accounts. North Miami Beach only equates to just 6,000 of those 41,000 accounts. The way that we operate and manage our water department is very different compared to how you guys operate. You guys are massive. It's to impose those same kind of conditions that you guys operate is like saying an Aventura or Baptist Health to operate like Jackson. That's not fair. From an industry of scale, it doesn't make any sense because of how we do our business and how we operate our water plant. 6,000 accounts can't supply a $1 billion asset, and we've been doing this for going on 70 years, and we've been doing investments in various aspects. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Sorry.
So after the pass-through cost is assessed, what else is included in the water bill?
We have because the surcharge does go in our general fund. We have to take in consideration our pension that ties to those employees, the legal department, the procurement aspect. Those costs, like I said, like the way that WASD operates, it's a very unique situation to the county.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
I hear a lot of like background noise, and it may be coming from staff. Can we, Mayor, resume, please?
I'm through the chair. So like the way that we have our matrix is very different than compared to, let's say, a Homestead or even in North Miami, because we're the second largest water provider in this county next to WASD. So because of the scale and the fact of how we have to deal with our bonds, how we have to deal with the procurement, how we have to do our legal and even our marketing aspect, that's all like we have to be able to equate to those costs. And so that's how, I mean, we have no problem with divulging and providing the bills. We have, like I said, we can provide it on a flash drive or email it and let you guys look it over. And those agreements are directly with those water customers and what have you. But if that, but that's basically the crust of it.
Are you aware if Miami Gardens charges a 10% tax in addition to the 25%?
Every municipality that, except for Golden Beach, does not charge that. Does not charge the 10% on top of that. And it's not just on the water, it's also on the sewer as well, which we don't collect. It's also on the sewer. They collect a franchise on top of the water and sewer, which is county provided.
So who can answer that from, so where does the 10% go? If someone from Miami Gardens can answer this. The 10% additional tax, where does it go? Yeah, go ahead.
The utility tax is the tax that's authorized by Florida statute for cities to charge utility providers because they might not own property in cities, so they wouldn't pay property taxes. But we still have to maintain roads for them to travel on. So it goes into the general fund, but the utility tax is not a surcharge. North Miami Beach charges a utility tax also. Almost every city in Miami-Dade County charges a utility tax for every utility that comes through the city. And so that's a part of what happens generally and how you actually finance municipal budgets. I appreciate the question, but I believe that when you asked the mayor the question about the interconnectors agreements, he still is using the interconnector agreements as the agreements that are required by 180.19. And we have to be very clear that's not true. Independent of that, the mayor said something that is demonstrably untrue, and we can bring the commissioner auditor down if we need to. But the idea that the surcharge goes to compensate for things like procurement and the attorney's office, they actually have different drawdowns out of the water. They charge that back. So we know they're charging that back. We know that they're actually taking money out of the water system for that. This 25% is on top of that. That's what their budget looks like to us when we analyze it.
Thank you. Let me, one moment, Commissioner. I know it's 2:15 p.m., and I'm asking you, please, if you can silence your phone. If you feel like your phone needs to ring and you would like for it to ring, just know that there's a non-for-profit out there that needs a donation, either a phone or $100 if that works for each one of you with your phone that rings. So just be mindful of that, and I'll give you 5 seconds to go ahead and check your phone one more time, please.
So,
Commissioner.
Thank you, through the Vice Chair.
Thank you.
So in addition to the 25%, the City of Miami Gardens charges the 10% that goes to their general fund.
On both water and sewer, yes.
Yes. Thank you. And then we know that the general fund can be used. It's not only the City of Miami Beach that travels to Japan. I'm pretty sure that officials from the City of Miami Gardens also use their money to travel. So, colleagues, as I stated, when I started, I'm the commissioner for District 2 and the City of North Miami Beach. The City of North Miami Beach is part of District 2. I heard you, Commissioner Gilbert, that there have been efforts in the past for these two cities to negotiate. It has not resulted in, it has not gone far. But now, I'm the commissioner, and then what I'd like to propose, I'd like to propose a deferral to allow them to sit down. I think the time has come for them to sit down. You did indicate, Commissioner Gilbert, that the ordinance covers everyone. But what I'd like to ask you, besides my community, where else did you send these mailers?
Commissioner, through the chair.
Thank you, sir.
I sent them to Commissioner Steinberg's community also.
Yeah.
And I ran the commercials on cable networks, and I geo-targeted the area, and why I geo-targeted that area is because that's the only water system that had a problem with the ordinance. So we had conversations with Coral Gables, we had conversations with Homestead. We reached out to water systems just to make sure they were good, because this wasn't meant to actually punish folks. The only people who had a problem with it was the city of North Miami Beach. As we believe that's because they're the only people who are actually doing business in such an egregious way. But beyond their motivation, if other water systems had said, hey, we should be able to ignore Florida statute 180.19 and not have an agreement to have, then we would have sent the mailers there also. So when you ask me would I dare do it, absolutely.
I hear you, Commissioner. I'm reiterating my request for a deferral, and then I would and to ask for a sunshine meeting for the two cities to sit down, and let's say 90 days. I'm not asking for a long time. For 90 days, I believe that these parties should be able to sit down to continue without interference from anyone, especially if they are both open to negotiations. I'd like to ask my colleague to support me in that, allow them to sit down.
Can I
Allow
ask a
them to
question,
sit
Mr. Vice Chair?
Commissioner Bermudez, but just be mindful, you have already made a motion on your item, correct, earlier? Now there's a motion for deferral, and I believe deferral takes precedence. So Commissioner Bermudez, please, what's your question?
Because we're going around and around in circles, and because they've had opportunities to negotiate for years, I would like to ask Commissioner Gilbert, because the only way I support a deferral is if it's to a date certain, which is our next meeting. And I'm going to vote with Commissioner Gilbert, because there's no reason this mayor and that mayor over years can't sit down, and I have a feeling we're going to find ourselves in the same position when we come to the next meeting. But it takes away the argument. I don't believe in 90 days to talk about something that they haven't talked about that they've been talking about for 7 years. I think it's a waste of time. So I don't know. I want to ask Commissioner Gilbert, would you be open to a deferral to a date certain, which would be the next commission meeting?
I'm generally, thank you for the question, I'm generally not open to deferral. What I can do is amend the implementation date of the ordinance to give them time to negotiate. So we're talking this, though, the predicate requirement of the ordinance isn't a current statutory obligation. So they have to comply with the statute anyway. I'm willing to give them more time in the context of the ordinance to do that. And if you want to sit down with them, Commissioner Bastien, and you want to facilitate that, I'm completely comfortable with you doing that. So we can give them more time to actually figure it out. But to these residents, they've lacked transparency and accountability for 2 decades. Look, I remember the first time my mom told me she needed me to help her pay her water bill. I remember looking at the water bill. I remember it. Robinson, she remembers it. We remember it. Every time we get to this point, they say, let's negotiate. They said, let's negotiate during the statute, when we were doing the legislation. After the legislation passed, they were like, hey, no, let's negotiate. After the governor vetoed it, this same mayor sent out text messages to people on this board, gloating. This same mayor. He wasn't looking to negotiate when he vetoed it, and he said he had to take his victory lap. I'm not interested in a victory lap. You know, Commissioner, because you might not necessarily be involved in this issue, these 2 cities actually mediated this in this chamber. Nearly, what is it, maybe a decade ago almost? Weiss Sirota was the attorneys. We negotiated it then, it didn't go anywhere. That city sued that city. That city owes that city $9 million now over this same issue. We have negotiated. So, no, I'm not interested in deferral, Commissioner Bermudez. I will, if it would help my colleague, we can give them more time once we pass the ordinance, but we need to actually do something, because we've seen them talk about negotiations. Let's talk, let's figure it out. Every time something's going to pass, and every time somebody does that, we delay relief, accountability, transparency for the residents and the businesses of not just Miami Gardens, but everyone outside of their service, of their city. So no, I want us to pass an item today, and I'm willing to work with them on time, so that because they have to negotiate anyway. They have to get the agreement anyway. And this is to the residents of Miami Gardens and the leadership of Miami Gardens. There may be a situation where some surcharge is applicable. There may be a situation where some surcharge is applicable, but it shouldn't just be a blanket 25 for everybody that's not in the city of North Miami Beach. And that's the same thing we've been saying for 2 decades.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Regalado, who's on queue? Regalado, Bastien. All right, Regalado, Bastien, Steinberg.
Thank you.
And then we're gonna try to bring this in for a landing, guys, because we need to actually, because we might lose quorum. So we
This
have
is the first time I speak on this. I'm going to
Not-
try to be short.
No, it wasn't directed to you. I'm just saying, like, we need to.
I understand. I just want to make some recommendations, because I think there's certain things that were mentioned that I think need some clarification. Obviously, there is a difference between water and sewer, as it is operated by Miami-Dade County, and the municipalities that operate water and sewer systems. However, that is not to say that the municipalities that operate water systems should not change their practices. As Commissioner Gilbert mentioned, once upon a time, water and sewer was not an enterprise system. Once upon a time, this body, under other direction, consistently took money out of water and sewer from the ratepayers and used it for the general fund. And that landed us, in a consent agreement with a series of limitations, which honestly I appreciate, because I believe that when you pay a rate, that rate should go to sustain that system and nothing else. I believe that. Now, you have mentioned on several occasions, because as Commissioner Gilbert mentioned, this is not the first time that we talk about this, that in the past you made infrastructure investments, and that you're paying back those investments. And that's fine. You have your right to present a capital plan, to present details on what you spent the money on out of your general fund, and that you're paying yourself back with the surcharge. That is all within your purview as you proceed, to disclose where the surtax money goes to. There, you have drawdowns. We know that you have drawdowns. No one is saying that. I think there's a misunderstanding as to who the agreement is with. My understanding is not that we're talking about an agreement with every ratepayer. We're talking about an agreement with the municipality that represents that ratepayer. We're not talking about you have an agreement with every ratepayer. We don't have an agreement with every ratepayer, right? Now, we do have disclosure. We do have a budget that specifically states where all that money is going. And we do have a 5, 10, 15-year capital plan where our ratepayers can go and see where our water infrastructure money is going and why. And we do share that with the municipalities that we provide service to. So we're not asking you to do something extraordinary. We're just asking for disclosure and accountability. Now, I think you are going to need more time to negotiate this, because if you don't have that documentation, you're going to have to produce that documentation. You're going to have to provide information on what is your infrastructure, what is the maintenance of that infrastructure, what is your future projection, and if you need to go back 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, you're going to need time to do that. I think you should have started doing that a while ago, given the nature of these conversations. But I would support giving them more time. But I think that the concept, I think what you need to embrace is the concept. And that's the problem that I'm having here, is that I don't see you understanding this concept. And maybe this is an ideological issue, right? That a rate that is paid should go exclusively to the system that supports it. And that's what I think this is about. And I feel that way, and maybe you don't feel that way, right? But that's what this is about. So Commissioner President, I want to support you, but at the same time, ideologically, I I think that it should be an enterprise system. I think that every water system should be an enterprise system, just like I think that solid waste should be an enterprise system, you know? And I don't think that these systems should subsidize the general fund. And if you have a problem figuring out how your employees work and how you do that drawdown, well, then you need to work on that. Right? You need to work on that and you need to delineate it. And if you have a third of an employee that works for water and sewer, you know, because you don't have enough people, those are all things that you can put in a pro forma that can be explained to another municipality. So I don't see the disconnect here. And I don't think that it's an egregious ask. Now, if you tell me, listen, we have issues with this municipality, we've sat down a million times, we've never come to agreement, we believe that we're never gonna come to an agreement, and we're gonna hit an impasse, that's a different conversation, but you're not having that conversation, which is why I brought up what happens when we have an impasse, right? So if you're telling me that there's so much bad blood that there's no way that you can come to an agreement, I think that's a different conversation. But the fact that you're fighting us on the initial disclosure is what's turning this board. So I would caution you, because the votes are here. And I think what we're getting into now is just the specifics of how we land the plane. But I don't think that people here are against the disclosure piece. Yeah, what do you want to say? Yes.
You recognize.
Yes.
Thank you to the Vice Chair. To be clear, we have no issues with disclosing the vagueness in how the ordinance is written. One, in the fact that it's adhering to, and this is up to the interpretation, that it's a permissive statute. Now it's being enforced, or an attempt to be enforced, but also the way what are the objective standards you're going to be utilizing, and saying that we are meeting the requirements, as you pointed out, that we're using it towards the water, that we're paying back drawdowns. That's not listed out here. It doesn't say what the parameters are.
But that's what you
That's
would
what I'm
ask
saying.
for
I'm
clarification. Like, I don't think it's vague. I think it says for this water service. So what does that mean? Is it paying pipes? Is it paying humans? Is it paying billing? Like, the water service is comprised of several pieces, and those pieces are included. And that's why I'm telling you, if you have pieces of this that reside in other departments, then it's just a matter of percentages. This is an accounting issue, and that's something that can be resolved. I don't think it's vague. I think you're asking for a certain amount of clarity that is not going to be available in a statute. So that's why I'm saying, look at it as an enterprise system. It's very simple. Everything that goes into providing water is included. And if you have something that you use in a dual form, then you need to state that. Right? So everything from if you want to charge lease for the space that they're in, if you want to take an employee and say they're working half on water and sewer and they're working half on something else, if you want to take the people that do the hiring and say that 25% of what they do a year goes to water and sewer, you're within your right to do that. And I think that's the part that you're not understanding. So I think it's just a matter of putting together a pro forma and detailing exactly what the cost is associated with your water and sewer system. Now, they can disagree. They can say, actually, no, we don't agree with that, you know. But that's what the process is. I think that's what we're missing here. It's just a process. I don't, unless there's something that I'm missing. But I think it's just a matter of a pro forma with a process. And how far, and that's the other question, how far are they going to go back? We haven't gotten into that, and you haven't gotten into that. So they could go as far back as they want. So if they want to, you know, and that's my only question, like how much time and how far back, you know, and do you believe that you could never reach an agreement? Because Commissioner Bastien, there's a conflict here. Commissioner Bastien's asking for more time so you guys can reach an agreement. Commissioner Gilbert's saying we've been talking about this for 20 years. There's no agreement. So, you know, do you need 30? Do you need 60? What do you need?
Through the Vice Chair?
Please, very succinct, to the point. What do you need?
Well, we have our a rate study that's going to be coming due at the end of this year. The reason, and with the last time we did this was back.
I think, with all due respect, I think she's asking you in terms of time, dates. So if we can just get to that. That is her question.
I would say that to come up with the relevant information, as I would say by after our rate study is done, hopefully by early January, we should have it done. I'm just saying because of the rate study. We actually have a rate study that's been pending for the past year and a half, and we're bringing it down. We're going to be having hearings on it. This happens with every municipality that provides water. This is nothing new. The last time we did this was back in 2019.
I think that's a bridge too far. You know, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you, but you make it hard. You make it hard.
Right, Commissioner Steinberg, we are going to land this plane soon. Commissioner Steinberg.
Mayor, I think she was asking, because I'm inclined to support a deferral, but I think she's asking you, give us a finite amount of time that you can come back, I think, to resolve some of the issues outstanding with the municipality, and to see, as I heard, and Oliver, Commissioner Gilbert, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard you say something that if, this wouldn't even be on here if the monies were going towards water and sewer, and things of that nature. Is that, regardless, you could be charging whatever number rate. I just need clarification if I heard that correctly.
Absolutely. They can come into compliance by taking the entire surcharge into their water and sewer fund. That's why this is only affecting other folks, because they actually use the money for water and sewer.
Gotcha.
And obviously, you know, I feel like I always, you know, we always bow. We don't like people telling us how we spend our money, how they should be spending their money, and that's a different conversation. But he does make a good point in terms of a good point. Not all. No, you know, it is reasonable that you look at that, right? In terms of spending it in the water and sewer realm. So having said that, if we defer this for you know, hopefully you all can negotiate. But secondly, when is your next City of North Miami Beach Commission meeting?
21st. Through the chair.
Okay, so we meet on the 21st as well, so that wouldn't help them right at the next meeting. But this should probably come back to the meeting for discussion, so that maybe what's our next meeting after that? November?
Well, let me just say this. I don't, and I know that this is going to throw it off, but I don't know that I'll support a deferral today either way, but shall we go in that direction? This board, I know that their meeting is the 21st, but this board has called special meeting after special meeting when matters are important to us. This is a matter that's important to them. I'm sure they have in their rules to call a special meeting before the 21st on this water matter, so that this is back to us by the 21st and it doesn't interrupt our meeting on the 21st. I would, if we're going to go in the direction of a deferral, I would like for it to be to the 21st, which is the meeting. I'll recognize you in a second. Steinberg still has the floor, and I'll recognize you in a second. But I'm just saying, Commissioner Steinberg, we've called special meetings for things like the fuel farm and solid waste, things that are important to us. This is very important, obviously. This is a big issue for the city and for the cities involved. I would suggest a special meeting prior to the 21st, just for this. If the body decides to go in the direction of a deferral. That's what I would suggest. And that way, again, I don't know if the maker of the item is, but you still have the floor. I'll recognize you, and then
Yes.
the maker, and then Bastien.
And obviously, we can read a room, right? And so I want to make sure that we're still giving you that time, because you know where some of us are on this, right? But I'll support Commissioner Bastien's deferral motion for, but I heard my colleagues basically say if it's not coming back in the next meeting, they're not going to support a deferral. So I'm trying to help you here by some time. So I'll support it to the next meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Bastien, or you want to chime in? You're next in my line, but I can go to Bastien and then go to you. Commissioner Bastien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gilbert, you and I, you're a friend, you're a good colleague, and I believe that we have a good relationship. You keep referring to the fact that these two cities have this for a long time, and they have not been able to come to an understanding. But I was before my time. That's why my motion is to defer, for them, give them the chance, the beautiful people of Miami Gardens, give them the time in a sunshine meeting with you, Commissioner Gilbert, and Commissioner Steinberg, since the city of North Miami Beach is also in your district, to discuss this. And then the only thing that I'd like to add, Commissioner Steinberg, I understand, Mr. Chair, that this is important, and I agree that the residents of Miami Gardens, they've been waiting for a long time. And it is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. There has to be an agreement. However, the 21st is just around the corner. So can we at least give them 30 days for Commissioner Gilbert and I and Commissioner Steinberg's? You don't want to be part of the sunshine meeting?
Listen, I think that we need to be careful to not micromanage this situation, and we need to be very mindful that, they're all respective electeds in the room from the cities, and they can negotiate. But the thing I have an issue with, I'm sorry, may I be recognized? I just realized I spoke, is that, I don't want us to be punitive either, and I get very concerned about how the road we could be and the precedent we could be setting here. So I do think I support the time for them to continue discussions. I think that's very important. Anything we can do to alleviate, because here we're trying to mandate an agreement that if it's not reached, there's punishment. And that, it's a stick approach. So I'm trying to see what can be done. So I think if you want more time, I'll support that. I don't know that the votes are there. Yeah, I'll support 30 days. I'm not sure if the votes are there, but I'll support it.
Mr.
You still had the floor. Your microphone.
Your microphone.
Ups. Something I also would like to clarify. So thank you, Commissioner Steinberg. I heard you. I'd like to clarify something that I've heard, that I don't believe that state statutes requires state statutes, to my understanding, does not require that where the surcharge goes, right? Am I correct or not? This is just something I want to clarify before I go back.
You recognize, Mr. Attorney?
The state statute does not require where or does not indicate or order or state where the surcharge goes, right?
Does not.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As to just some initial matters. When we heard the relevant testimony about investments in the water system, the testimony was in response to a question about the surcharge, but the investments in their water system come from revenue bonds, which is based on the water rates, which is in the water system. So when they're fixing their water system, they're doing it based on revenue bonds. They go out and they got loans. We know because we read them. The money from the surcharge is not included in the actual revenue bonds. So that's the first thing. With regard to more time, the ordinance as drafted provides time because we're the people who would actually have to issue a punishment. We'd have to actually come in and do something. I'm not objecting to time, but if you tell me that by the 21st, these two cities who could not come to an agreement in 20 years can come to an agreement by the 21st, I think that's just folly. I think that's just folly. So I wouldn't agree with that. I believe that if we pass this, they will be forced to negotiate. Commissioner Bastian, because, and this is something that's actually going to be complimentary of the mayor, or it's not complimentary, but sympathetic to him. I don't think North Miami Beach has a choice. This mayor inherited a city that's general fund. Their general fund is basically 10% of surcharges from other cities. I don't think this mayor could stand here and be like, oh yeah, we're just going to stop doing it right away. We have to actually have that conversation. That's going to have to be imposed on them, and it's going to have to be stepped down over time. That's not his fault. That's not the current commissioners in North Miami Beach's fault. That's the city they inherited. I don't think they have the latitude to actually negotiate something different, because when they stop charging the surcharge, Their general fund's affected. Their general fund is supported by their millage. It's something that's going to have to be careful. It's something that's going to have to be intentional, and it's something that's not going to have to. It's not going to be. It's not going to be compulsory. It's going to be mandated. So we're trying to pass the buck here, but that's been done too many times now, and we're passing the buck. But the buck we're passing is coming out of their pockets, and it's going into their pockets. That's the $4 million that are passing. That's the $10 million out of all of our districts. Roughly $10 million. 9 and some change is going from their pockets to their pockets, and every time they say, no, don't do it. Let's talk about it. The time for talk is ended. If you want the more time, I'll build more time into the ordinance for them to negotiate. They can have 90 days inside the ordinance to negotiate. They can have 90 days inside the ordinance to come to the agreements. I think it's reasonable to say that once we say there has to be an agreement, the mayor's holding up 60 days. No, we're going to be generous, and we're going to say the residents open up 3 days. No, we're going to be generous and reasonable and say 90 days. 90 days.
Guys,
and to the residents, understand this. I understand it's a hardship that you've been enduring, and I'm going to ask you to suffer a little bit longer. This is why I'm going to say it, because what they're going to have to do if this passes, it's not easy. Having said as a mayor and now as a county commissioner, I understand the struggles of providing services out of your general fund. What they're going to have to do is going to be difficult, because they've been relying on the general fund and this surcharge in their general fund to provide basic services. This is not something that can be done on a napkin and a diner table. They're going to have to sit down and figure it out. It's going to take a minute. It's not going to be easy. So I'm willing to build time into the ordinance, but I'm not supportive of deferring the ordinance.
Okay, so that being said, a world of differences. There is a motion to defer for 30 days. There is a second. The deferral takes precedence. I'm personally going to vote no on the deferral, given even through the differences of opinions and of who's right and who's wrong, I do feel that Commissioner Gilbert is being reasonable in extending those timelines. I do believe that at some point that compliance needs to occur. And furthermore, it gives me ease that you're cognizant, Commissioner Gilbert, that they do depend on that general fund revenue, and it has to be a slow transition. But with that, I'll call the vote on the deferral for 30 days. All in favor of the deferral for 30 days of item 7A signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. All right, the nays have it. From the voice, I'm happy to do it again, but the nays have it unless there's a challenge. All right, so it's been 7A has been moved with your changes. Okay. Do you need clarification?
No, Mr. Chair, it would just be on page MDC 007. We would be amending the first reference to 30 days to 90 days pursuant to Commissioner Gilbert's statement.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Gilbert, second by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. We've litigated this to death, but is there any other discussion? No. Seeing none. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
I vote yes.
Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert. Commissioner Gonzalez.
4.
Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg. Commissioner Bastien. Commissioner Bermudez.
Yes.
Vice Chairman McGee. Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 9-3.
All right. Next item, I am going to call up, again, I'm going out of order today. Please exit. I see there's a lot of people exiting. Please exit as quietly as possible. Stretch outside, not here. Take photos outside. All right, I'm going to call up item 11A19. 11A19. which is sponsored by Commissioner Bermudez. Sergeants, can we make sure that they exit quietly?
Okay, this is my dead horse.
Commissioner, wait, but I have actual pooling commissioners, so Commissioner from District 4.
I only pulled it to vote no.
Okay, and then Commissioner from District 5.
Same for me.
Okay, so sponsoring Commissioner Bermudez.
Yeah, I'm gonna be brief because it's been a long day for all of us. And this is a substitute item that differs from the original in that it actually deletes the second sentence of section 2 and deletes the phrase creation of a TIF district, which some of you had concerns with. So the way this substitute ordinance reads now, it modifies Resolution 629-18, which occurred when none of us were really on this dais. It'll now read that so that the use of impact fees and federal and state funds shall not be subject to the restrictions in Resolution 629-18, which restricted many things. It eliminates the other paragraph beginning with additionally ending with 629-18, and then lastly, it changes any impact fee use, including anything negotiated as a result of this resolution, shall come back to this board for approval. Look, I think that the county policies in that resolution that occurred before here had a lot of politics involved. I don't think any one of our districts should have a limitation of creating or having formal restrictions that are detrimental to the county and the ability of the board to make decisions on behalf of the county. Modifying this resolution may provide greater flexibility to the people that are taking this famous project. But that's not our problem. Truthfully, I'm more interested, it actually will create more opportunities related to the infrastructure in the surrounding area. Senator Garcia and I, the area which I represent and he represents right by it is severely impacted on roads. In fact, he and I collaborated on some help that we've given within the city of Hialeah to a portion that I represent. And I want to thank him publicly for that. I wasn't around for the press conference, but they were very thankful of it. And 170th, we're finishing it in 107th. This area adjacent to it is not just a matter about this infamous mall that may or may not be built. I could care less. I care about roads. I care about people coming in and people coming out. And I would hope, had I been here in 2018, the resolution 629-18 at the last second imposed something on one applicant that has never been imposed on anyone else. The rules should be the same for everybody. You got to pay, they're going to have to pay impact fees anyways if they ever build the darn thing. Doesn't matter who's there. But what I don't want is to be restricted from finding and talking to the state, getting money from the state, talking to people to get money from the state to improve those exits, those roads in that area, which I believe that for Northwest Dade, and yes, it does impact Senator Garcia and I probably the most, but I think it's the correct concept is, why, if it was in any of your districts, I wouldn't want any of your applicants to have different rules than the applicants in my district. I don't think that's good public policy. Why this occurred in, and by the way, when this was passed by this county commission, it was actually supported by the mayors of the adjacent cities and the council members of the adjacent cities. But that's neither here nor there. It's a matter of equitable public policy. And why would this commission tie their hands and not be able to get federal aid and state aid for roads? Makes no sense, and like I promised, I'm not going to beat the dead horse because Chairman Rodriguez reminded me that I got to take it light. So if not, my wife will kill me. So that's it. You've heard this before. I appreciate, I understand my two colleagues in their position, and I respect it. And let's just take a vote and decide it, up or down.
Second. All right, with that, we have a motion. We have a second by Senator Garcia. All in favor? Okay, you're recognized for...
Sorry, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. To Commissioner Bermudez, again, welcome back. We are truly very grateful for your return. And this was one that I had difficulties with initially. until I was briefed, and then I was briefed again, and I asked a million questions. So for me, I just want to get a few things on the record before moving forward. So to our attorneys or to the administration, I need someone to please confirm for me that the passage of 11A19 and its substitute, and again to the district commissioner, thank you for making the changes as a reflection of the concerns that were expressed by your colleagues. That's always appreciated. I understand this as being a lift on a restriction to allow for the investment with our state partners in roadway infrastructure in the area with which the district commissioner is communicating is so desperately needed. Can someone clarify whether or not that is in fact what 11A19 allows for?
Through the chair, Jimmy Morales, Chief Operating Officer. The original resolution essentially restricted the extent to which public dollars, public money, could be spent in this area in connection with infrastructure that might benefit I don't know if it was, I guess, county. I don't know if it was county or public money generally that would benefit the Dream Mall or the developer in this case. Fast forward, and I think where this came from, the Commissioner Bermudez acknowledged that while the mall had not even yet broken ground, there was a lot of other development, residential, warehouse, that was creating significant traffic issues, and yet the restriction was prohibiting funds from coming in. I think the term of public money has been narrowed now. It does not include TID, it does not include TIF or any of that. Now it's specifically what can be used is impact fees, which are obviously generated in that area. And then to the extent that there's federal or state money that is somehow earmarked or directed to this area, I guess why not take advantage of that? But so there's still some things that are restricted, but it opens up a window for some possible funding.
Possible funding for roadways, not for a mall, correct?
No, for roadways.
Okay.
For roadways.
That's the item before us.
Yes,
It's
yes.
funding for infrastructure and roadways,
Correct.
And the state funding, I understand there to be a substantial amount of state funding that is either contingent upon or in some way tied up if this were not to pass. Can you clarify that for me?
Well, what we have been told is that the state is interested, FDOT and the governor's office, in doing some significant work along, I think it's I-75, to try to facilitate a flow of traffic, perhaps also an additional interchange or two, it's not clear, but certainly that they're prepared to do that, but their concern and we've not had these conversations, but this is what has been represented. I do believe the commissioner has had these conversations, that they need a local partner that could then, connect those things to local roads and whatnot. And I think that's where that state money could become available if the local jurisdictions are willing to invest in some local roads. And I think that's where, and I don't want to put words in Commissioner Bermudez's mouth, but I think that's what sort of the motivation is here.
I am, just to be clear, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, and I appreciate your kind words, I'm not for public dollars going to a private entity, okay? Let's be clear. And this ordinance will still require, where there's some state dollars that they would say, we're willing to put this, we're committing for it to come back in front of us, and we make that decision, which I think is what's important. And by the way, again, that decision would impact a whole area that's growing, not necessarily a specific applicant.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. And I see this restriction well-intended at the time, but I think subsequent thereto, it has had unintended consequences, and you're bringing this item simply to remedy those unintended consequences and ideally and hopefully bring the much-needed traffic relief to the residents in your area. So with that being understood and clarified on the record, I'm happy to support 11A19. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. With that, all in favor of 11A19 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, two nays that I see. All right, item passes. Congratulations. All right, we are going to move quickly, even though I'm getting blown up by people needing to hear their items, but we are going to quickly move into a very brief introduction of the mayoral appointment of the new director for the Medical Examiner Department.
Very good.
Come on up, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and to all of the commissioners. This is really a great moment for our county. Dr. Benjamin Mathis has received his appointment as Director of Medical Examiner. We hope for your concurrence. He's been with us since 2012. And, you know, these are very special people, these medical examiners. Obviously, they're physicians. Their expertise is vital to law enforcement. They're vital to all kinds of personal matters, investigations, and it's very, very specialized training. And guess what? We trained him. So we know he's the best. I do want to say he could have conducted a lot of autopsies while he was sitting here waiting for his appointment. All right. Some of you were listening. Thank you. It's okay. But Dr. Mathis was trained by his predecessor and was uniformly endorsed, not only by him and by our administration, but by his co-workers, his staff. So he brings with him tremendous trust for the work that he's done, and they've seen him in action. For example, Surfside. All right, that was quite the time for autopsies, ladies and gentlemen, very sadly. COVID-19, again. But really, on a daily basis, he is serving not just science, compassion, and public service. He's a standout. So he's going to continue to train future generations of medical examiners and make sure that we have a steady pipeline and also that we train for people around the country. He's the best. So thank you very much for joining in welcoming Dr. Mathis to his new role.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Could he say a brief word? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I kept it brief so he could have some time.
Oh, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief of Public Safety, Chief Raz. Thank you, Commissioners. I'd really like to thank my staff, everybody who's still in the office doing the work, but also all of them who duked it out today and watched the whole commission meeting. So really thank you. We are a team. That's how we're able to get everything done. And I do want to thank my predecessors, Dr. Bruce Heima, who passed away. He brought me to Miami-Dade County as a fellow, and he saw promise in me. And then Dr. Liu and Dr. Hutchins, who really allowed me to get hands-on experience managing the department. So I want to thank you, thank everyone, and I will do you proud.
Thank you so much,
Thank
and
you.
congratulations on your new role. Welcome, again. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, all right, yes, we are exactly. Where are we? All right, I need to, there's people that are looking to get their things, and we're going to get to it all. We're not going to lose quorum, I don't think. But let's get into public hearing. There's some items that need to happen today. I mean, I don't know that one will get done. They will all get done. But I don't know if that's one of the ones that has to happen today. I'm just saying, when you say have to, like funding, federal funding that can be lost, it's not that one. But we will get to all of them, I promise. All right. Let's go ahead and call the individuals that signed up for public hearing. I have David Friedman and Risa Rubin again.
Mr. Chair, may I go ahead and read all the titles first?
You may. It's just, my staff is too good, and they're giving me the names. And
5A is a resolution revising the inventory list of real property appropriate for use as affordable housing to include 5 county-owned properties, declaring the county property surplus, approving the conveyance for the purpose of developing such county property with affordable housing, and 5A supplement. 5B is a resolution approving the issuance by the Public Finance Authority of its education facilities revenue refunding bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $7 million to refinance capital projects on behalf of Divine Savior School. 5C is a resolution renaming the North Dade Justice Center located at 15555 Biscayne Boulevard as the Harvey Rubin Justice Center, and its supplement. 5D is a resolution approving, adopting, and confirming an assessment rate for the mandatory payment rule against certain real property to fund the non-federal share of supplemental payment programs to benefit existing and newly licensed hospital properties. 5E is a resolution granting petition to vacate a portion of Southwest 408th Street from 30 feet west of the center line of Southwest 217 Avenue West for approximately 642 feet 5F is an ordinance relating to conflict of interest and Code of Ethics ordinance amending Section 2-11.1 of the code, revising provision relating to prohibition on transacting business with the county, providing exception to voting conflict provision for certain circumstances where there is a unity of interest between the county and a county-owned entity, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. 5G is a resolution approving the waiver of plat of DCR Dayland LLC. 5H is a resolution amending resolution number R22125 and co-designating that portion of Southwest 64th Street between Southwest 63rd Court and Southwest 63rd Avenue as Gail Coachman Alexander Way and its supplement. 5I is a resolution co-designating that portion of Southwest 64th Street between Southwest 67th Court and Southwest 68th Court as R. Paul Young Way and its supplement. 5J is an ordinance creating and establishing a special taxing district in the county generally bounded on the north by theoretical Southwest 346th Street, theoretical Southwest 2th Street, on the east by Southwest 177 Avenue, South Chrome Avenue, on the south by theoretical Southwest 352 Street, theoretical Southwest 7th Street, and on the west by Transportation Corridor, known and described as Ocean Gate Village Multipurpose Maintenance Special Taxing District. Identifying services to be provided, authorizing and directing the mayor designee to cause to be maintained and operated various public improvements, and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. 5K is an ordinance creating and establishing a special taxing district in the county generally bounded on the north by Southwest 294 Street, on the east by Harriet Tubman Highway, on the south by Southwest 296 Street, Avocado Drive, and on the west by theoretical Southwest 164 Place, known and described as Magnolia Point Multipurpose Maintenance and Street Lighting Special Taxing District. Identifying services to be provided, authorizing and directing the mayor or designee to cause to be maintained and operated various public improvements, and to provide for the installation of streetlights, approving a street lighting agreement with Homestead Energy Services, and authorizing the mayor or designee to execute the agreement, waiving provisions of resolution number R13006 and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. And 5K1 is its corresponding resolution approving, adopting, confirming a preliminary assessment rule for the district. 5L is an ordinance creating and establishing a special taxing district in the county, generally bounded in the north by Southwest 353 Street, Southwest 8th Street, on the east by Southwest 185 Avenue, Southwest 9 Avenue, on the south by theoretical Southwest 354 Street, and on the west by Southwest 187 Avenue, South Redland Road, Southwest 10 Avenue, known and described as Pine Mesa Multipurpose Maintenance Special Taxing District, identifying services to be provided, authorizing and directing the mayor designee to cause to be maintained and operated, various public improvements, and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. 5M is a resolution granting petition to close the theoretical Northwest 102 Street from Northwest 21 Court East for approximately 143 feet. 5N is a resolution granting petition to vacate a portion of Southwest 227 Avenue from 30 feet south of the center line of Southwest 400 Street South for approximately 1,294 feet. 5O is a resolution approving the waiver of plat of Boost Investment, Inc. 5P is a resolution approving the waiver of plat of Nancy George and George F. George. 5Q is a resolution taking action on Class 1 permit application by the City of Miami and Yachting Promotions, Inc. for a temporary 94-slip docking facility for an annual boat show for a period of 10 years. 5R is a resolution approving the waiver of plat of Rent Supervisor Corps. 5S is a resolution approving the waiver of plat of Randy Russell Joseph. And 5T is a resolution approving the plat of Rancho Grande subdivision. Those are all your public hearing items.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. I'm going to go ahead and open up public hearing. I have two speakers, Mr. David Friedman and Riza Reuven. You're welcome to come up. Risa Reuven. And I promise you we're going to get to the item today. We just need to get through this. You both have a minute. Please reintroduce yourself. I know you spoke earlier, but you have a minute to speak.
David Friedman, representing the Committee to Honor Harvey Reuven, who led an extraordinary life. He was a friend and mentor to many people in attendance today. Not much more to say other than on the local, national, and international scene, this man was truly a giant, all the way up to being an attendee at United Nations conferences. So, having said that, this is a memory that deserves to be preserved and honored, and we look forward to your support on behalf of his memory and his family. Thank you.
I just want to thank you so much for this consideration and time. Thank you, Senator Renee Garcia, for all your support and pushing forward. My husband has been so committed and dedicated. This was his home. And I know he has touched so many people's hearts. Strangers come up to me all the time and say, what your husband did for me. It didn't matter if it was Waste Management or whoever. He always took the time to speak to anybody. And he's been so committed to this community, and I really appreciate the acknowledgement of keeping his name alive.
Thank you, Risa. And that was Risa Rubin for the record. You want to state your address?
Pardon me?
Would you like to state your address for the record?
Yes. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. 3180, is that right? 31, I said it before, 3180 Northeast 207th Street.
Perfect.
Aventura, Florida.
Thank you so
I
much.
moved since everything.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, with that.
Definitely a man for all people.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, public hearing is, I mean, what time is it? It's the thing, I don't understand. People clapping and stuff, like, no, we're gonna make it longer because people don't they're like children. All right, yeah, children. You're like children, clapping when you know you're not supposed to in the chamber. I don't understand. Like my 13-year-old, my 13-year-old, you know?
That was Jess.
I'm gonna start just, muting people.
That was Jess and Jerry. I saw her clap too, Mr. Chairman. It was Jess and Jerry.
Yeah, I doubt that. All right, public hearing is closed. Any bifurcations?
Yes, I have bifurcation.
Of course. You're recognized for bifurcations.
I would like to please bifurcate 5C and 5F. 5F just to vote no.
5C and 5F. Okay, Stein. Any other bifurcations?
5G and R.
5G,
5Q, Mr. Chair.
5G and 5R?
Yes, sir, it's just a vote no.
For which one?
5Q.
And
Okay. Any other bifurcations?
Mr. Chair,
5Q.
I had received word. Commissioner Hardeman, do you still wish to bifurcate? Item 5F.
5F is already bifurcated. Yep. 5Q is bifurcated. Anything else? All right, Commissioner Gilbert moves the remainder of the items, seconded by Commissioner Bastien. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert. Commissioner Gonzalez.
4.
Commissioner Hardeman. Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Millian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado. Commissioner Steinberg. Commissioner Bastian. Commissioner Bermudez. Commissioner Quinn Higgins.
4.
Vice Chairman McGee.
Yes.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, 5C is the first one on the list. The item is moved by Commissioner Gilbert, seconded.
I'd like to, I'll second it, but I'd like to speak on.
Oh, I thought you were just voting no. Go ahead. You're
No, I'm a co-prime on this one.
Oh, okay.
Point of,
I
let her
didn't
move
know.
it.
I'm
Move the item.
Listen, there's a lot. Go ahead. You
Okay, I move the item.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Steinberg, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. Would you like to say something?
I would like to say something. I know it's late and we've had a long day, but I think this is worthy of a few words. And I want to thank Senator Garcia for being my co-prime on this and for starting the, making sure it didn't fall by the wayside. But for those of you who don't know, just take a moment to reflect on the remarkable life and legacy of Harvey Reuven, who was a man who dedicated more than half a century to public service to the people of Miami-Dade. Harvey was more than just a public official. As those of you who knew, he was a visionary. From his early days, he was a North Bay village mayor. He was a county commissioner. His long tenure as clerk of courts. He was known for his unwavering integrity, compassion, and innovative spirit. But perhaps what set Harvey apart most was his deep commitment to the environment. Long before climate change became part of the national conversation, Harvey was the leading charge here at home advocating for coastal protection, sustainability, and resilience. He truly believed government had a responsibility not just to serve its people, but to safeguard the planet we all share. So Harvey Rubin's life was defined by service, vision, and an unshakable belief in what good government can achieve. His work continues to shape our county today, and his legacy will live on through the values he championed: integrity, innovation, and care for our community and our environment. So with that, I just want to say thank you, and this is very fitting, and I'm so grateful that all of you also decided to sponsor this momentous occasion. Thank you.
Chairman, if I may.
You come, sure, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quick, and then to Teresa and to Mr. Friedman, just think about this, how many lives he touched, and that he did cross political aisles, political boundaries all the time. And we have someone like Commissioner Steinberg and myself and all of you co-sponsoring this item. That tells you who this man was, and that he really was all about Miami-Dade County. He was a true pillar of this community, and it was, for me, it was truly an honor to have known him, to have used his counsel, and to have called him a friend. So for me, it's an honor to do this, and thank you very much for the opportunity to say a couple of words. And I'm sure when we have the great celebration, we'll be able to say more about him, his life, and his legacy as a public servant to Miami-Dade County.
And through the chair,
Yeah, we're going to go around the whole room.
everyone's going to talk?
Yeah, we're all going to talk.
Okay, when you're ready, I'd
Madam Mayor, you're recognized, you're right.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We all know that the man was great and that he is so worthy of having his name permanently installed, as we are doing. I just want to say from a personal perspective that Harvey Reuven touched my heart. His smile, his encouragement, his constant devotion to doing good were personally very, very meaningful to me. I appreciate so much, Senator, that you have sponsored these items. I appreciate Commissioner Higgins forwarding these items, because this is truly a man that needs to be remembered, and let his memory be a blessing and inspire us to continue to do the good work that he stood for. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues and really say a few words to Mrs. Harvey Reuven, because she's been here all day patiently waiting for the opportunity to speak on this public hearing item. And I really just wanted to say thank you to you for sharing him with us for 50 years, because he is the public servant, never served alone. He always served alongside you. So thank you, and I look forward to dates when you all decide to celebrate. I certainly will be in attendance. And congratulations, and thank you again for sharing him.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Any further discussion? Commissioner Bastian.
Thank you so much. I'd like to join my colleagues to say thank you to you, Mrs. Harvin. Harvey was a consummate public servant. He spent most of his life as a public servant. And then what I remember about him is like he was a bridge builder. He was a bridge builder, reached out to all sectors of the community, and he worked with everyone. And he took every case with dedication and commitment. So I know it took courage to do it. It's not easy. As public servants, we know how difficult it is. But he dedicated his entire life to this county. So thank you for sharing him. Thank you. And it is such a well-deserved recognition, and I'm looking forward to celebrating this momentous occasion with you. Thank you.
Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. I would just like to add that Harvey was really a spectacular public servant, but he was also a resource to other public servants. He used to text me to see when we would have lunch, just to catch up. He wanted to make sure that other electeds were doing good things. And while he's recognized for so many things that he did as a commissioner and as a clerk, I will forever be grateful for the work that he did with our environmentally endangered lands. We have EO lands because of Harvey Reuben, because he felt strongly about Pine Rocklands, because he felt strongly about putting it on the ballot in 1992. He campaigned for it, he fought for it. And when I was elected in 2020 and started talking about EEL, he was behind me 110%. And I know the mayor talked to him about it too. And I think it's great that we're doing this for him. But as I've told you in the past, I really would love to name one of our EO properties after Harvey. We wouldn't have this portfolio but for his foresight and his understanding that these areas need to be preserved for generations to come. And now as we restore them and as we celebrate them and as we educate people and a new generation about the importance of these areas, I think we should thank Harvey for his dedication and really being a pioneer when it comes to the conservation of environmentally endangered lands.
All right. With that, we have a motion. We have a second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Gilbert? Commissioner Gonzalez?
4.
Commissioner Hardeman? Commissioner Higgins? Commissioner Millian Orbis? Commissioner Regalado? Commissioner Steinberg? Commissioner Bastian?
Yes.
Commissioner Bermudez? Commissioner Cohen-Higgins?
4.
Senator Garcia? Vice Chairman McGee?
Yes.
Chairman Rodriguez?
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. All right, and we look forward to celebrating. All right, 5D, which is Commissioner Garcia's. Who bifurcated this one? 5D? It's been, yes, the remainder, yes. So 5D is moved by Senator Garcia, seconded by Gonzalez. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
4.
Commissioner Hardeman? Commissioner Higgins? Commissioner Millian Orbis? Commissioner Regalado? Commissioner Steinberg? Commissioner Bastian? Commissioner Bermudez? Commissioner Cohen-Higgins?
4.
Senator Garcia? Commissioner Gilbert? Vice Chairman McGee?
Yes.
Chairman Rodriguez?
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, 5F, Steinberg. Okay, Commissioner Higgins moves 5F. It's seconded by Commissioner Bastien. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hardeman? Commissioner Higgins? Commissioner Millian Orbis? Commissioner Regalado? Commissioner Steinberg? Commissioner Bastian? Commissioner Bermudez? Commissioner Cohen-Higgins?
4.
Senator Garcia? Commissioner Gilbert? Commissioner Gonzalez?
No.
Vice Chairman McGee?
No.
Chairman Rodriguez?
I vote yes.
Motion passes 9-4.
All right, so 5F passed. All right, I'm going to interrupt the public hearing items for a second and jump over to the official reso that we have on Fuel Farm. Commissioner Gilbert, do you want to move the official?
Through the chair?
Second.
Do I need to open for?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and we also just need to quickly add it to your agenda. It's item 14A2. And if you could briefly open it up for reasonable opportunity, and then you have a motion, a second, then we can vote after that. That'd be great.
All right, so it's been added to the agenda. It's been moved by Commissioner Gilbert to add to the agenda. It's seconded by Commissioner to add to the agenda. Regalado. I'm going to open it up. I'm going to open it up in a second. Just bear with me, guys. I know it's late and everybody's antsy, but all in favor of adding it on the agenda signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. All right, show item 14A2, I guess it is, you said. All right, reasonable opportunity is now open for anyone wishing to speak from the public that's here on 14A2, which is the fuel farm facility. Seeing none, and of course, this already got discussion earlier today for the record. Reasonable opportunity is now closed. Commissioner Regalado, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just have some comments about Section 4, because what is drafted is not what was discussed by the board. Section 4 reads in permanent part that the county mayor or county mayor's designee shall have studied the feasibility of at least 3 on-port options for a fuel facility and determined that such sites are not feasible. And then it goes on. What we had talked about was to present sites at mediation because there's been an offer to build a fuel facility at another location. This just says that the administration is going to consider 3 sites and then determine unilaterally that it's not feasible. I feel like that already happened in the report. So this is Section 4. I would like that amended. And I want, my
Second.
point is to have the
Second.
3, yeah.
All right, can we show it amended? Can we amend that? Everybody's okay with that? Is that? Correct. Can we just correct it? It's not even an amendment, it's correction.
It's a correction, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a correction. Yeah.
Could we
Because
just be
said
clear
that it
what
would
the
be.
language is, please? Could we have the language read that is corrected?
Yes, through the chair, yes. Yes. All right, can we have the attorneys read the language that should be in this resol? The attorneys, the administration, someone?
The directive in Section 3 to initiate eminent domain proceedings shall be subject to the following conditions precedent: that 60 days from October 20th, 25 have elapsed without an agreement between the county and HRP, or if sooner, that the mediator in the mediation proceedings has declared an impasse. And 2, that the county mayor or county mayor's designee shall have considered the
Right. That's what we said. We said present 3 sites at mediation.
They can talk to the feasibility of both of those in their presentation, but that's what we voted on initially.
But there's a difference between speak to the feasibility and determine the feasibility. Yeah.
All right, guys, attorneys, with me, please, Jerry. What do we have to do to get this in the right posture? Because while it should have been printed that way, now we have an item that's already been approved on the agenda. So to change it, do we formally need an amendment on this item because it was printed incorrectly? So we need to amend it now?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I believe what is being suggested is that in Section 4, in subparagraph 2, that it should read that the county mayor, mayor's designee shall present at mediation at least 3 on-port options for fuel facility, and then put a period there and delete the reference to the determination that the sites are not feasible.
All right, so it's,
And the next sentence shall also be deleted.
But I do need the available utilities and site access. So I do need that part.
We would including, okay, so it would say on-port options for fuel facility, comma, including consideration of economic and operational feasibility, as well as the availability of utilities and site access.
Yes.
all right, Commissioner Gilbert accepts that, that friendly amendment from Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on this resolution, it's been moved, it's been seconded by Commissioner Gilbert, seconded by Commissioner Regalado. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, the ayes have it. Show the item passed. All right. We are back on, what we're back on public hearings.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next item is 5G.
Senator Garcia, you bifurcated 5G.
And which one, the other one too?
Just to vote no.
All right, so it's been moved by
5G and
Commissioner,
Shall I think 5G and R are both for the same reason. I'm happy to move them both.
okay, so 5G and R moved by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Cohen Higgins. Is this, what is this? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. show those items passed. All right, is 5Q the next one?
That's the last one of the public hearings, yes.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, you're recognized as the bifurcating commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't understand why this is a 10-year permit. Our code 24-4819 allows for these Class 1 permits to be for a term of 3 years. I understand that the applicant requested 10, but why did we just give them 10 years? Why not just give them what the code speaks to, which is 3 years? Why are they getting 10?
Director Gomez, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Aria Lourdes Gomez. Yeah, they are able to request 10 years, and actually the other location that the board approved in prior years already has the 10-year approval, the one at Venetian. They do come through for administrative approvals every year to ensure that they conform with the permit requirements. So that is an annual process, but the request can be for up to 10 years.
And they can request 50 years if they want? I mean,
No,
what's the limit to their ability to request?
10 is the limit.
10 is the max?
10 is that 10? Yeah.
Do they have to give any kind of justification for why they're asking for 10 when our code allows for 3?
Well, we allow for 10.
The code 24-4819 is a 3-year permit.
You have the ability to authorize it for 10.
Okay, so then that's what I don't understand. Why does it say in the item that 24-4819 is a 3-year permit?
There's a provision that the board can otherwise authorize a greater length, and the show has previous authorizations at other locations for 10 years of duration. All of what, they also come through for the annual approval that I described a moment ago.
And does that come to the board, or that's just administratively signed off on for 9 years after this passes?
It's administrative. It's been administrative.
Lisa Spadafina, Assistant Director of Durham, through the chair. So I think the difference between a boat show and a regular construction permit is that the construction on a regular permit would probably just occur once. And so in this case, because it's an annual show that's occurring over and over and over again, you're authorizing the construction over that period of 10 years, which is I guess the proposed time frame of the show operating out of this location. So in all their contexts, 3 years is just meant to be 3 years to do construction on a one-time basis, but this is an annual basis. So it would come back to us administratively. If there were any modifications that were really significant and a big change from what you guys authorized, we would have it come before the board again.
And if there was non-compliance or any kind of issue with the show throughout that 10-year period, you all would have the authority to not issue the permit, or they would still have the opportunity to operate with that permit for a period of 10 years, irrespective of findings of deficiencies or delinquencies?
Well, I think that would be up to you if you want to caveat the 10 years on something like that, but I would say that the code already allows for us to take the appropriate compliance enforcement measures. I don't think it's a typical standard for us to say we're not going to give you your next one if you had an issue last year. Now, I guess it depends on what that violation might be. We could consider that, or we might say, hey, listen, you had this problem. We want you to go back to the board so that they're aware that, the next 5 years of your permit is predicated on, this non-compliance issue.
Yeah, I would just ask that you let us know if that occurs. Again, these boat shows are great. They're wonderful economic drivers. I just want to make sure that we're sending the message as a board that 10 years is a very, very long period of time, but that we're going to keep very close eyes on your operation and make sure that these manatee protection zones and all of these environmental issues are strictly complied with. So if you feel comfortable, I feel comfortable. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we have a motion. We have a second for those two, right? Was it one at this point? Oh, that's the last one. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed?
Need a vote?
We don't need a roll call, right? No. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right. Moving on, Madam Attorney, is there any pulled items that have been released in its entirety?
We received word that Commissioner Bermudez was releasing items 8A6 and 8A7, and he was the only polling commissioner on those. But Mr. Chair, these are those aviation type items, so we would need a motion first on 8A6 and a vote, and then one on 8A7.
Move it. Move.
It's been
Move
moved by
8A6.
Commissioner Regalado, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show item 8A6 passed. Regalado moves 8A7,
Moved.
seconded by Commissioner Bastien. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show that item passed. All right, we have two at least that I know that will get some discussion. But let's jump into 11A10. Commissioner Higgins.
I move the item.
It's been Commissioner from District 11.
Just pulled to the vote, no.
Okay, so it's been moved by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Show the item passed. Okay. Yeah. All right. Garcia, 11A4. 11A4, Commissioner from District 12 is gone, and Senator on 11A.
Just for an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
For an amendment? You're recognized for an amendment.
Yes. Yes, please, the attorneys.
Commissioner Garcia moves to amend Section 3 of the item on page MDC 0004 to add that should the district funds be insufficient to fund the project, the county mayor or county mayor's designee is further directed to coordinate and work with the District 13 commissioner to identify additional legally available District 13 funds to fully fund the project.
Second.
Let's just, we don't come back to the commission.
It's been moved, it's been seconded as amended. Everybody good? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show that item pass. Senator Garcia, you pulled 8 and 4.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is this is a little extensive. You want to move on to the
Yep,
other one?
let's move on to the next one because I do want to get some folks out of here that have been patiently waiting all day. I still have a discussion item that we'll get to, but let's take item 8A4, which we'll take. Is that the last one outside of 8 and 4?
That and your 6B1 discussion item.
Correct. We'll get to the discussion item, but I want to get like action items out. So 8A4, Commissioner from District 12 is gone. Commissioner from District 4.
Thank you. Honestly, I'm trying to recall now. Okay, so this, I think, I met with staff on this, and I'm not necessarily opposed to rejection of bids if that's the, the administration's recommendation. I just had a couple questions for clarity that I'd love to ask the director if that's possible.
You're recognized for an ebb and flow in Q&A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, if I understood it correctly, one of the reasons that you're rejecting or recommendation for rejection is because you can't truly figure out who the lowest bid is going to be should you award. Is that correct? Can you explain that to me because I'm
Sure,
yes.
sure. So just a little background. So when the project was advertised back in January, there was 486 requests for information received from all the prospective bidders. Sorry. There were approximately 486 requests for information received, which resulted in 13 addendums. In the very last addendum, there was 2 additional bid items added, which introduced a new pricing structure to the bid, from lump sum to quantities by set for the new consoles in our new AOC, which is Airport Operations Center, which is going to be the nerve center of our airport. So that ambiguity and that discrepancy resulted in 2 potential bidders claiming to be or alleging to be the alleged low bidders. So after consulting with our attorneys, we determined that the best way to proceed was to recommend rejection. That was presented to our Aviation Airport Committee in July. Sorry, Commissioner. That was presented to our Airport Committee in July, and then we were instructed to go back and work with our attorneys to see if there was another way that we could avoid bid rejection, including a best and final offer. Under Florida Statute 25520, it was determined that we could not, because this was an invitation to bid, not an RFP. So under the statute, you have to go by the sealed bids. It does not allow for post-bid negotiations. So then we went back to committee in September with the same recommendation, which was upheld in September committee to reject bids and re-advertise.
Okay, and as I understand, and I understand that there were addendums that were added to this. bid process. And by the way, I know that's not kind of atypical, and I know that you don't want to necessarily change the scope of the work after you've issued a, an award, and then we have change orders, and so I understand that philosophy, but is it typical to have it done basically within 24 hours of the bids being actually called due? When was the last addendum added?
I don't have that date here. I think it was, the bids were open April 30th, so it was sometime before that, probably sometime in April.
Okay. But when was the addendum added?
Addendum 13, I would have to look that up.
I heard it was 24 hours before. That's what I had heard as well.
I just want to know, and by the way, I understand that that happens because we want to make sure that we're putting the full scope in when we go out to bid. So I don't necessarily have an issue with that, except for I want to know if the part that it is with that finite amount of time, if that was something that is typical or atypical.
No, that is atypical.
Okay. If we were to reject these bids, what's the next step? You're going to go back out on the street, I'm assuming, and what are we going to do different this time so
Okay.
that we don't get ourselves in this
Sure.
position
So
again?
what we did in July, in anticipation of moving forward, I asked our staff to go ahead and incorporate all those 486 requests for information and the 13 addendums into the new set of bid documents, which has been done. The new set of bid documents have been conformed, and we're ready right now, like within 2 weeks, assuming that this rejection is upheld, to go ahead and put it back out on the street and out for bids again. And by the way, just, I wanted to go on the record as I did at committee. I had our staff go back and look at the last 2 years just to kind of benchmark where we are when it comes to rejections. In the last 2 years, we have advertised 129 construction projects at MDAD. Out of those, we've recommended rejection 3 times. 2 of those cases were because of bidder error, and this is the only case where we're recommending rejection because of an oversight on our part. That's 0.77% rejection recommendation, which is actually very, very good. So we don't take bid rejection lightly. We understand that bidders spend a lot of money and time preparing their bids, but we felt this was the fairest and most sensible way of deciding winners and losers when it comes to this bid.
Senator Garcia, and I have questions as well, but I'll wait. Senator Garcia.
And I appreciate that. Again, and I love the statistics. I appreciate that. But the reality is that now, if we go ahead and rebid this, this is going to add more cost to the project itself.
Well, I can't answer that question, Senator.
Yeah, but
it could or it could not.
No, see, but then
Pricing is very volatile right now in the market, so.
Mr. Director, the answer is yes, because by the time that we finish this right now, but if this takes another 6 months to a year, the costs keep on going up. There hasn't been one project that I've seen that because we've delayed a project, the price has gone down. So I appreciate you and I have a great deal of respect for you, but I think that because we're pushing this out and we'll have to start the whole process over again, I think we will have cost overruns. And I do have a couple of questions, because when I was looking at this and I had some conversations, I'm not going to tell you that I did this all on my own, dealing with my chief of staff as well. The respondents had to be based this on lines 1 through 20, correct?
I'm sorry?
The respondents had to, the bid was from line 1 through 20.
The original bid was from line through 20, and then addendum 13 added line items 22 and 23.
Okay, so through that line 1 through 20, who was awarded the bid because of line 1 through 20?
Well, there's been nobody awarded the bid. If you look at lines through 20, the apparent low bidder would have been Allied with a bid of 17 million and change.
Okay, and who? So out of that, line 1 through 20, then we're throwing it out because of the addendum that was added. There was confusion based on either a lump sum or whether it was individual units.
Correct.
For computers.
Line items 1 through 20 were based on lump sum. So each individual line item, the pricing for it was lump sum. Line items 22 to 23 were based on quantities a unit price for quantities per set, which is a different pricing structure, and that's what created the confusion among the bidders. And there was a discrepancy in the pricing, which makes it extremely difficult, if not impossible, for our team to pick who the apparent low bidder is. And reinforcing what I'm saying is that you have 2 individual firms that are each claiming to be the apparent low bidder on the project, hence why
No,
we're
but
recommending
you
rejection.
can't, each individual firm saying that they're claiming to be the lowest bidder, I think when you have the numbers before you, you could clearly see who the low bidder is, because you have one that's saying, I think one number was extrapolated out for the lump sum as opposed to doing it per unit, and the other one is per unit. So and listen, this is where I get a little frustrated because I'm always gonna, listen, we have friends all over the place in this issue, but for us to now go against one of our small vendors and throw this back out, to me, it's a tough pill to swallow. And then when we look at the numbers, and with the numbers that I have seen, it's very clear as to who the winner of this bid is. And I understand that you had 0.07%, but for us to now to delay another project at the airport, when all the slack that we've been getting at the airport right now, that we can't get our elevators, we can't fix the airport, and I know we've had private conversations, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. But on this one, Mr. Director, I completely disagree with you, and I make a motion to throw out, to accept the bid and not go with the administration's recommendation.
All right, which bid though? Senator,
Well,
you wanna clarify?
I want to go, sorry, not bid. I go against the go against the administration's recommendation of throwing out the bids.
Just not to throw them out, and then you'd have to,
Not to rebid it. Right.
or they have to redo a new recommendation.
Right, exactly.
Mr. Chair, can I clarify something?
Yes, we do have a motion. We don't have a second yet, but we have a motion. You're recognized to clarify.
Okay, so, Senator, items 1 through 20, what you're saying is you would like to award the project based on items 1 through 20. But there's no way of us knowing if, because this apparent low bidder, who you say you want to award to, is claiming that they included those 2 additional bid items buried in their other bid items 1 through 20. There's no way for us to determine that. So we will be awarding a project without having, for certain, those items included in there. They say that they're in there and they've padded their bid and put it in there, but there's no way for us to specifically identify whether or not they are in there or not. I'm just putting that out there as clarification.
Are they here?
Yeah.
One of them apparently is who are the 2 companies? It's
Allied and Lamartec are the 2 companies.
Allied and Lamartec both here? Is Lamartec here? Is anybody here for Lamartec? I see Allied's representative coming up. All right, well, there's only one, but hold that thought, Mr. Zakella, because I think the question is it included? And it's just ask you, and we will ask you in a second. I have a few questions. Unless, Senator Garcia, do you still have the floor? Or? All right, just to help me understand, and I've had several conversations both with the administration and the lawyers on this, but I want to make sure that I do understand this correctly. And I share the same concern that Senator Garcia just expressed of throwing out this bid and coming back. That's why I kind of want to hear what that would look like, because it could come in lower.
It could.
But we've never really seen that on this board. It will likely come in higher. And while this is an enterprise department, it's not taxpayer dollars, we still don't want to spend more if we don't need to, right? We still want to be fiscally conservative and responsible. But it's not taxpayer dollars, so let's just, I do want to I'm not going to create that notion that some of us like to do here of you know, crying that babies are going to die. Babies are not going to die here. This is an enterprise. But, yeah, no, I know. It's just so, yeah, I like kids. I like kids. Pro-life. I like kids. All right. Why, I guess here's a question that I don't know that I've asked in our conversations is, in the past, I mean, obviously there's some uncertainty, and I want to get into that in just a second, but in the past, when there's been, and maybe that's not the case here, when there's been technical errors, which is what I see this to be, maybe you can tell me it's not just a technical error, and I'll stand corrected. But I see some technical errors in the submittals of these, of the proposal, of the RFPs. But in the past, when there's been things like that, the recommendation from the administration to us could potentially, I know you can't do a baffle,
Right.
but you could recommend a bid waiver.
That is one option. Under the statute, and the attorneys can correct me if I'm wrong, but under the statute, there's certain requirements that would allow for a bid waiver. For example, when you don't have any responsive bids, or in the case of an emergency, that would allow for a bid waiver under an ITB. I'll defer to Dave to go ahead and clarify that, but that is my understanding.
So Dave, and I want to go through the questions. I don't want to kind of, to Bermudez's point, beat a dead horse, but can we do a bid waiver? And it'll only be called a bid waiver in title to my understanding, because the bids are in. I mean, and the information's there. It's just a technical error of why we would need a bid waiver recommendation.
So, Commissioner, you're correct. In the vast majority of situations where competitive procurement is mandated only by the county charter and not by state statute, you have a lot of authority to take actions via bid waiver or other vehicles, because all you're doing is waiving the charter obligation if I have to do the charter. What makes this one somewhat unique is there's a state statute that specifically mandates competition for construction and sets out, if you want to waive bids, a series of buckets you have to fall into. And so in order to establish a bid waiver for construction uniquely, you have to establish that you live in a world of one of these buckets. After the initial committee in July, we worked with staff and kind of walked through some of the understandings of their factual understandings, to see whether or not they could establish that one of those buckets had been filled. And based on the fact as they understood them, it did not appear that any of those buckets were available. Now, one of those buckets happens to be life safety, right? And ultimately, it's this board that makes determinations as to whether those facts exist or not, whether a life safety concern exists. And if it were the will of this board to say that this was a life safety issue because this is the airport's operations center, that's something that this board could do, and I think that would control over where staff was at. But you have to establish that you are in that life safety bucket, at least facially.
Okay, so in other words, that long-winded answer is yes, it could be done. Could be done.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Yes. Explain to me, Director, what changed in the last 24 hours, what was added, and why is it that this is so confusing that we cannot have a more clear recommendation?
Okay, because since the pricing structure and the mechanism for pricing between the first 20 bid items and the last two were different, and that was not clarified inadvertently in the documents, in the actual verbiage in the documents, there's a discrepancy in how we can determine how the pricing is to be established. So, to my point that I made before, back during committee, Ally claimed that they had included the consoles, which is the subject of the last two addendums, within bid items 1 through 20. But there's no way of us knowing that because they're not delineated there. They say that those consoles are buried somewhere in those other 20 bid items. And then Lamar Tech priced everything out, and then they have the last two bid items. When you add their bids up, they have them separate so you can see where exactly. So therein lies the discrepancy. How do you pick a winner or loser when you're not sure who they are and what is included in each bid?
So, Director, walk me through this. The added items, 21 through 23.
22 and 23, because 21 was deleted.
Right, those two items. What is it? Like, what is it physically consistent?
Sure, those two items are the consoles and the monitors that are going to go in our new AOC. To give you an idea, what the AOC is a nerve center. So right now, our Airport Operations Center is manned by 6 or 7 of our terminal operations staff in a very small room. But as we continue to grow and we continue to expand with our capital improvement program, we need what we're looking at now, which is a state-of-the-art Airport Operations Center. That will include stations for not only terminal operations, but terminal maintenance, sheriff's office, fire, CBP, TSA, et cetera. So it's going to be the nerve center of the airport with video screens everywhere, a state-of-the-art facility where you can essentially run. It's like the nerve center of the airport. And those consoles are a key component of that because there will be staff manning those consoles, monitoring the different areas that they're responsible for.
Okay, and now just bear with me. This isn't my everyday, this is my trade, all right? But these consoles, I understand that we directed all companies that bidded as to the specifications of said consoles, how many.
Right.
In fact, I'm told that we even went as far as saying them, you shall purchase them from said provider.
Well, the way that procurements work in the county and by state statute, we can specify a specific console or approved equal. So most county procurements, you can't just say pick one unless there's no other company that makes that specific console. So typically in county procurements and even in state procurements, you will specify for console X or approved equal, which I believe was the case in this.
Yeah, but we told them to go buy Bustelo Cafe, not Pilon Cafe. Like, we told them Bustelo. You could buy it from Publix or from Sedano's,
Sure.
but it's Bustelo.
As long as it meets the same requirements as what you specified, if it's an approved equal, then we can accept it.
So is it safe to say that on those two items, and again, this isn't my trade, so tell me if if it's not that black and white. Is it safe to say that because all bidders have to bid on the same exact, those two items? I'm not talking about 1 through 20. It's safe to say that plus or minus, they should both be they're both going to obtain the same price.
Yes.
Separately, and on the same question,
You're right, correct. That will,
separately and on the same question, can we just purchase that ourselves, separately?
we could typically in a bid like this, we want to make sure that the contractor handles everything, not just including the purchase and the installation. So yes, to answer your question, we could purchase them separately. It's just faster if you do a turnkey and have the contractor that's going to do the entire project go ahead and purchase and install the consoles as well. That's just more efficient to do it that way.
Okay, I'm gonna probably come back and chime in again, but I'm gonna go around the dais. What I'm trying to get to is, and again, I'll circle back around to myself at the end, but what I'm trying to get to is, I don't want any of the companies that bid, or let's say the last two, which are the ones that are play, to have to go through this again, right? But if you can convince me that there's enough discrepancies, then unfortunately to both companies, that's the cost of doing business. You win some, you lose some, and you're not losing this one, you just may have to do it again. But that's not where I'm at. I'd rather this not get thrown out, and I'd rather find a solution. But I want to understand it because I don't want to make a decision based on perhaps key points that I'm not aware of, or I don't understand how this operates. So I'm asking you these questions to understand. And so far, the questions are being answered not in my favor, but in the favor of that we don't necessarily have to throw this entire thing out. Ultimately, my concern is, again, yes, I'm obviously a huge proponent of small businesses and businesses in general, to both Allied and Lamar Tech. But in this case, I think we need to look at our finances as well, right? And again, it's an enterprise department, but we need to look at the fact that this may cost more if we rebid it.
It could potentially.
And I started by saying it could be less, right? Because there's prices out there, and now there might be a bidding war to be less than that. But I've not seen this happen and it be less in my time here. I'm sure that someone could point to a time where it's been less money after you rebid something, but I've not seen it. In fact, during our time, this body has made several decisions that has come back to this board, and the actual outcome has been it's cost more money. With that, I'll go around the dais. I have Commissioner Gilbert and then Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Airport Director, I appreciate your explanation to the chair's questions. I just don't see why we wouldn't, if we understand that that last-minute addition was what was problematic, why we can't compensate for that, determine, enter whatever it is, the standard, whatever the standard is. If it's per unit, if it's, and then calculate who's the lowest cost and then award it. I'm not in favor of going back out. When we say it could be cheaper, construction just don't come back cheaper. I mean, it's not, this is construction. It's not going to come back cheaper. Time is literally costing us money. You're going to rebid something? I don't think that's a good idea. I also don't think it's necessarily fair to the folks who actually bid, whoever is the lowest bidder now, because now their entire thing is kind of out there, right? Their number's out there. And so I am very comfortable if you tell me that we apply the standard and Allied, if under this standard Allied is the cheapest, then I'm comfortable making a motion to direct the county attorneys to draft a bid waiver based on life safety and moving this item along. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my only comments.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, you have a motion now?
If you want to entertain a motion now, yeah, I'll move it.
I'll second that.
Okay, I'll move it.
Wait, what? Wait, what? I was. All right, there's a motion, there's a second. Can you repeat your motion because I was not?
No, I move that we direct the county attorney to draft a bid. The county attorney is actually sneaking up on my left-hand side, so hold on one second.
I see her in pink. All right, we'll come back to a motion. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins is recognized. I'll come back to you for a motion now.
We're going to have, procedurally, we probably can't make the motion today because we can make the motion today. It requires 9 votes and it requires 30 days, so it's going to be a 2-step process. It still won't be the longest of rebidding this thing. So I would make the motion that we direct the county attorney to, and they have a second option.
All right, Commissioner Gilbert, hold on. Jerry, 1 second. Can I just go to Cohen-Higgins and then, all right, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues that are asking these really great questions. We took this issue up in very painstaking detail at the airport committee, and I made clear with my colleagues that sat with me on the committee that it was a difficult decision. And here's the reasons why. Because, and it really boils down to comparing these two options. I understand the position of the administration saying we really cannot pick a lowest bidder here. And the reason why that cannot be done is because it depends on how you view the scope of work.
Right.
The scope of work changed throughout the bid of this project, which is why additional numbers came in after the fact. And so if we cut it off at 1 through 20, which is what Allied is suggesting that we do, because the original language in the original RFP said you will be scored on 1 through 20, because at the time of the issuance of the RFP, that was the full scope of the work. It thereafter changed, and numbers came in after the fact for the additional scope of work, which is important aspects of the project. These consoles, these electronics, the furniture that's fixed that's going to be supporting them. So then we as a body have to ask the question, if we say Allied is the lowest bidder because we're going to be extremely technically accurate and go with what exactly the verbiage was on the original RFP, the question becomes, are we accepting a bid that is not the full scope of the work? Because it will end at 1 through 20, where the scope of the work is 1 through 23. And at committee, I asked the representative of Allied, are you willing to do this work for the price that you are representing is your lowest bid, which is the $17 million? And the representation on the microphone was yes. But that gave me very grave concern, because the difference by Allied between 1 through 20 and 1 through 23 is $17 million and $36 million. It's their own bid language. It's black and white ink. It's written right there. And I know, Zakella, you're getting upset. But here's where the conundrum lies. If you're arguing for technical black and white reading of the documents, that same rule would have to apply to you as well. And the numbers that you bid in 21, 22, and 23 takes your bid total to $36 million. Now, I understand the difference between bundling and singling out the units, but if you're going to hold the county to the standard of black and white language, this is what you all wrote and this is what you have to be held to, why wouldn't the same apply to your client? So we are being asked to consider to accept Allied Contractors as the lowest bid on a scope of work that is incomplete. Everybody knew that it was incomplete. Everybody got the same number of addendums. Everybody got the same language. Everybody bid on the same 1 through 23. But we're going to cut the entire project off on only 1 through 20, allow it to be issued to the lowest number under 1 through 20, and then what happens to the work of 21, 22, and 23? And again, if you can do the project, Allied Contractors, that you said would cost $36 million for $17 million, that would be amazing. I'm going to go with that all day, but I'm going to also say, don't come to us with change orders. Don't you do it. If you're willing to say that and say, we will not come with subsequent change orders, I will do that all day. And so, and I don't know that you would be willing to make that representation. And so before we go down that road, it's why I understood why the administration said, damn it, this really is a conundrum. Because if we do the entire scope of work, which every single bidder participated in, they knew that there were 13 addendums, they knew that there were hundreds of questions, they all submitted numbers in response to those changes. If you scope out the work 1 through 23, Allied is not the lowest bidder. The lowest bidder is Lamar Tech at $22 million. And so here is, if we're talking about saving money, the concern is, if we're talking about saving money, The bid that came in for the full scope of work is at $22 million. We're potentially awarding it to a company that is saying that they would do that work for $36 million. In their own black and white writing, in their own papers. It's not, we attached it to our agenda on the airport committee. And I asked Mr. Zakella on the record, I said, Mr. Zakella, I recognize that your inflated number in 21, 22, and 23 was because you bundled it. And I asked you, did you do that in error? And you said yes.
No, actually, that's not accurate.
Okay, please correct me.
I'm sorry, Eric Zakella, 2035 North Miami Avenue, on behalf of Allied Contractors. This number that you keep repeating is fake. This $36 million number that you keep repeating is a number that's invented by the airport. Our price is $17,300,000 for a construction project.
Okay, I'm going to pause
We
you right
provided you with a bundled lump sum price for all 29 computers of $650,000, which they then multiplied by 29 to arrive at this figure that says you bid $17 million for the construction project, but $19 million for 29 computers that everybody knows costs somewhere between $500,000 and $700,000 because they told us exactly what to buy, exactly how many, and who to buy them from.
Okay, I appreciate you saying that. So I do want to walk through that because the allegation that you just made is of great concern to me. So then I like the shrugging of the shoulders because now we're going to get into it. So then you articulate for me what it is that you did acknowledge to doing incorrectly on your bidding papers at our committee hearing. What is it that you acknowledged on the record to doing incorrectly?
So let's talk about, for a second, just what happened with the bid.
No, please answer. No, please, no. Mr. Zakella, it is 4 o'clock. It is 4 o'clock. You're shrugging your shoulders, and you made an articulation on the record that what I said was inaccurate.
It isn't.
Okay, so I'm asking you, it is or it isn't?
It is not accurate.
Okay, so I'm asking you to please articulate what you admitted to being incorrect about your bid at the committee hearing.
I don't recall a conversation where I said anything that we did something incorrectly. I think what I told you is, very clearly, that there was instructions to bidders. The instructions to bidders said, these are the line items that count. When these line items were added for, by the way, computers, the day before the bid, that were a price that everyone knew what the price was, they were informational. So if I said anything was done incorrectly, it's that somehow people computed that the price of 29 computers could be more than the cost of building the whole building.
I understand. Mr. Zakella, on the bid sheet, which I have here in front of me, and I'm going to enter it into the record again.
Okay.
Because we did this in committee, and for me, frankly, I don't like having to go over this all over again because you're not willing to admit something that you admitted to me at committee. But because you're not willing to do it, we're going to go through it again, and you're going to require everybody in this room's time in going through it again. So in your bid sheet that everybody has access to and everybody had access to, in items 1 through 20, it was listed as unit of measurement lump sum, correct? And then on 22 and 23, it said each set of 4, you were supposed to put numbers that were indicative of a price for each set of the units, correct? And regarding these consoles,
question?
it says, I'm not finished speaking, sir.
I thought it was a question.
And for number 22, it says a quantity of 26. What is the price that you put in for your client or whomever it is that was the representative of your client Allied at the time? What is the number that you put in for line item 22?
Okay.
What is the number that you put in for line item 22? AOC consoles, 4 monitors, quantity 26, each set of 4. What's the number that you put in on your bid sheet, sir?
When my client bids for a construction project, they're obligated to follow the order of precedence of the documents as they're presented to the bidders, okay? The order of precedence here shows that the ITB is the controlling document that you have to follow. It is the rules, and if there's a conflict between any set number of documents, whether it's the plans or whatever, the ITB controls. Whatever the ITB says, that's what you do. If you look at point 14.2 of the ITB, it spells out very clearly that the prices are delivered in lump sums. It's the same section of the document that deals with the scoring and the award based on line items 1 through 20. So the client, because every every price on the bid sheet is a lump sum, provided you with a lump sum price for all 26 computers of $600,000 and some odd change. And then for the other three, it was like, I want to say 50,000 or something like that. It was in the neighborhood of 650,000 for all 29 units is what my client's price was.
Okay.
It provided you with a lump sum price consistent with the rest of the bid sheet,
I understand, but the
but
bid
they're
sheet-
informational.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that. The bid sheet said lump sum numbers 1 through 21. Items 22 and 23 specifically said each set of 4, right? And so you put in for each set of 4 a numerical value of $605,000. By the black and white language on the bid sheet, that was multiplied because other bidders read the instructions of the bid sheet, for example, Lamar Tech, and put in a valuation of each set of 4, $17,000. CES Construction put in on line 23 for each set of 4 a valuation of $15,000. You admitted at committee hearing that you put that number in incorrectly because you didn't follow the instructions on the bid sheet. Numbers 1 through 21 say lump sum. 22 and 23 in black and white ink. In fact, I think it was red to call attention to the fact that it was new added elements to the scope of work. It said each set of 4. You misput it. You put in the wrong number. You put in an aggregate number. You put in a lump sum number. And it is based on that $605,000 that was then multiplied by 26 that the airport came up with your valuation of $36 million. It's not a made-up number like you accused the airport and me of articulating on the record. It's not made up. It's math. And you did your math incorrectly. But you want to hold the airport to a different standard because they wrote something on the initial scope of work, right, that said we're only going to score 1 through 20 when you knew that the full scope of work was 1 through 23.
Our ask is very simple. We want the airport to follow the rules of the bid that they published and that they said they were going to follow.
But we want you to
They
do the
told
same
everybody
thing.
that they were gonna
We want you
follow.
to do the same thing, Mr. Zakella. That's
And we
exactly
feel
the
we
point.
did.
We want you to follow the instructions as written in black and white ink before us and be held to the same exact standard. And when doing that, your bid price came in substantially higher than everybody else's. And so therein lies the quandary. How do we issue a bid to someone that is a lower bidder only under a portion of the project when you yourself made errors in the application of the bid? That's what I had a difficult time reconciling at the committee hearing.
I have a
Except during
suggested
that
answer.
committee hearing, you were far more authentic in the representations than you were
I have
today.
a
So for me,
suggested answer for you if
Mr.
you're
Commissioner Gilbert, I can't be supportive of your motion. I'm going to be supportive of the mayor's recommendation to reject all bids. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and
Can I answer the question?
no,
Just wait.
hold on, Mr. Zakella,
Okay,
hold on.
I'm going to sit.
Just, yeah, sit for a second, because I think, and I'd like to look past that for purposes of this discussion, but I think both, I'm going to say us, because I'm a representative of this county as well. I think both of us made errors on this bid, right? Because the director just admitted that it might be only .007, but that the department made an error in the RFP.
Inadvertent oversight and not including language.
Yeah, all that, yeah, an oversight. And then I think, Mr. Zakella, you and your client are stating that you guys also somewhat made an error. You may not describe it that way in the fact of putting a lump sum instead of a per unit price. We could at least agree on that. Maybe you don't like the word an error, but there was everybody's made. I want to move past that. Like and I want to be very clear. Our airport is very safe today, but this could improve life safety. It could improve it. It's safe today. I don't want to create that notion that it's not, but this will certainly improve life safety once it's fully operational.
Sure.
With that mindset, and I know I have my colleagues waiting, is why I wouldn't want to delay this. And one of my questions when I get back is, if this was to be thrown out, if that's where this body goes today, how long does that take to come back?
Sure.
What would be the procedures? By the way, and I don't know if this is not customary or typical or atypical, as was mentioned in something else, but if it is approved, if one is approved today, can we as a body vote, and maybe this for the attorneys, can we state that no change orders could be done? Like, is that something that, and obviously they would have to agree today, like the companies would have to agree to that, either one that we go with. But in other words, saying, you are standing before us saying, this is the all-included price. That's what you're stating on the microphone. Can we legally bind them to that? And say, which I've heard now several colleagues say, we don't want change orders. So can we legally bind them to not submitting change orders? Because they're saying it on their microphone. And of course they would agree to it before we take such a vote. But I see the thumbs, but I don't know if it's legal for us to do that, right? Mr. Attorney? Just a yes or no. You don't have to do the whole, like, read the statute, just. Me? No? All right. It's a tough one. All right, think about that and then get back to me with the answer. Director?
Mr. Chair, not to take Mr. Zucchello's side, but to ask a contractor, sorry.
I'll take a side, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna be realistic. To ask a contractor to commit that there's not gonna be any change orders, I mean, there's always unforeseen conditions on a project, especially in an airport as old as ours. Again, not taking a side, but when you start tearing out walls, you can find things that are unforeseen. So I think legally, I'm not sure if this board can legally bind the contractor to not have change orders, but I mean, change orders are a part of construction, especially when you're working in an older facility where you're renovating and not building new. So I just wanted to put that out there based on my experience.
And then I see just, Tim, are you representing someone? Just because I see you like kind of standing up, sitting down, you're like.
Yeah, Tim Gomez, 235 Catalonia Avenue with Capital City Consulting. We do represent Lamar Tech, a Mostech company.
Okay.
So.
All right. So stand by. We may have questions for you too.
That's great.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Senator
may,
Garcia.
If I may, can we read the motion into the record and then we go from there?
Which motion? Because you had said something, then Gilbert was.
We were back and forth on the motion here, but I think we have a motion ready to go. There'll be a little more clarifying so we can know what we're working off of.
Okay, so is this going to be your motion,
Yes,
Senator? Okay. Senator Garcia's motion, please.
So the motion would move to amend this item to award the contract project number P250A for construction of the Airport Operations Center to Allied Constructors, Inc., finding Allied Contractors, Inc. is the lowest responsible bidder as computed pursuant to the terms of sections 14.1 and 14.2 of the ITB in the total amount of $17,305,798 for the full scope of work inclusive of all work described in all addendum.
Second.
Oh, wait, and what about the change order part that I brought up?
You can.
Commissioner, the contract will always present the right for unforeseen conditions or for owner-directed scope changes for them to come back as for change order. Obviously, to the extent that they're asking for things that appear to be questionable or in bad faith, it's always in the discretion of this board to take that into consideration, determining what the firm is responsible in future work. So while I'm not sure you can have an express bar on change orders, you can certainly take their representations into consideration when you're looking at them as responsible in future work.
Commissioner Gonzalez, I know you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so if in fact we cannot impose that a change order can't be accepted, would Allied be willing to accept the liquidations clause that states that there's a penalty, a monetary amount in penalty? I mean, you mentioned something like $5 million is the discrepancy. I'm not saying it has to be $5 million, but can we implement some sort of penalty if, in fact, a change order does come back?
So, Commissioner, there are certain, the motion as described obligates them to do the full scope of the work, inclusive of all the work described in all the addendas for that price. So there should be no ambiguity that they can come back and say, we didn't include all that work from change order from addendum 13, right? That's now included in their price. Because there are change orders that are driven by things that are out of their control, right? The airport describes something in a set of plans that isn't actually correct, or there's going to be a right as a contractor if we don't if our plans aren't constructible, to come back and ask for extra money. So I'm not sure we can have, again, a complete bar on their ability to ask for change orders, which may be good faith change orders, and they may be entitled to.
Then in that case, I was listening diligently when Commissioner Cohen-Higgins was speaking, and there is, and I was also listening to Mr. Sakella when he gave his presentation, and he explained that there is an exact amount for those computers. There's apparently an exact amount, and everybody knows what that amount is. What I'm going to propose is, can we include what that exact amount is, and basically state that it is inclusive of that exact amount, so that we don't have anybody coming back and saying, hey, you know, we bid those $17 million, but those $5 million in excess, we weren't calculating it to cost $5 million. We thought it was only going to cost $500,000.
Commissioner, my understanding is that the way the motion is phrased, those costs are already included in that $17 million price. So those would not be an additional cost. That those computer costs are at that point included in the $17 million.
What I'm asking is, can we include the number of that cost? Can we include the cost number?
Yes, right?
I
Commissioner Gonzalez, I think, let me see if I'm understanding you correctly to try to see if I understand it too, is what I'm listening to is we can bind them to their prices.
Right.
And no change orders on what the scope is in this bid.
Including all the computers.
Including everything. And we'll call both of them up. I think they both deserve the opportunity to speak on this and give their side. But I think what we can't bind them on, I think in our own interest, by the way, is in the example that was just shared with me, is if, you know, they knocked on a wall. And
right.
There's an
unforeseen right.
pipe that needs to be added to the scope. That is that's a fair change order. And even then, that has to come back to the board, or no? It comes back to us.
Yeah, but at that point, we're stuck.
Yeah, at that point, we've signed.
We're stuck with them,
agreement.
which
Absolutely.
is what Commissioner Cohen-Higgins is saying.
Correct. So I think from that perspective, and you do have the floor if you still have more questions, but I would like at some point to hear from Tim as well, because I know that Mr. Zakala has had maybe an unpleasant discussion, but has had a lot of time on the microphone. So
I appreciate it.
But Gonzalez, you do have the floor. Are you done, or?
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to hear from Tim as well.
Sure, commissioners. I know this has gotten confusing and probably purposefully so by some of the bidders here, but you had 5 bidders. You had an original RFP with a scope of 1 through 20 projects. During the course of that RFP, an addendum was issued that added 22 and 23 to that. That then becomes incorporated as part of the project. The only one not confused here, well, there were 2 companies that weren't confused, Lamar Tech being one of them. We filled out the forms correctly, 1 through 20 and 22 and 23 once they were added correctly. We were the lowest score. We were the lowest price. We won. Then, you know, a company that obviously wants to work came down and said, well, you added them late. Well, we may have made a mistake, or we didn't know if you want a unit price or unit price times 4 or lump sum. We figured it out. Another company figured it out. 3 of the companies had some sort of confusion. We understand your director coming down here and saying, hey, we had 5 companies, 2 got it right, 3 got it wrong. So when you added up the tallies, some companies were way higher than others. But when you added up the tally, we were the lowest. And we competed just like we do, cleanly, fairly on everything. And we had the lowest price. And we can do the work. So I don't know about the confusion. Are they telling you today that they're going to give you 1 through 23 for their $17 million bid, which was only on 1 through 20?
And I'm sorry to stop you, Tim, but that's what the county attorney's office is telling me. They're telling me that they're going to do 1 through 23 for $17 million and change. And Mr. Zakella has said that they're going to do that, and that's going to be in writing, correct? That's the motion.
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's already in writing. We've already told you that that's the case. It's included. We're prepared to stand by our number. It's backed up by a performance bond. I mean, I don't know what else you could ask for. For a small business like this, a certified small business.
That's the motion. That's the motion that we have in place.
Is there a second?
Yeah, there was a second.
Wait, that was the same motion that you?
Yeah, I'm just saying that there was a motion that we're just, guys, we're circling around here.
No,
There's a
we are,
motion in
because it's a
place.
difficult, yes, you're right, we are doing.
I know
the
it's
thing that we do.
difficult, but we have, there's been some errors that were done on both sides, Mr. Chairman, this is what I'm saying. There's been some errors that were done on both sides, but we understand the cost is coming from this. There is a lower cost, the 1 through 20 bid, the 21 and 22 and 23, whatever all those numbers came in, they were given 24 hours to respond to that. So there's errors, if it was a sum, was it a unit case, or if it was a lump sum, whatever the case may be, I think we know that this is a value that's coming to the airport. It's much lower than the other one. We go with the amendment, we move forward, and we make sure we save the airport some money, and make sure this doesn't happen again.
Senator Garcia, thank you for that. And I have a question for, and if I can get both at each podium, maybe, Director, if you could just hang out, don't go too far, but Zakela and Tim, and I know that Commissioner Cohen-Higgins is asking to have the floor again. You have the floor. As soon as I ask the question, they could ask it, and then you can jump in. But can you both tell us exactly what your total 1 through 23 price is? And we have it, but I want to make sure we have it on a paper, but that's part of the confusion. It's, well, you have to get this number that Allied put, and you have to divide it by 26, and then you have to get the other. Can you just tell us, for my 8th grader, well, she knows good math, but can you just tell us what's the total, 1 through 23? What's your total Allied? What's your total Lamar Tech? Can we do that? You could start Lamar Tech if you have, I imagine you have that.
Our total was on the paper, approximately 20 million.
$22,860,435.
Does that sound right,
1
Tim?
through 23.
Does that sound right, Tim?
Correct, yes.
22 million. Okay. And then Mr. Zakela.
Okay, we bid 17.3 million for line items 1 through 20, okay? When this issue came about, that the airport had concerns that they may not have the full scope or whatever in the project, we told them, we're a small business, it's hard for us to beat the big guys. So now that we did that, we're prepared to dip into our profits and give you the full scope of the project for the price of 17.3 million. We're prepared to make less money in order to secure the project. And that's what my client came to the county and said. So our full price for line items 1 through 23 is 17.3 million.
Really?
That is our price. My client is here, they'll stand behind it, it's backed up, it's in writing to the airport. Dave can attest to that, I think, your county attorney, that they've received a letter that says that.
All right, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Zakela and Mr. Gomez, for your for being here and answering our questions. For me, the concern is we really are picking winners based on a decision that is somewhat arbitrary on who made a lesser mistake, acknowledging that mistakes were made by everyone, frankly, except for Lamar Tech. Lamar Tech didn't make mistakes in entering the information as requested by the RFP, yet the board is going to award to someone else because they're more vocal, because they're more active. That is concerning for me, because if the bottom line is to save money for our airport, the math doesn't lie. The full scope of the work is not even close at $22 million for Lamar Tech, $38 million for Magnum Construction, $44 million for TGSF, Allied at 36, and CES at 25. So, Mr. Zakela, if you're representing that you're going to do the project for 17.3, Lamar Tech could stand up here and make a similar representation, and so could everybody else that bid on this project. Lamar Tech could back out numbers 22 and 23 and present an even lower number, and around we go, which is why I think the most clean and fair way to do this is the way that our airport director and administration recommended. And I also think if the focus is on saving money, these bids are now open. When they bid this, originally they were bidding in the dark. Now they all have the benefit of seeing each other's numbers. They're all fighting for the business as they should. Good, competition is working, fantastic. They all now know that they can and likely will come in lower because they want the work. So I would dare anybody to come in higher than the numbers that we just put on the record and that are now publicly available under Sunshine. We're going to get lower bidders. We have the opportunity to potentially save money here, as opposed to, as my colleague likes to say, twisting ourselves into a pretzel to try to make something make sense that simply does not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, at least for me, and I'll recognize the administration and the mayor in a second, and Chief Morales. For me, Director, and I think I asked earlier if you can just respond to that question, is if this was to, and I know my argument has been unbalanced in one direction, but I really have not made my final decision yet, believe it or not, is if this was to get thrown out today, and I know the motion is differently, we have a motion on the table in a second, but if this was to be with the administration, the mayor's recommendation to throw it out, what is the process to rebid?
Okay, so what we committed to the chairwoman at September committee is we've already done a lot of the legwork as far as incorporating all of the requests for information and the addendums into the new set of bid documents. Those are ready. So within 10 days after the mayor veto period would expire, within a week after that, more or less, we'd be able to hit the street and advertise. And then the advertisement would probably go out for maybe 30, 45 days, at which point bids will be submitted. Depending on how many RFIs are asked next time, there should be less because we're putting together a much better set of documents that'll go out. And then at that point, those bids will be reviewed, and then an award will be made based on the review of those bids, and then we will come back to our airport committee and to the full board for an award recommendation. That's how the process works.
So what I'm hearing is 6+ months.
I would say 3 to 4 months.
No, I mean 3 to 4 months is just getting the bids back, and then
Well, no,
you got a selection committee, and then you got.
The preparation of the documents, we've already done that. So we've gotten a head start on that portion of the procurement process. But
I just heard 6 months at least, minimum. Chief.
Thank you. Chairman, just Namita Paul came over to me and said that with respect to your concern about escalation of prices, we can put it out with a price not to exceed, so sort of a cap, and knowing, I think, the range, so that we could try to control where that we wouldn't have that kind of inflation.
Commissioner Gilbert.
But then how would you compensate for the fact that stuff increases in price, in cost, as time goes? I mean, I don't, I just.
The question is, how would we account for price escalation since the first one, I guess? If we were to do a price, it's not to exceed.
So if we said, you know what, the most you can come back with is $20 million now. What happened if naturally concrete went up and copper went up, or whatever it takes to build it? I mean, prices don't just go. Prices go up sometimes as a natural function of things are more expensive, and so I don't necessarily feel comfortable with that, because my great concern is that you put that out there and it stops people from, like, we don't get bids. Like we do it in a way that actually limits the bids we get or stops us from getting the bids. And so I would be against that generally. If we're going to go back out, go back out. But if you're going to go back out, you don't put a limit. The market is the market. We can hope and pray that we get cheaper prices. We know we're not going to get cheaper prices. That's why I was seconding Senator Garcia's motion.
So what did you just seconded? All right. All right, so the motion is to accept Allied. That's what the motion is, right? 17. At the 17 million. For everything, 1 through 23. Commissioner Steinberg, you're recognized.
Yeah, I pulled the item because there was some ambiguity and I wanted to get clarification. I appreciate where the conversation has gone. Unfortunately, I will not be supportive of this motion I just think fundamentally at this point, just philosophically, I'm going to be supportive of the administration. I just think it's gotten a little out of hand. But I would ask, if the votes are there, the votes are there, and that's fine. But if in the event you were to go back out on the street, can we put a definitive clock on it? Meaning, come back in 90 days. Like, that's a directive. Like, that's it. All right, thank you.
We could absolutely put, a set time for bid preparation in the actual bid documents that go out. Absolutely.
Okay, no further discussion? Wow, really? All right. I mean, listen, Regalado's always like, I don't know. All right, we have a motion. We have a motion, we have a second. I mean, really quickly. I do. I mean, we're already here. All right, we have a motion by Senator Garcia. We have a second by Commissioner Gilbert. It's a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. The nays have it. All right, we're back to square one. Or not square one, we're back on.
I move to accept the mayor's
Actually, I call for a roll call vote.
I mean, the nays had it, but I'm happy to do it, but the nays had it.
I move to approve the mayor's recommendation of rejection of all bids.
But can you?
Can I make an amendment to that?
Yes, exactly.
Yes, with an expedited procurement process. We just put out a bid at the airport. What was it? I can't remember. But we did it on an expedited. It was an entire terminal. If I'm not mistaken, this is already written. The bid is already written.
Chairman,
The
I do
addendums
want
are
a roll
already
call vote.
written.
I
The
never-
13.
Concourse K,
No, I do.
Okay, so we're going to do a few things. We're going to do a roll call vote because Senator Garcia is asking for it, and that's fine. And then we'll go back to another motion. Clerk, can you call the roll on the prior motion?
Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado.
Okay.
Commissioner Steinberg. Commissioner Bastien. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
I vote no.
Senator Garcia.
I think I know where it's at. I should just
You
vote no
wanted
because I
that,
know what it's going to
Senator?
be.
You sure you wanted that?
All right, guys, you guys
Let's
win.
keep going.
I get it.
Let's
I
keep
get it.
going. Let's keep going. Be
I
careful what
vote
you ask for.
yes.
Let's keep going.
All right. All right, so a 90-day, your motion is, I'm glad it just cut off before it got to me. I'm just messing with you. I would have put it on the record. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins moves to accept the mayor's recommendation with an expedited procurement of 90 days.
Yeah, I want to put an actual time frame, not just saying expedited. I want an actual time. So if 90 days, listen, if they could do it in 30 days, that would be great, but let's be realistic.
90, I think, works.
Can you do
But-
60? Not 30, not 90? Can you do 60?
Do 60.
No, not to put it back. I want to, okay, can I?
We'll do 60.
Correct. I want it,
We'll do 60.
60, it'll be back before this board.
Oh, 60, the entire procurement process, then we have to come to the board. I mean.
No, okay, hold on.
Time
So-
to procure it.
Commissioner Steinberg.
okay, so let's talk timeframes. What's the fastest possible you can put it back on the street and have it legally come back to us? 30 days?
I think if we can put it out in a couple of weeks and then have, within the bid preparation period, maybe 30 days.
Hold on.
You have it already.
Okay, hold on, guys. I just want it back in front of us on an agenda in 90 days to award to whoever the bid winner, hopefully we have a clear winner,
Right.
okay? How can we get that, attorney,
So 60-day procurement,
how can we
Back
make it
before
happen?
us within
How can
90.
how can we make that happen?
You got to waive committee.
Yeah,
I'll do all of that stuff, but back before us within 90.
okay. All right.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert for an expedited, yeah, you seconded your own motion there? All right. For the clerk, there's a motion by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins and a second by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
I want a roll call.
All right, we have item.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
You guys put up a good fight. We'll see you back in 90 days, hopefully. And Tim, same for you guys. All right, 8 and 4. 8 and 4, Senator Garcia. Senador Garcia del Distrito 13. That means District 13, guys.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I do have a question on 8 and 4. It's more to the administration. It has to do with the dumping. I wish Commissioner Bermudez was here, but we had, and I use this item to ask a question. Between Commissioner Bermudez's office and my office, we paid for $20,000 to have illegal dumping that was happening in the city, between the city of Hialeah and Hialeah Gardens off of 107th Avenue and 170th Street. It now becomes very clear that those two streets were transferred over to the county, and the county has usurped its responsibility of cleaning up that area. Can I ask someone in Public Works or someone in the administration how we can get this area cleaned up?
Through the chair, Josiel Ferrer, Deputy Director, DTPW.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. José Ferrer Diaz, Deputy Director, Department of Transportation and Public Works. Senator Garcia, we have been working with your team as well as both cities. We have visited the area. We had to confirm right-of-way. Some of the areas that have faced some of this illegal dumping, the right-of-way in the area had a bit of an odd shape, so we had to confirm with some survey. And in addition to that, we've had sent staff out there to perform a survey, essentially a site visit. We are working now to schedule the work and assist. I know that the city of Hialeah and Hialeah Gardens have been performing some work out there, so we are scheduling our staff to go out there. This will be during overtime and will happen over weekend work. There are several tons of debris out there, including construction material, furniture, and other things that we are getting ready to pick up. We have performed a similar pickup at 170th as well that we did not so long ago, and we'll continue to do this area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're looking at this weekend, next weekend, because Commissioner Bermudez's office and my office split the cost as it relates to getting this picked up when it really should have been a county responsibility. So I really I look to you. We have a great working relationship that this gets done within the next week or so because it needs to get done. This is something that has been horrible. It's not only an eyesore, and we're trying to clean up the area by putting cameras and making sure we have law enforcement from both the city of Hialeah and Hialeah Gardens patrol that area.
Thank you. We will provide a schedule to your office. We will do that rather quickly.
That schedule is looking more like, what, a month?
It'll take several weekends to perform that work because of the amount of tonnage that's out there, and we will work with law enforcement to try to curb that behavior. But we will commence as early as this weekend and with some of the work and assessment, and then continue on in the several weekends coming.
So in 3 weeks, we can get it all taken care of?
We're going to shoot for that.
3 weeks it is. All right, thank you. I move the item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Garcia moves item 8 and 4, seconded by the Vice Chair. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show that item passed. All right, is 6B1 our last item? All right, 6B1. This is a discussion item I placed on. This is Pearl Media Holdings, right? This is the, okay. Madam Mayor, if you can just, or your administration, kind of walk us through, briefly, because obviously we're all antsy to adjourn. Can you walk us briefly, why was this pulled back when it generates revenue for this county in a time when we need all revenues that we can obtain?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, Namita Upal will provide the update.
Thank you. Through the chair, Namita Upal, Chief Procurement Officer. Chair, we advertised the RFP with 6 assets for advertising, commercial advertising, and to generate revenue, obviously, for the county. So the asset that was in question is Metro Mover Stations. Pearl Media did give us a proposal. It was evaluated, and when we started negotiating with them, the staff realized that the extent of the changes that were required to the code were extensive and complex, and also somewhat legally difficult and challenging. So we decided to halt the process there and figure out if we can negotiate with them outside the procurement process. We did not want the procurement process to be delayed and further with the code changes that are going to be required. As a matter of fact, next week we're willing to sit down with them and figure out, okay, lay out a plan, what changes are required to the code, how their plan works out, what are the FTA, FDOT changes, and we'll be happy to give you an update on October 21st.
Sorry, Namita, give me a second. Guys, Akeem, everyone, can we please? Thank you. Namita.
So, do you want me to start?
No, just where you left off. I just wanted
Okay.
to pay you the
So-
respect you deserve.
We'll be happy to sit down with them starting next week and figure out and lay out a plan of what exactly their plan looks like, what the changes are required to the code, what FTA regulations that we have to look at right away, FDOT, and hopefully by October 21, we'll tell you what exactly is needed to implement the plan that they offered.
I think that provides me ease at least, and not hopefully by the 21st, but I want it by the 21st. But Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Namita, for that representation, and I'll echo the sentiments of our chairman. In this particular instance, I'm interested in this because, again, we just came out of a very tumultuous budget season where money is tight, and this particular procurement is in a different spirit. It doesn't cost our taxpayers money. In fact, it does the opposite. It generates revenue to help the county. And so it got pulled back once, it got pulled back a second time, and I do want to see this expedited. I want to see it move forward. And I could be wrong, and please correct me if I am, that the original procurement that went out contemplated that there would be the need for these code changes. And so if that was written in the original RFP, I don't see that as a reason to pull it back. So you've already committed to working with whoever the highest ranking bidder, or whatever the proper terminology is. That gives me peace of mind. I don't think that code changes, which is what our job is, right, is an impediment to moving forward on this particular effort. Understanding, and I think that the bidder understood that because it was written, like this may need code changes. They proposed ideas, you thought they were good ideas, you went to negotiations. We are trying, at least from my perspective, I would like for us to explore revenue generating opportunities yesterday. And so I don't want this to go out again. I would like for you to sit down and have a really meaningful conversation with whoever those top ranking bidders are, and then let us know as the policymakers what we would need to do to effectuate these great ideas that can generate revenue for our county. And I look forward to you bringing that back, but hopefully on October 21st. Again, not to put unnecessary pressure on you, but this went out once, it went out twice, and so we want to see it if that's...
We'll definitely lay out a plan and show you the option.
And through the chair, just to add.
Yes,
if I
you're
may.
recognized, Mayor, and then I have two
Thank you. Just to say, we have a revenue generation unit, and actually Doris McPherson is here. She's in charge of it, and that we've been able to, through a variety of methods, not just signage, we're totally committed to it, so thank you as well for your commitment. I wasn't aware of the details of this, and we obviously need to work it through and come to you with whatever code changes might be needed to effectuate.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to our, I see you, Mr. Gomez, approaching. I don't know if there's any, nope, good, smart answer, good answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and thank you, Namita. And Doris, nice to meet you, or first time, I think. We love revenue generation. Why haven't you been here before? Where have you been? Are you new in the county, or? Are you new with the county, or?
No, sir, she's not, but we're bringing her out more into the light. Thank you.
Oh, you're taking her out of a cubicle. You're bringing her into the light, into the sunshine. Commissioner Higgins, you're recognized.
Yeah, Namita, do we have a draft of those code changes?
No.
Should we have a draft of those code changes?
Before we sit down, I'm going to ask, I was going to reach out to them today, the details of what exactly the location of their advertising is and the code changes that are that may be required.
And then second, FTA questions obviously go through
Yes.
DTPW because they manage all of that process out of Atlanta. But they may be able to pre-ask that, and colleagues, a lot of the folks that we need to approve things in FTA were doged out of existence. So a lot of these kinds of requests are just sitting around. We haven't been able to get an answer. So the sooner we know what the question is to ask them, the easier it's going to be for Josiel and Sean and Stacy and the team
to get that FTA approval. I'm happy to work with that. If you need help or you want to talk about it at Transportation Committee next week, we're happy to help with that. Thanks.
Commissioner Regalado. And if she asked your question and answered, like, you don't have to totally re-ask it.
So Namida, we spent 2 years working on advertising for the underline, and so I'm a little concerned about like do the code change like after, because the code change could take a very, very long time. As we worked on the code change, so I would just ask you to try to get it to us as soon as possible and to look at what we did in the underline, because I know we approved Ike signs, and a lot of the issues that I think are going to come up with those signs came up under the Metro Rail with the Ike signs. So it might just be tweaking what's already there as opposed to like starting a whole new process. So I would tell you to just, I would be concerned about entering into an agreement prior to the code change, because it can get a little dicey. And we had that problem before. And then when you don't have the code change, you can't estimate what the revenue is going to be because you may not know the distances, right? So we may disagree as to the distances and we may make changes. So I would like them to run parallel as much as possible. And happy to draft if you want, happy to do it. Happy to do it. We've already done it, so happy to move it forward.
Through the chair, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Higgins, yes, you're recognized.
Just in response to that, can't we get Lourdes and the team at RER to start drafting those code changes? Just go into the section that we did. Now, that was FHWA's rules. Don't get me going on FHWA versus FTA rules, but whatever. But can you guys just start drafting that and giving us some help? Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair, we have a draft.
Yes, you're recognized.
Mitch Bierman for Pearl Media. We have a draft that we can share with the department.
Perfect.
to
Thank you for
expedite
your
things. And
efficiency.
Of course, we would accept an agreement subject to that further approval of the code changes and any FTA approval that might be needed.
Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. That sums it up, guys. Commissioner Higgins moves we adjourn.
No, I have some things I have to say.
All right, Commissioner.
Okay.
No, wait. We're gonna start at the other end here. Commissioner Hardiman.
Yes. If I want to make a motion, because I don't have anything written just yet, but I want to make a motion to allocate some funds from my discretionary fund. Is that possible to do that in a verbal motion or attendance motion? So yes. I will move to allocate $25,000 to MLK EDC, Martin Luther King Economic Development Corporation, from my discretionary funds.
Is that the only one, or?
Yeah.
It's been moved. It's been seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show that allocated.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Bastian, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few motions that I'd like the attorneys to read.
Commissioner Bastian moves to waive by a 2/3 vote of board members present resolution number R-365-21, which imposes a moratorium on the conveyance of county-owned property without current access to the sanitary sewer system as it pertains to each of the properties conveyed for affordable housing purposes, and resolution number R-458-24 and listed in attachment 1 to this motion. Commissioner Bastian further moves to authorize the chairperson or vice chairperson of the Board of County Commissioners to execute a deed or an amended and restated deed as applicable for each of the conveyed properties to remove the requirement that the developed dwelling units be connected to the sanitary sewer system, and to amend resolution number R-458-24 to reflect such waiver.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized, Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. Respectfully, Commissioner Bastian, I'm going to have to 4-day rule this one. I want to speak to water and sewer. I want to look it up. There's a lot of information here. I can't just, with an attachment, we're talking about 12 properties here. So I'm happy to waive it onto my committee if it gets drafted. So if it can get drafted in time, I'm happy to waive it onto appropriations if Oliver doesn't have time for infrastructure. But I mean, I don't have time to figure out if this is some yes, some no. So,
So is it?
yeah, I'm 4-day ruling it, but I'm happy to waive it onto infrastructure. I mean, to appropriations.
Okay. Okay. It would be my will, but But, yeah, it would be my will to go to infrastructure, but Commissioner Bastien, are you
Well, I did
accepting of it going to infrastructure and not just being 4-day ruled? It's a good thing, I think.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
I think so. I think it's better than,
We need to hear from the department. I mean, it's not.
Because I did work with the sewer department with this.
and it might be benign, but, so, all right, so we're gonna, can the attorneys, this is what I'm understanding, tell me if I'm wrong. I don't want to overstep Commissioner Bastian or Regalado. Can you turn that motion into an item, and I will assign it to infrastructure for this, if there's time for this very next committee meeting, for this very next one? Okay? So it'll be next week, essentially. Okay, all right, is that acceptable?
Thank you.
Okay, all right, sounds good. You have several, all right? You have other motions? Commissioner Bastien has other motions, or?
Recognized?
You're recognized. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Bastian moves to allocate $400,000 funded from general funds designated for special community projects in Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Departments adopted fiscal year 2025-26 county budget as follows. $250,000 in grant funds to Haitian Compass Festival LLC for the costs associated with hosting the Haitian Compass Festival, and $150,000 in grant funds to Route 1804 Foundation, Inc. to fund Haitian Heritage Month activities.
All
I have a
right,
question.
Senator Garcia.
I have a question. You mentioned, is the money coming from parks?
Yes.
Has this money been appropriated? Was that in the
It was
budget?
in the budget.
Was already appropriated, we're just giving authority for this money?
Yeah, correct. You're programming the money.
No, but when you say programming money, when we look at the budget, and the reason I ask as chairman of parks, and this is in my silo, was this money appropriated already as part of the mayor's budget?
It's in the budget as special community projects, but not earmarked for any particular.
And we voted on it.
Yes.
This is a special community projects that I just don't feel comfortable, well, I just can't support this, because I want to see what the projects are on there.
Yeah. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
I want to help, but
So is this, okay, I need, and thank you, Commissioner Bastian, for the motion. And I think the attorneys already answered it, but what was the allocation specification in the budget? You just read it.
Special community projects.
And the number? That's what I'm asking. What was the number allocated to special community projects?
We'll look that up. I believe, it was a late night, but I believe it was around 3 million. But let us look up, we have other motions. Let us look up the total amount for the line item.
Again.
Okay, so my question is, I understood when we voted on that because we had colleagues that had asked specific lines of question on that item. That we, at that time, the mayor said, I think, to be determined or something to that effect, that we delegated the authority to the mayor to make the decisions on those community projects. That was my understanding.
Yes, the mayor's delegated authority. I think this motion is to amend a portion of that and move it to allocate it towards grant funds instead.
Okay, so then because of that, I don't think I've ever done this, but I have to 4-day rule that. We can take that up in committee, because I just think that coming out of the budget that we just did, I really want us to be cautious on floor motions of that nature. I'm not saying that I don't support it, but I think it should go through full committee review. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, it's
This
been
is-
4-day ruled, but Commissioner Bastian?
This is something that we worked on with the mayor on. This is something that was worked on.
Through the chair.
Madam Mayor,
Thank you. There was an item approved in the budget that was in Parks Department, and we, on the record, said that any of the allocations would come back to the board for
done.
approval.
all right, it's done. Can we have, it's 4-day ruled already, guys. Does he have other motions, or? Those were the two motions? Okay, Commissioner Regalado, none? Commissioner Cohen-Higgins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to appoint Howard J. Kane to the Commission on Disability Issues and $10,000 to the Breast Cancer Awareness. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and then I'll add to that motion my $10,000 for breast cancer awareness as well. It's been moved by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Regalado. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Commissioner Steinberg, you have anything? Commissioner Gilbert? Commissioner Higgins?
Yes, and none of it involves money. We just named 2 wonderful places after Harvey Reuben, and so the administration has asked me to amend Resolution R 31525, which asked the administration to find places to name after Harvey Reuben, but we've already done that. So I move to rescind that.
Second.
All right, it's been moved. Wait, what was?
Yes, we just named it today, so that's all it does. We don't have to find another place.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay.
And then, Mr. Chair, if I might, I have a couple of things I'd love people to co-prime since I'm nearing my last few days. Commissioner Gilbert, the administration has some ideas to make TGIF and the REAP program work better for business centers. Would you take those 2 items? And then Commissioner Milian Orbis, been doing a lot of work on legacy software and MCC. I know you like efficiency, so I thought you might enjoy working on those. And then also the airport exclusion zone for Freedom Park in case we need to build housing there. And then obviously the pedestrian bridge that connects the MIC to Freedom Park. So if you would co-prime those 4, I would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Happy to.
Thank you. With that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Can we move to reject Commissioner Higgins' letter of resignation? I move to reject her.
Second.
It's irrevocable, but sure. Commissioner Higgins, it slips my mind now, and we could always do this later, but there's an item that I know came before my desk, and I held it, of yours by design, but I would like to co-prime it in anticipation of your absence. It has to do with procurement, and only because I have the strip.
Okay, so is
Committee
it the
going?
MCC one? That's probably the one.
It might,
Right,
I
Ann?
can't remember.
It's MCC. Okay, you have to give up your hold on that one. Is that all right? Because I just gave it to you.
Oh, is that one that you just gave to her?
Yeah, but you give it to the chair.
No. We know who the
to our
favorite one
chair.
is.
Just hold it. That's fine.
I
Just hold
thought
on
you
to
had
it.
enough work.
I trust my colleagues and certainly
Okay,
Orbis.
okay.
It's okay. I just couldn't remember which one it was, and I wanted to.
Okay.
So I am holding it by design just to line it up with the strip committee, and I didn't catch it when she
And
said
then
it.
I've also asked the strip committee to look at it, and they have been looking at it. So if it gets better, they'll probably have recommendations for you.
Perfect. Senator Garcia.
Mr. Chairman, yes, these 2 allocations are coming from my district discretionary reserve funds. One is for $10,000 for Victory for Youth for their meals program, and the other one is $2,500 for Immaculate Conception Church.
All right, it's been moved by Senator Garcia, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye. All right, can I now entertain a motion to adjourn? It's been moved
No.
and seconded. Show us adjourned.
Updates, Vance Osteen.
On September 22nd, the Florida House began its 2-day committee on property taxes. State economists schooled lawmakers on how property taxes are used, focusing on school districts and fiscally constrained counties. Jim Zingali, the executive director of the state's Department of Revenue, said that on average,